arena. วะคะแนนเท่ากันก็ต้องวัดดูย่าใช่ไหม
Get ready for the next evolution of battle. This is Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall Battle Royale mode. This season, it's all about strategy, adaptation, and domination. Let's break it down. Tournament rules. Each player must equip a unique active skill. No duplicates allowed. And the map pool, 6 battlegrounds. In the knockout stage, teams battle across 6 matches, each on a different map, randomly selected from the pool, with no repeats. But in the grand finals, it's a whole new level. Up to 10 games will be played for games 1 to 6. Maps are randomly chosen. No repeats. From game 7 onward, the map pool resets and is randomly reshuffled again. What's at stake? A total prize pool of $300,000. Champion, $100,000. Second place, $40,000. Third and fourth, $20,000 each. Final MVP, $4,000. And every day, Team of the Day earns $250. The journey begins August 15th. The knockout stage runs for 6 weeks. Week 1 to 2, 18 teams, 3 groups, 12 matches each. Each day, matches are played between 2 groups, A versus B, B versus C, A versus C. After 36 total matches, teams are ranked 1 to 18. Week 3 to 5, the first place qualifier. Starting August 30th, top 12 teams battle it out. The winner of each day secures a grand final slot. And gradually, 13th to 17th ranked teams join the fray. That's 6 teams qualify. Week 6, last chance qualifier. 2-day matches on September 20th to 21st. 11 remaining teams and the 18th ranked team face off. Only 6 will survive. That gives us 12 teams for the ultimate showdown. Grand final, October 5th. Welcome to Champion Rush mode. The rules, get to 80 points first. Then, secure a booyah to take the crown. If no team gets a booyah after entering Champion Rush, the highest total points wins. The point system is simple. First place, 12 points. Second, 9. Third, 8. All the way down to 0 points for 11th and 12th. The battlefield is set. 12 teams, 1 final challenge. This is Champion Rush mode. 1 strike can shift the game. 1 win can spark the rise. This is Free Get ready for intense close quarters combat. This is the Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall Clash Squad Mode.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall 2025 Clash Quad Mode. Day 6 is here and 6 matches is presented today to see who will be moving up onto our Swiss stage bracket. I'm Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, joined by the one and only Danley, and we will be your casters for today.
Going to be a super exciting day because again we get to see more Clash Squad because this mode is its whole own bag of fun. We had some really exciting matches yesterday, but I feel like today Neptune is I think today's the day where we start to see some really crazy matches.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we are going to start off, especially in the 2-to-1 bracket of Civil War from Indonesia as well as Thailand. So there's a few that is we will see a rematch of those teams. So the one question though for the teams is, have they considered in correcting all those mistakes? Otherwise, it might still be the same result from what we've seen when they played in the previous weeks.
Yeah, well, maybe a way to correct their mistakes is to make sure that they are fully energized, because this event is brought to you by Red Bull, as you can see, providing all of the players all the energy that they need and also infused with a whole bunch of vitamins as well. I'm loaded up with Red Bull myself today, so I am rearing to go. And I think for these teams, you can't really afford to come into these matches feeling tired and lethargic. You kind of need to come in, not just at 100%, okay? Sleep is not enough. If you can get some extra energy, I do recommend a Red Bull because they do taste delicious. But Neptune, today's games, I know there are a couple of games that I think are going to be hyped. This first one might be a bit of a hype match as well. And in case you guys did not know what our first matchup is, it's EVOS Divide going up against Bigatron. So Indonesian matchup, very, very fun watching the Indonesian teams because they tend to draft their own characters. They don't really follow a lot of the other regions' Neptune. So it would be interesting to see another full-on Indonesia versus Indonesia match. You know, like what kind of shenanigans are we going to see? And I think people are kind of wondering what maps we're going to be seeing today as well.
Yeah, I mean, the question begs, though, if they still have the luxury of making to the latter part of our Clash Squad mode or the championship, and I don't think they would be risking that much, though they still have, judging that on the scoreline they have, that's 2-1. Before we proceed any further with all those discussion, this is a prize pool for Clash Squad mode. The champion would be getting $30,000 and half of it would go to second place. It goes down up until the 19th to the 16th place of $2,000 each team. But also we have the grand finals MVP that will be grabbing $3,000. So additional moolah for the teams who's doing quite well.
Hey, money is money, so just do whatever it takes to win your matches, okay? If you got to play a little dirty and pick the same stuff over and over again, I don't think anyone is going to blame you for that at all. But as you can see here, tournament timeline, in case you guys did not get to watch all of our matches, okay? We are still in the Swiss stage, but after the 12th of September, which is tomorrow, we are going to be done with Swiss, and we are going to be preparing for double elimination on the 18th and 19th of September. So make sure you watch tomorrow's games, obviously watch today's games, and then mark down your calendar for our next 2 play dates.
And also, this has excited us so many times because the unique active skill doesn't only affect a specific team, it affects everyone because of the bands of picks that we have as well. And there's a lot of analysis that's being done, as well as for the teams who has the chance to risk it. They can pick a few of those like wacky picks, like we were talking about that before the broadcast. A Kenta that has spoken, as well as, if I'm not mistaken, the Riot has also been seen into the stage. So not quite sure if this is something that they can repeat, but as we look into the stage right now, teams would be heading into a somewhat final bracket, because once they win, for those in the 2-1, they will be advancing already, and for those unfortunate non-winners would be proceeding into the next stage that would be meeting the ones coming from the lower bracket.
Yeah, so essentially the goal for today, Neptune, right, is just win your matches. Win your matches, be one of the teams to be it's top 3, right? Top 3 for today, proceed. The rest will have their final play day tomorrow. And then that's when you're at risk of being eliminated. But here's the most important question we've all been wondering. Map order. This is an Indonesian matchup, and surprise, surprise, Kalahari's in the pool, but it is the very last map. So we're going to be starting off with Bermuda, followed by Nexterra, and then Kalahari. Neptune, I know you are the man of numbers. You are a... I'm going to try and say this word correctly, because where every single time I say it, it is wrong. A statistician? My English teacher would be horrified if she heard me speak right now.
Don't worry.
The man of numbers.
Don't worry, I'm having the same problem as well most of the time.
I know. Don't say that word, folks. You will embarrass yourselves. But Bermuda's the first map between Bigatron and Evos. Who tends to play on this map better? Do you have the numbers for this?
Yeah, I mean, for Evos, they have won 2 of their matches already, coming from this map. And for Bigatron, they have lost 1 out of 3. So 2 out of 2 for Evos, 1 out of 3 for Bigatron. So it seems like, in terms of map, there's a more advantage coming from Evos Divine.
Yeah, and they've played the map more as well, which I think in this particular mode, it's really helpful to be able to play on a certain map as much as possible, because you want to be able to master it. But we are already deep within our drafting here, Neptune, so no Santino, no Oscar, very popular picks that, if are available, they tend to be first pick characters. So instead, we're going to be pivoting towards the Zane first pick for Bigatron, and then a straight Chrono Ignis for Evos, which... interesting choice here, because they do leave the Cassie in the pool, and we've seen a lot of teams love running the Zane Cassie.
Yeah, I mean, Zane Cassie or Tatsuya Cassie, as we often see in Battle Royale as well, is one of the factor, but we have Tatsuya though for BTR, so it seems like they are going to a more like aggressive approach. Now, there's no Cassie yet onto the mix. Not quite sure if it will be taken by Evos, because it's seldomly being used. Most of the time, they prioritize on that Ignis as well as that Homer for Rasia. But now, either they can choose a Homer for last pick for Rasia, or probably the... I don't know. Well, they already taken out Oscar.
I kind of feel like they're going to chuck Rasia on the Clue, because... I mean, functionality, Rasia could really take advantage of Clue. So...
it does.
I don't think we're looking at Homer here.
Well,
they do go for both. Okay, so they want double vision. Okay.
Yeah. So this is similar to when Evos Divine played against Esports and they won 6-3 on Nexterra. But this is not Nexterra. This is not Nexterra. And I'm really looking forward to how they're going to, or BTR is going to counter this, because so far in terms of their active combos, there's only a few that really work for them. And what works for them is if that Iris is combined with Tatsuya, Zane, as well as the Clue. But the only question would be, what will they be using? A Coda? Probably.
I was gonna say
just
Coda, yeah.
Yeah, just counter that Clue information gameplay as well. So let's see if that's what BTR or Bigatron will be bringing in. And there you have it, the Coda.
Yeah, I was gonna say they needed some vision themselves, right? Because like on the side of Bigatron, you've got a lot of offensive abilities that are going to help them fight. But if you don't have vision, how do you know you're going to enter the right fights? How do you know you're even near somebody? So yeah, I definitely agree with the Coda pickup here. But looking at the two drafts, who are we kind of leaning for? Because okay, normally I love drafts that play hyper aggressive like Bigatron, but
Yes.
I think I'm leaning towards EVOS, not just purely because of the draft, but I think we also need to look at the team's overall skill, playing not just Free Fire, but in particular Clash Squad. And I kind of feel like EVOS is just the better team as well in terms of general mechanics. I don't know about you.
Well, there's certain winning conditions when it comes to EVOs. If in case Rasia will be really doing so much of work and carrying the team, yes, that is one. But what we're looking for as well for Bigatron is if Joel, the new introduction for BTR, can counter Rasia, because that definitely is what they need at this moment.
Yeah, actually, we had a really great conversation about this before the broadcast even started. But I think we gotta bring in all of the viewers into the conversation as well, right?
Yeah.
So going back onto your point with Rasia, fundamentally, I think we both agree that EVOS and AGALA qualified last week. These two teams run a very, very similar playstyle, if not maybe almost identical, where both lineups rely on their snipers. So in the case of EVOS, they really rely heavily on Rasia to do a lot of the damage. In a lot of games where we've seen Rasia be one of the first to be picked off, or if he's picked off at a very pivotal moment, unfortunately for the rest of the team, Aim God, Coachil, and Ray, it feels like they fail to follow through if they don't have Rasia there.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's a stretch to assume that Bigatron know this. And I guess the question is, will they be able to take advantage of this, I want to say, strategical disadvantage for EVOS, because this is not a secret. I think this is public information. Everyone knows how EVOS plays and how they function, just based off of their games.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm gearing towards Joel as well, really being that game changer against EVOs. And because they know for a fact, we saw that, and you did mention it, that there's a winning condition for EVOs at this point, and for AGAL, they managed to pull away from that because Sypha really is improving right now, and a lot of players, a lot of teams, even the viewers out there are looking into Aim God to do what Sypha has been doing for the past few weeks. So if this happens for EVOs Divine, then yeah, it adds more of the winning condition for EVOs Divine, and then that's something that Bigatron might not be expecting at this point. But you know how Chris Joe is. He's one of the guys who wants to really put in something for Indonesia, for Bigatron, because Indonesia is one of teams, or one set of the region, that has teams that try an orthodox gameplay, and most of the time it works. But for BTR, well, it's still some questionable calls at that point. So let's see if this time, after a week's rest, or after a day's rest rather, they will be able to put something in the table that nothing that EVOs Divine is expecting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's the first round of the day 2 Neptune, so maybe it's just a bit of a fresh start. And I guess, bringing up Joel, as you did mention him earlier on, I wonder if Bigatron might have a bit of an element of surprise to their lineup now, because is this the first time Bigatron are actually playing with Joel in Clash Squad?
I believe so, because from last week, we've seen Joel being introduced in Battle Royale, and in Clash Squad, this might be a game changer for him. But I have to check my records. But I believe I do that right now on how many games Joel has played. So he did play, a few matches already. So the winning condition for him is if he has that Iris, and I think that would be something that they have right now and take advantage against Evo's Divine. So I take it back. Joel already have shown himself on how BTR can utilize him through their success. They just need to double down on that against Evo's Divine.
Double down on Rasia. I think that's the goal, you know? If there's like a piece of paper, if there's a sticky note to put in front of the players, it is get Rasia first. Because that seems to be the key to their success. But I wouldn't put it past EVOS to also realize like they've already identified one of their main issues for the lineup, and I'm interested to see how EVOS sort of adapts to teams that do try to gun down Rasia first. Like, do they maybe change their overall play style? Maybe it's Rasia. Maybe he's the one that has to sort of change up and adapt to his team rather than vice versa. But it looks like we are ready to jump into our first round here, Neptune. Round number 1. Everyone's going to be starting off pretty bare here, but this will give us a good indicator as to how things are going to kick off for both of these teams.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, I'm seeing Rasia already at M500. The same goes for Joel. So the snipers have accuracy from long range, despite of this being a pistol round. But Evo's already going in for a flank inside a compound and might be able to push through, especially with that Flame Mirage coming from Ray. And there goes potential backstab. But Dex with the shotgun managed to far back in time. Time Turner already pulled out, but that sight would be deadly in hands of Aim God at this point. So it's a 2v2 situation, but Aim God also received a lot of damage that needs to recover as well.
Yeah, and okay, Koja is trying to wiggle his way into the corner, but you can see they try to go for the bait. Oh, but they fell for it. Oh man, they thought that they would be able to get the surprise there, thinking Bigatron will go for the pickup, but they decided to go for the 1-2, and they backstabbed them themselves. Great stuff for Bigatron. So this is already going to set them a bit ahead in terms of the economy, because we also have to keep in mind that, you know, EVOS, they did invest in Rasia for that first round. So unfortunately for EVOS, they're going to have to play catch up for this next round, and hopefully they can find that opening. But it's going to be quite tough, you know, especially when your opponent has some money to work with.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the pistol round is something that you can give away because you still have a little bit of economy working for you, and it just has to wait for the rounds as well, because you have additional coins that you or cash that you will be getting for each round, but not so much, especially if the opponent who's winning the fight will be packing it up with greater weapons. But Evos, I think this is it. Kyong is already down. Joel the only remaining, but Coach Heel has been taken down. It's a 1v1 with a great one, and let's see which one wins. And there you go, Rasia with that sight, hack and flash.
Oh man, I love seeing players go for the switcheroo when they see it's going to be CQC and they don't have the best gun for CQC. Sometimes you just got to go full in melee. Oh, but that was so cool seeing both of the team snipers going at it in that final second. Oh man. But it was pretty interesting to see the investments for both of those teams in that second round. They actually went for a vest on Kyong, and Rasia got a helmet. So you can already tell the priority for both of these teams in that second round. Third round, we got a fully decked out EVOS with helmet and vests. The only one on the side of Bigatron with no helmet is actually Koja, which I think is a pretty interesting choice.
Yeah, I mean, Coach, not quite sure. He hasn't put in so much of elimination as well. So I guess this is one reason. If you're going to lose this fight or early fight, at least you're not wasting that investment. But let's see, though. There goes a Kyong already to push. Next almost being taken down, but the Time Turner has been pulled out. And Aim God receiving that sight would be deadly, but has a wall to work with him. But it's not a problem at all because Coach Shield with that level 3 MP5. They have to deal with Joel at this point, and they have full coverage on all angles. So despite of the VSK that Joel has, it's not so much of a threat against Evos at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Joel. I mean, he was trying to get into position, so if he managed to get a elimination before he went down, it would have been perfect. But that was a clean round there for Evos, though. Perfect sniping coming in for Rasia. And you can already tell, right? 3 players on the ground in an instant. There's really nothing you can do as Joel, especially when you don't have your front line anymore. So, great comeback coming in here for Evos. Now, changing the score up, but after dropping that first round, now taking the next 2. Now, this 4th round, I don't know about you, Neptune, but I like to call this the golden round because this is a round that generally favors teams that are behind. And Bigatron is the team to be behind in this round. And if they can take this, the normal trend is they start to take over the match. So, Bigatron, it's the golden round. We'll see if they're going to be able to make the comeback happen.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, Evos Van already made their comeback at this point, and they're already geared up in the battle. Gracia with the double VSK, so can easily switch it depending on the situation. BTR though has managed to step into the compound, reach the 2nd floor, and now stepping away. So not quite sure why they decide to move away from the compound despite of them being first, but at least probably it's an airdrop that they will try to prioritize, similar to what we've seen Evo Zivine do from the previous round. That's where AIM got grabbed that site, as well as the Cyber airdrop where they got the level 3 MP5. So more firepower from them despite of losing the initial battle. So no engagement happening and no one's going down. It's more tactical at this point, but time's running out.
Oh, Kochi was the first one to hit the ground there for Evos, followed by Aim God. So 2 players on the ground, but it's a 2 versus 2 split. Bigatron, though, very low. Kyung does go down, and Koja, next one to follow. And Evos, oh my gosh, you can see on the camera there, the players going absolutely crazy after getting that final elimination. Oh, but Evos, that was a beautiful execution in that team fight though, because originally it was Bigatron that had them surrounded. They went for a 2-2 split, 2 in the compound, 2 outside, and grouping up as Evos, they sort of rammed down them as a team, and it really worked out for them because if you're spread out, it's really hard to manage 4 players running at you if your team isn't grouped together. So round number 5, Bigatron, they need to try and get some more points on the map because yeah, things are not looking too good because if Evos continue to take these games, they're just going to run away with the match.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Bigatron needs to prioritize on the airdrop as well. Push away Coach Shield at the moment, and then that's where they can stack up. But Mag 7 in the hand of Kyung as well as Trogon would be deadly in the front lines. But that Flame Mirage received a damage from BTR, but doesn't do so much because Coach Shield was the first one to go down. Ray would be the next, and it's left to 2. So it's 2v3 situation where Rasia still nowhere to be found in terms of getting elimination from this fight. But Aim God up close and personal does have the weapon, but the numbers not working for them. So this looks like Bigatron's time to go for a comeback right now to bring it to the 3-2.
Yep, that seems like it's going to be the case. Oh my goodness, they managed to catch Kyung. Beautiful sniping there from Rasia. So it's not over yet. We have seen Rasia bring things back for his team, but it's going to come down to Dix and Koja. Can they get that game-winning elimination here onto Rasia? And they will be able to. Beautiful 2-man gang up there onto Rasia. And so far, the rounds are looking really good here for Evos. They lost that round, but I do think things are still stable. But I do like that Bigatron is slowly adapting to Evos' playstyle.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with what Evos has managed to get in the first 5 maps or 5 rounds, it will be going to the side of Bigatron at this point. But they did save up so much. They didn't buy from that round a lot of utilities, so they can still utilize similar, stronger weapons, even armor as well as utilities that they can use against Bigatron to get back on that winning streak. But so far, it's getting very close. 3-2 on the scoreline between these 2 teams, and I haven't seen so much of advantages being used in terms of skills. It's more of a firepower that we are seeing from both teams at this point.
Yeah, well, I think that's basically the match for these 2 teams, right? It's just basically run at each other, and whoever gets that first knock generally takes the round. Not always, but it is a really good indicator of snowballing. And I kind of wonder too, just both of these teams, I think they know what they're doing. They know how the other team is playing. So how would you kind of adapt to this very aggressive play style? Because the natural reaction to aggression is to be reactive.
Yeah.
But there is an issue with reactivity in this particular game mode, right? Because normally you get massively rewarded for playing hyper-aggressive. Now, both teams, they have great snipers. Though, EVOS are the ones to have the superior vision game, I feel, compared to Bigatron. So, if you're Bigatron, you're behind, you're running a Coda, you're running an Iris. Do we need to start taking these rounds a little bit slower? Because I kind of feel like they're playing fast and furious, but they do have a lot of ways to slow things down a little bit and maybe try and play around with the blue zone rather than trying to just finish everything within 1 to 2 minutes.
And here's one pattern as well that I'm seeing for teams that is getting the Coda. I think with that Aurora Vision, it is being used by their opponent to bait them in. Because you have that information, and then you have a rusher from the name of Kyong with that Tatsuya. So the moment the Aurora Vision puts that that information of where each player from EVOS Divine is, that's where EVOS Divine is taking advantage of the time. Now, once it expires, then they can just pull out that clue as well as that Ignis for them to get a little closer, even get behind Bigatron, and then they can utilize whatever they have, the Homer as well as that Time Turner from Chrono, if in case they get in a rut. So I think in a sense of defensive, it's more of EVOS Divine that has more advantage because Bigatron's build right now, or Bigatron's pick right now, is more of an aggressive approach, and EVOS Divine just understand this winning condition. Once you know that, all you have to do is counter into the gameplay.
All right, so just a quick update to all of our viewers as to what has happened. We are currently dealing with a very quick technical issue, but we've also been informed it should be resolved in just a few minutes. So to everyone that has been incredibly patient with us, thank you again for joining the broadcast. Thank you so much for your patience. We are almost ready to jump into the game. We're in the middle of Bigatron versus EVOS Divine. In case anyone has just decided to pop into the stream, welcome. We've got a lot of games today. This is our first matchup as well. And we are currently on Bermuda. So after this map, once this is wrapped up, we're going to be jumping into Nexterra for game number 2. And if we jump into a game number 3, we will be going to Kalahari. So just a quick update to anyone that has tuned into the broadcast just now. Welcome. We hope you enjoy your stay because we're going to be here for a really long time.
Yeah, 6 matches, and there's potential that it would go to the line for 2-1. Because we know that, well, not for this first few series, or not for the first 3 series. We will be seeing more of that in the lower bracket. The last 3 series we're in, once you lose 3 matches all throughout the knockout stage or all throughout the Clash Squad mode, you'll be eliminated. You won't be able to get so much more in following days. So that's where the risk is. For these 3 teams or 3 series that we have in the first half of this day, there's still potential of like bringing it back later on. But hopefully they don't put it in that situation, because it's tough though. If you would be lost in one specific series, then all your tactics would be out there and they would know your weakness. And that's where some of the teams are playing at right now.
Yeah.
Whether it's your pick or how you position yourselves. And you would see as well, week after week, day after day. That's why teams are being relegated into lower brackets despite of how strong they are, or despite of them being champions of the previous season Clash Squad, is because of that. Homework's being done and it's being executed well.
Yeah. Now it looks like we are ready to jump into the matchup. We're almost ready. So just a moment here before we jump into the matchup in case you are not sure what the schedule is for today, folks. So we are currently seeing Bigatron going up against EVOS Divine. The matchup after this will be Virtus Pro going up against Buram United Esports. Then we have Team Falcons going up against Twisted Minds. That will be all of our upper bracket matches. Then for our losers bracket, we have P Esports going up against Heavy, Team Flash going up against Kagendra, and then we're going to wrap things up today with Todak versus RRQ. So our last 3 games are elimination matches. Losers of those games will be going home. So everyone's going to have to work hard today because ideally you're either trying to survive or you are trying to get those first 3 slots because we do have teams that are going to be able to qualify today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm really looking forward to how these teams are going to turn things around, especially if they're not in a favorable position. In most cases, some of the teams manage to break through of their losing streak, but there's still a lot of contention. There's still a lot of teams that is in contention right now that has made more strides compared to those who are just catching up, especially after receiving first, like a couple of losses already, or first loss in the beginning of our Clash Squad mode. So this is something that really excites me on how they also adjust in terms of their picks, because from the start, we've seen so much of what's in the current meta coming from the previous season. But as we go with the day, even the passives are different nowadays. We're seeing a lot of Othos, and it's combined as well with all of those usual picks, like the Moko, the Raphael, especially the Sniper. The memory miss has changed the game. Once you get knocked down, it even marks your teammates, and it also slows them down. So there's very little chance that you can be revived, and that's one reason as well. Like, you will see either 2 or 3 players, or make that 1 or 2 players in each team that would bring that as a passive, and they're not just focusing on active anymore.
Just out of curiosity, because you might have the answer to this, what passive currently has the highest win rate?
Okay, let me look that up a little bit, because it seems like for the win rate, you've seen a lot of Ford. And because of the number, it's because of the quantity that it has more win rate. But in terms,
obviously, like there's quantity and win rate, right? So what, like, I think it also helps to know the quantity too. Like, people also need to understand, like, okay, why are these passives being picked up? Why is it such a high win rate, right? So many questions. We will answer them a bit later on, though, because we are ready to jump back into the game, folks. Thank you for waiting. Round 6 between Bigatron versus Evos Divine. So Bigatron's trying to play catch up here, Neptune. If they can win this round, they'll at least tie this 3 apiece, and then they will have a little bit more wiggle room to try and take the set. As you can see here, Evos going for a pretty big split with AimGod and Kyong starting things off for both teams.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, Kyong received a lot of damage, but is now recovering. But it's buying more time for Evos Divine to get into position. But speaking of position, where there's not so much a position being taken right now on long range. So Evos is prioritizing getting those gap closer against BTR, because I think from the previous match, that's where they falter. And now, if they can take advantage of being up close and personal against BTR, that's where we'll be able to at least get the first knockdown. Rado received a nade, but doesn't push through. But Koja right now will be hit. But Dix on the other side will be knocked down. So this might be it. Evos Divine would be steamrolling against BTR.
Yeah, and this is Bigatron running into Evos Divine as well. I mean, this is the nature of their lineup. They want to fight into Evos, but with so many compounds, with so much cover to work with, it's just really hard to close the gap to begin with. So we still have Joel and Kyong. Kyong is going to be walking on the ground. He will get picked up though, and even on the rooftop, Joel gets finished off by Rasia. So another point into Evos Divine's pocket, pushing up their score to 4. And yet again, increasing that gap between them and Bigatron in the round.
Well, Rasia is already 9 points and 10 points. And this is, again, most of the time for Evos Divine, what we expect. Like, if Rasia would be popping off, even from the long range for that initial knockdowns, then the rest of the teams will follow through. And what we are looking for, what we were asking for, is AimGod to really move up in terms of getting all those eliminations. So we're going to go for a quick pause once again. And again, apologies for all this disruption in our game. We want to make sure that all the teams, all the players are in tip-top shape when it comes to fight, whether it is the internet or their phone, they need to be on par with everyone so that it would be a fair and balanced match between these two teams. And if in case anyone feels something that is wrong, it's being reported, thus the technical pause.
Yeah, gotta make sure the battlefield is even for both of these teams. So it shouldn't take too long, folks. Thank you for being patient. But let's just quickly go over that last round again, right? So I think we already had this discussion whilst waiting for that match to even begin. EVOS defensively just have a lot more resources to work with. And Bigatron, unfortunately, are kind of stuck playing this very aggressive style, right? Like their lineup, it's not very... I don't know why the word rubbery is coming to mind at the moment, but like rubber is probably a very elastic, maybe. It's like another rubber. Flexible, there we go. So Bigatron, although they have a lot of aggression, they don't have a lot of flexibility to work with. Like they're running a lot of characters that just can't really pivot into different roles and different play styles. It's really running in with the Zane and Tatsuya, supported by the Coda, and then you have Joel sniping from the back lines. They can't really play any other style. But then you have EVOS. They can play defensive, they can play aggressive, they can play reactive. If they want to even be cheeky, they can even actually have Rasia playing in the front lines with the team. So if you're Bigatron and you're sort of stuck with this very static, non-flexible lineup, are we just going to see them keep running at EVOS until something just clicks into place? Because I kind of feel like if that just keeps happening, this whole round is just going to go to EVOS, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it. One thing I would want to see, though, is Kyong as well as Nyx just go in deep against EVOS Divine. Because you know how it is once you have your sniper is always on the back line, and he's always open most of the time. But from what we've seen, Aim God has a task of being in the mid line, and that's when, if in case Rasia needs some backup. But with Kyong as a Tatsuya, there's speed. With Nyx on the Zane, there's strength. And if they can use that to take down Rasia first, and then just double back and deal with the rest of the team, then that's where they can work on that. Koja can use that Aurora Vision once he gets in front line, to just identify the position of the opponent, but not to go and rush. It's just to set that up for both Kyong and Nyx. So that's one approach that they can use right now just to balance out their match, or this the counter that's being done against them by EVOS Divine.
Yeah. I would like to see Bigatron take these rounds a little bit slower, to be honest. Like, the rounds are ending so quick. We're not even seeing the circle go for the classic... not pivot, but like the classic move. It's always just having the circle come in a little bit and then the round is over. I kind of feel like Bigatron needs to be a little bit more patient, because you can keep playing aggressive, you know, I don't think that's a bad thing, but I just feel like EVOS, they've got Bigatron's number, unless they make a mistake themselves. I don't know, it's just how we're both kind of feeling about this. But we are ready to jump into round 7 here, folks. So Bigatron, I hope they have an answer, because if they don't, they're going to be giving match point to EVOS Divine.
Yeah, and look at this right now. Rasia is just backing away. So it's numbers, or if PR like Kyong will be able to go for the backstab, then they might be able to take advantage of that. But Rasia, as quickly as that, the knockdown has been done. A pickup on Ray has been done as well. Plus a follow-up, not only shots, but also the Flame Mirage has turned things around against Bigatron once again. So that's second cycle of aggression that is being shown by EVOS Divine is what's throwing BTR off their heels.
Man, I thought that was going to go to Bigatron, to be completely honest, because we saw the initial knock on EVOS first. But then as that happened, I think, was it Deeks? I think it was Deeks that went down as well during the initial knock. So things got a little bit weird. Yeah. But the glue walls, there were just too many for Bigatron to really deal with. And if you think about it, like, Bigatron, they can deal with glue walls, but I feel like with that many in such a small space, they can't really deal with that kind of battlefield. They really want to have a lot more open space to work with. They don't want any bottlenecks. So we've got a little bit more space to work with here, but it's all up to Bigatron if they can find that opening. Oh boy.
All right, well, we're seeing Coach Chi a little bit too aggressive and quickly on the turnaround as well. Time turner on the perfect timing, thus the name. And Koja right now cooking this grenade. Now let's see though if they'll be able to take advantage, but a quick turnaround with Bring Uzi coming from Evo's Divine. Just finish them off just like that. And even, it's not just Evo's Divine excited, even the camera is excited as well.
I think the cameraman was also dancing. Oh, that was super funny. But this is a result that everyone did kind of expect. A lot of people were thinking EVOS is going to take the rounds. 2-6. I mean, I think it's a pretty good scoreline for the team. It could have been perfect, but there were just a few rounds. It was the pistol round where they dropped, which sometimes I feel like pistol round could be 50-50. But they also lost another round, which was round 5 or 6. I think they dropped one of those rounds. But after that, though, they just picked up the ball and they kept it rolling. So EVOS, I mean, just looking at the team, you can see they're very mentally focused. They really do know how to prioritize their targets. Bigatron felt very scrappy, but I think we could also attribute that to the lineup that they ran. They ran a lineup that really was just go, go, go. They didn't really have a lot of options to go with. So changes for game number 2. You know what? I think if I was Bigatron, I would even consider picking up the Chrono myself. You want to play aggressive? I think you need to have something that's going to allow you to play aggressive, but also can pivot to something that will defensively help your team.
Exactly. I mean, in one case, they rocked at Chrono, Iris, Koda, and Santino, and they won against Todak 6-5. It was very close, though. It was very close between the team. But there's plenty of chances as well where even with the Chrono, they still lost that fight. Like against the same team in Nexterra and RRQ on Bermuda. So there's still a lot of active pairs as well as active combo that BTR needs to work with. And they can also use, like, based on their performance or based on their movement, they can also use what Evo's Divine has used against them. But, you know, it's tricky. Play with the timing despite of what skill you have, because I guess for Evo's Divine, or Indonesia in general, that's what they do. They know all those skills, and they're just using that to take advantage. But if Gracia would be on the crosshair and would be knocking you out from afar, despite of how much adjustment you're trying to do, you would be taken out.
Yeah, Gracia, MVP. I don't think anybody is surprised at all. The Wonder Kid just pulling all the strings for the team again. 12 eliminations to his name. So you can see he absolutely, as usual, is the one to really pull the team through. I mean, okay, thoughts on Bigatron's solution for dealing with Rasia? Because I'm very sure Bigatron knows Rasia is one of the major reasons why EVOS win their matches. But they went for a lineup that didn't really allow them to reach the backlines to deal with Rasia. So, are there any picks that you'd want to pick up if you're Bigatron that would make it much easier to deal with the backlines? Minus, okay, there's a couple of characters we're going to assume are going to be banned again. Santino, I don't think there's any way that character is going to be let through. It is far too strong. And Oscar, I don't think Oscar is making his way through. So aside those two, what would you consider to be really great tools, characters to reach into, or at least harass Rasia and make his job much more difficult?
It's tough though, because like Santino is, well, I'm not thinking of Santino to be used against Rasia, but to be banned against him, because once Rasia is on that Santino, he would be more viable in reposition as well as available in more engagement. So banning Santino would be the first choice. Probably an A124 just disable any of the skills in the front line, because from how I'm seeing Rasia's positioning right now, it's very hard to reach. That Tatsuya as well as the Oscar would be one thing that they can use early on to rush towards him. But as you can see earlier, even despite of having that Tatsuya, it didn't work for Evo's or against Evo's Divine. So there's still, I'm pretty sure there's a lot more that can be used, but it's not just being shown right now in current season of Clash 1.
I want to throw an idea out there, and this is an AGAL idea. You brought up the A124 for Bigatron. Who in your mind would be playing this A124? Just out of curiosity.
If A124, I think the best would be hold on. So probably Kyung would be able to be in an A124. He would be in the best position to use that.
Okay,
Or probably Dix as well.
I kind of want to throw an idea out there, and this is an idea that was inspired by AGAL last week in their match against Falcons. Thoughts on Joel playing the A124?
Interesting.
Because this worked out for AGAL in their matchup up against Falcons. Just a quick reminder of the lineup. So for Falcons, they had Chrono, Zane, Iris, Tetsuya. And AGAL ran Dew on the A124. And the supporting cast for this was Ignis, Cassie, Coda.
Yeah, I mean, that needs like your sniper to be up close and personal. So unless Joel is really confident in being up close, when we've seen that happen in rare cases, in rare occasion, but like that confidence needs to be on top before you use that, because, well, not really up close, but at least close enough to trigger that thrill of battle. So there's still a risk of Joel, despite of being the ace in the sleeve, would be the first ace in the hole. So that there's a 50-50 chance for that though. But it is viable. It is viable for Joel.
Santino. They are okay. Neptune.
Yep.
You said Santino was a first pick material here for Russia. It's been picked. The bands were Ignis and Oscar. Is it certain doom for Bigatron?
It looks like it. It looks like
Oh,
it.
no.
Because once you have
Oh,
that,
no.
once you have that Santino and Russia, he would be more deadlier compared to what we've seen them in the previous round.
Because he has mobility now.
Yeah, I mean, he can get away from shots. He would be the target of Joel, and that's one thing that he can take advantage of. Just get away from the crosshairs of Joel and find a different angle to go for the first knockdown.
Yeah. Now, alongside Santino, we've got Clue and Tetsuya. So you've got the front line there with the Tetsuya. You've got Clue to provide vision for the team, and also for Rasya if he wants to go for a side quest. For Bigatron, I do like that they added Chrono. We mentioned this after that first round. Chrono would have been a really nice addition to the lineup, as they do love to play aggressive. And I mean, they've gone for Zane again, so that does mean they kind of want to get into the face of EVOS. But seeing what EVOS have, I don't know if they're going to let them play in their face. So I now have a lot of concerns for Bigatron. Like, what last two picks would you go for that would sort of solve this issue?
Well, they already have strength. If they want to really get up close, then they can bring in a Cassie or a Coda just to get information. So they've already lost Clue. Yeah, they can do both as well, because they already lost Clue. So most of the counter that's being brought in once Clue is on the other team would be a Coda. And Tatsuya is already lost, so there's not so much of speed that can be done in terms of BTR. So no speed, at least settle with strength. So that's where the Chrono and Zane comes from, as well as the addition of Cassie if they opted to use it.
Okay, thoughts? I'm only mentioning this because I swear I've only seen it on the Indonesian teams. The Indonesian teams love Dimitri. Is there any way that we might see Dimitri picked up instead?
I doubt Dimitri is a viable option, and I doubt as well Dimitri is. Well, at least they have one for the sniper and then one for information, because there's no more Santino, there's no more Clue. Iris is. I think they felt that Iris didn't do that much for them as well from the previous round. So why not Skylar? Glue wall was the problem for them.
Yes.
And this is the solution. The only problem with that, or the only thing that they can use apart from the Skylar, would be the Oscar, but they opted to ban it because they might lose it later on for Evo's Vine.
Yeah. I think it was just really the safer option. Just don't let Oscar through. It just does too much. But he must pick up the Iris, so Rassia's playing Iris? Or do you think he's guaranteed Santino? Because technically there are 3 Razia. So Razia plays 3 of these characters. I've seen him on Iris, I've seen him on Clue, and Santino.
All right, this is quite interesting though. I mean, on how they're using this. Most of the time, it's Santino. So I am putting my, I'm putting my, I won't say that word, but I'm putting my prediction on Razia and Santino. But who would be on the Iris though? But
Ray?
As a sniper, you should be on Iris.
Yeah, so Ray played Ignis last round, and we had Aim God on the Homer. Coachio 100% Tatsuya, right? Like, there's no questions. Yeah, so Coachio on Tatsuya, leaving Ray and Aim God. I think I'm leaning towards Aim God on the Iris and Ray on the Clue.
Clue for Ray. All right. Here's the list of what Razia has put in. All right.
So Razia is on the Iris, not on the Santino.
Okay. Santino, Aim God. I'm not sure what the approach is for Aim God, but I know he is like mostly in the front line. So it's either just to keep him safe, himself safe. He can put that shape splitter behind, and then he rush in the moment he gets hit, or he identifies the trouble and he triggers it so that they will switch. And it's more of an exit strategy at this point for Aim God.
I think I'm definitely on board with the exit strategy, because in the first couple of weeks when Santino did slip through, the popular play style is essentially Santino going for those very big side quests, like very long side quests, to try and cut into their opponent's backline. And you already know for Bigatron, Kyung and Deeks, they will 100% be in the front lines. No questions asked. They will not be watching the sidelines. That leaves Koja and Joel to be potential targets here for Aim God. And obviously, if you can get rid of Joel, that's great, because you don't need to deal with you don't have to worry about your blue walls being melted. Yeah. But then again, getting rid of Koja, I feel, is also important too, because you remove that element of vision, the Aurora vision there from Bigatron, and then essentially they're playing blind.
Yeah, I'll see though. I mean, I gave my point already on BTR's use of Aurora Vision, and most of the time it's being used against them. So let's see if they can use this for them, because it's tough though. You have the capability of getting that information, but it's like the timing that's being used. That is what's crucial, because it does have an expiration, and your opponents knows that as well. So once that expires, that's the only time that they will move. And even the Aurora Vision has its counter, so it would only see those who are. I mean, it only detects those, or doesn't detect those who are crouching as well as are on prone. So if you know the Aurora Vision has been popped, then all you have to do is crouch, go in prone, and stop for a few seconds. And you're still in a safe spot.
Yeah. All right. So we are getting ready to start here, ladies and gentlemen. So everyone in the chat, let us know who you think is going to be taking round number 2. Do you think it's going to be Bigatron? They'll pull it to a game number 3. Or do you think it's going to be a 2-0 victory for EVOS? And I think we kind of have to throw our predictions into the pool as well here, Neptune. What are you kind of thinking? Do you think it's going to be a 2-1, or are we going to be looking at 2-2 for EVOS?
Well, since I have a little question of how EVOS is playing with their picks, I'm seeing this as a Bigatron. And hopefully whatever happened earlier on that coda would be fixed. They still have that sane, so there's still viability. They're not going for speed anymore. It's more of timing all those close range engagement. And then once all those blue walls are already up, just use that Riptide Rhythm and you're free to go for on a rampage with that Zane as well as that Chrono. So it seems like BTR has a stronger approach this time around this game.
Yeah. Okay, I think I gotta play devil's advocate here. as much as I want Bigatron to bring it to a game 3, just off of that first round from Esports and just seeing that, okay, yeah, I think just from a technical standpoint, this lineup that they're running for this game is quite difficult. They need to be very precise with execution.
Yeah.
But if there's a team that's very precise with execution, it's EVOS Divine. So I'm kind of thinking it's gonna be a 2-0. But if you want a game 3, you gotta join the Neptune team here. You gotta hope that there's gonna be a Bigatron victory. But we are ready for our pistol round here, folks. So let's hop into it. Game number 2 between Bigatron and EVOS.
Yeah, well, let's see though if this is something that they can pull off for Bigatron. There's a lot of hopes, especially with the skills that they have right now. And you can see the slowdown from BTR because they don't have that Tatsuya anymore. There's really no, well, not only no need to go for a quick rush, but there's little means to quickly rush against EVOS Divine. But Elevation would be their downfall. But BTR right now, Aim God was able to go for backstab against Joel when they are planning to go against Russia on a 2-man push. And Russia is also bringing them down with that M500. And I guess this plan is failing for BTR. Only Kyung remains against 3 players of EVOS Divine.
Yeah, has been outnumbered here, and that's going to be it. The pistol round is going to go in favor of EVOS. So, beautiful sandwich maneuver coming in from EVOS Divine. But Rust, you're playing a really big role here, getting that first initial knock. Bigatron just being a little bit lost in that moment as well, because they also had to deal with Aim God in the backside. So, positioning in the pistol rounds is incredibly important, and EVOS, they just give us a masterclass in how you want to dominate those first rounds. So 1 point already on the board here for EVOS Divine. Bigatron, they've got some catching up to do, but it's up against EVOS Divine. So this hill, it's still going up.
Yep. I got a glimpse of passive coming from Razia as well. But before we go there goes the first knockdown against Kyung. Razia right now, Kingfisher in hand, goes in for that spray and Cold Shield as well. But the time turner is working against them, or I take that back. It is working for them because they are just stuck in one corner. But going back to my point, Razia not only has the usual standard passive build for Sniper, but also has that Chrono on him. So he still have that defense breaker working for him, and it's more aggressive, or is more buffed up at this point in terms of armor, in terms of how he can protect himself. So I guess Razia has a plan to get up close in battle with this passive as well.
And well, it makes sense, right? Because you already know that Bigatron, they just want to keep running at you. So just kind of crazy to see that EVOS, they're really matching the energy set by Bigatron. And Kyung, he's not going to be too happy because he is right in the middle of EVOS. But EVOS, they lost Russia and Ray right off the bat.
Yeah, well, that is what they need right now. And let's see if they'll be able to pull this off. 2 MP5 coming from BTR. And the fire rate of this weapon is what's bringing it for this fight to go favoring Bigatron, and even Kyung to elimination with that Mag 7. And there you have it. BTR managed to get 1 point. Now, let's see though if they can take advantage of this and make a steamroll against them, because looking at their active skills, they're already beefed up against EVOS, but it's not working that well for EVOS Divine at that point, or for that previous round, but they did manage to win the pistol as well as the following round.
Yeah, so now if you're EVOS, you want to try and widen that gap before Bigatron. They earn too many resources to potentially set themselves up with some better equipment. So it might have to be round number 4 here for EVOS to try and widen that gap. But interesting play now from Bigatron. They're the ones playing a little bit more slowly than EVOS. So
yeah,
you can really tell everyone's trying to figure out where everyone is and who they want to prioritize first.
Yeah, we did ask that from Bigatron. Slow it down, play with timing, and I guess with that one round, they're playing it with the timing well. And I got a glimpse of the replay earlier as well, wherein that Santino was just waited on for that switch, and that's when the knockdown happened against Aim God. So if they can play with the skills or time the skills properly, BTR has a better chance to really win the game against Evo Divine.
Okay, Bigatron, they're trying to play on that lower level because they're afraid if they go up high that they were going to be sniped by Rastia, but Joel, he's managed to get the catch onto Rastia first, and Ray also hits the ground. That's going to be 2 versus 2. Now it's down to 1 player on the side of Evos. It's just Coachil up against the rest of Bigatron. Unfortunately, he's just not enough. And the round is going to go in favor of Bigatron, so the series is now tied 2-2. And we're basically on for a bit of a point reset here for both of those teams. But beautiful wrap around there from Bigatron. The moment they got that initial knock, they made the call to go. And the issue here with EVOS Divine, we said this before, they're running a very technically difficult lineup. If anything collapses, their house of cards drops.
Yeah, I mean, this is one thing that really surprised me. Wherein a lot of teams has been using that Kelly, and we know how it is. The Kelly is that dash that Kelly has increase your sprinting speed. So, despite of them not really using active skills to be quick enough, but at least in passive, they're still trying to take over. They're still trying to make it work so that they can reposition themselves a little bit quicker for Bigatron Esports. So let's see though if this is something that would work. It did work in the previous round. We're seeing great improvements from BTR, but Evo Divine, well, let's see if this is something that they can adjust with, as not so much of challenge is being done by Evos.
Yeah. Look, Bigatron, they're making the comeback happen, but unfortunately, the points between the two teams are tied. I think the moment we see Bigatron start to pull away from EVOS in points, I think that's when we can safely say that they may have started to figure EVOS out. Maybe EVOS themselves could be feeling a little bit shaken too, because they do have a very, very interesting lineup. I mean, they got their hands on the Santino, but they decided to go for Aim God Santino, which... I mean, okay, thoughts on Aim God Santino so far? Because he has pulled off a couple of interesting plays. Are you kind of agreeing with the choice of Aim God Santino for this particular matchup? Because I can see him still fulfilling his role, but I kind of feel like he picked such a specialized character that is really there to just eliminate anyone within sight, that the team is missing a little bit of that frontline buffer.
Well, let's see. I mean, Aim God Santino, though he's not strong in terms of active skill, but he is making it up with that Cairo. So Cairo's again that defense breaker plus the forward that heals you up a little bit once you get hit, and that part alone, that passive skill combination alone, would help you be in the front line. Santino though, quick escape or quick reposition if needed to. That is something that he can take advantage as well with that shape splitter. And then he also have that Nikita as a passive skill that increase the fire rate. So I guess what Aim God is planning right now is not more on just the active skill department, but it's more of using that active skill just to get through the defenses of BTR.
Alright folks, I believe we are almost done with sorting out our technical issue. Thank you again all for being so patient whilst we do try to fix these problems so that we do have an even battleground. But if you haven't already folks, let us know in the comments, do you think Bigatron is going to be able to take this round and bring us to a game number 3? Or is EVOS Divine going to wrap things up 2-0 and have us end our first round of the day lickety split? Let us know in the comments. We'd love to hear what you guys have to say in the chat. So yeah, while we wait for this next matchup, I suppose, thoughts on the lineup execution by EVOS so far, Neptune? Like, do you feel like this lineup is sort of panning out the way that it should have?
I believe so. I believe it is working for EVOS Evos, but they still need a little bit of tweaking in their approach, because from what BTR has pulled in, I think they saw the flaw in it, but BTR is just like working with the strengths. You've seen the timing on how BTR is like going forward and using those time turners as well as the Aurora Vision, even that Riptide Rhythm. And that's where Russia faltered in round number 3, and it just snowballed against them. Despite of Russia getting 4 eliminations already, he was in too deep into that fight. He was in too deep into that engagement, and he's the first one to go down. Thus, that also happens for the rest of the team of Evo's Vibe.
Yeah. So, I mean, it sounds like it's an issue that you can just fix positionally, right? You just don't really force your sniper to be so out in the open while trying to snipe. I mean, to be fair to Russia as well, so clearly he's got a limit set in mind as to how far he feels like he can step forward. But I do believe we are getting confirmation here, so we are ready to jump back into the game here, folks. So thank you again for being patient. We're just ready to jump into our next round. But we are currently tied, so we are 2-2. Yeah? 2-2.
Yep. 2-2 at this point, and this is something that I'm worried as well, because Biggitron has advantage already. I'm pretty sure it's not anyone's fault, because we've seen this from the beginning even up until this moment. And like, once there's slowdown, despite of you winning all those fights, it might affect your momentum. And we've seen that happen not just for today, but also on the previous day. So if Biggitron has that momentum built already and they lost it or drop it somehow, it might affect their gameplay in the upcoming matches. So hopefully that's not the case, though. That's my assumption. That's just my assumption at this point. And as long as BTR has great mental fortitude, they might be able to avoid that.
Yeah, I could see that happening. We do sometimes see these teams get a little bit shaken if they lose rounds or even games that they feel like they shouldn't have lost. So game 5, we're going to jump into the game right now, folks, and let's find out if Biggitron is going to be able to be the ones to capitalize on the round and take that gap. And already a smoke screen set on the ground. Kyung and Kochil going to be the ones in that central area, and Kyung already taking a bullet to the back of his head. Ray, though, is going to be taking damage. Kyung, in the meantime, though, for Biggitron, first player to be taken down thanks to Kochil. So already 3 versus 3. Rastia and Ray just been caught. Oh no! This is huge for Evos. It's going to come down to Kochil and Aim God to bring this game away. They're going to slow it down a little bit. Kochil healing himself back up. He's going to need all the health he can get.
Oh, time turner. Perfect timing for Dix at this point. Just not to be shot by Kochil. But M1887, and it only needs 1 shot to bring him down. Now Koja will try to go for the pick up, but fire rate for the MP5 would work for them. And the score would be going to Biggitron at this point. And I thought Evos had that in the bag. It just so happened that with the weapon that they managed to pick up, especially with an airdrop, Goja managed to one-up against Evo Zipline. But despite of, or even if they lose that, there's still Joel, who will be alive, that can help them out.
All right, Biggitron, they've managed to put themselves a point ahead of Evos Divine. Can they continue to take that lead? Because Aim God already down to half health. Oh my goodness. You kind of don't want to start the round like that. But we've got Coach Shiel and Kyung, again, sights set on one another as they try and figure out how they want to try and approach this. The snipers, though, watching from the wings, waiting for their turn. Deeks, though, almost going down to 1 shot. Ray, though, in the meantime, though, has been caught by Koja.
Now let's see. Only Joel and Dix remaining, and Dix still has that level to be MP5. Nade onto Coach Hill, but it will not hit. M590 right now.
Ooh.
Barely making it. And now even Coach Hill would be taken down. But the pickup is a little bit too late though, and it can't be done. And Dix right now in the front lane. Bait and switch, and Joel against Rastia, showing that the pressure is on for Evo Divine.
Beautiful tag team there by Biggitron as well. Another point to add to the board, widening that gap between our 2 teams. And now all of a sudden, Evos, they're the ones that's going to be in the back seat here, because they now need to figure out a way to sort of fix their issue now, because we're starting to see a couple of really great snipes coming in from Biggitron. I feel like Joel has played such a big role in like starting those opening fights for his team, because he gets someone down and all of a sudden the green light is set and everyone decides that they want to sort of get in there and start fighting. So if they can keep this up, they will absolutely be able to take the round in 2 more wins. But EVOS, lots of catching up to do, with both of our rushers, Kyung and Kochil, starting things up in that central area of the map.
I mean, I think Aim God is doing so much in this fight, but it's really the downfall of Ray that is bringing the team down. I mean, like, we're already in the 7th round, 0 elimination, and I know the plan is to try as much to get like damage onto BTR, but Aim God would be the first one to go. The same goes with Kochil, and this is where Rasia and Ray, the combination, needs to be up. But Ray's a little bit too far though. Still have that VSK in hand, but no angle to take even against Joel.
Oh, Ray trying to go for a knock. He gets it though. He gets Joel. That's the sniper of the team gone. Ray though does get picked up there by Kyung. Beautiful shot from the rooftop, leaving the Wonder Kid up against 3 out of 4 Bigatron's players. And that blue zone is starting to move. So Rasia, he's going to have to try and make some game-winning plays here. Some game-winning headshots. He's trying to buy time with the blue. But he's going to start losing his health if he just stays here. Going to try and hide with the quarter, but I don't think Rasia's going to be able to achieve much here. And there we go. Deeks clips him with the bullet.
Yeah, I mean, Rasia was stuck in there. Despite of him moving and being safe, you have very limited in terms of meds. And there's not so much that you can do if you've received so much of damage and it's still being weighted on by multiple opponents coming from BTR. So I guess my prediction is working quite well. How strong BTR is coming in this time around with their active skill, as well as the timing. They're taking advantage against Evo's Divine. Just take out Ray first, deal with Aim God, and then later on, if Rasia is in the open, especially they are focusing on reviving their teammates, that's where Rasia mostly falter.
Yep, it's match point as well here, folks. So Bigatron, if they win this, we are going to a game number 3. So EVOS, if there's a round to win, it's going to have to be this one and the next consecutive rounds. Rasia, though, catching out Deeks already, opening things up for the team. So first blood in favor of EVOS.
Yeah, first blood. Let's see, though, if this can be countered by Kochil. No! Koja and Kyung simultaneous elimination, and it seems like EVOS is still in the same role, up close and personal. Joe Wheel with that AWM. This is what I'm talking about. This is how a sniper should work. It's not just from long range, even up close you can use that sniper into the fight, or bring that sniper into the fight. 1v3 situation, and Aim God, I don't think there's so much that you can do with M590, and also being pinched. Nades after nades, and Joel. Let's see if he can do it once again with an AWM. And nope, he was denied by Kyung, but BTR managed to get 1 point against Evo's Divine.
Look at the taunt as well. Bigatron picking it back, taking the round. And that means we're getting a game 3 here, folks. So things are starting to get a little bit spicy here. No wonder I'm seeing a 2-0 here from EVOS. They have to win the next round. And not only do they have to win the next round, draft. They gotta fix their draft, because that lineup, okay, as fun as it was to watch, as fun as it was to see, a lot of problems. A lot of problems that they gotta have to fix.
I don't know if it's BTR that they're trying to throw off, or us casters, or the viewers
Maybe
as
us.
well. Because imagine, like, you have 3 potential sniper active skill, and you only have 1 sniper. So we've seen was it Ray, who also wear that DSK, trying to snipe out in Museum, if I'm not mistaken, but it didn't work that well. And I guess, like, what we expect is EVOS to be a little bit more aggressive with Rasia, but not defensive or not passive with Rasia. That's what they attempted in that second round.
Yeah. Hang on. Let me have a look at the previous draft here for EVOS. We do have our MVP though, Kyung. Going to be securing the MVP role for the team, and I think Kyung, he moved mountains in that last game. He had the job of running in and setting things up for the team. And there were a lot of times that we saw him run in and just create space for Joel to come in to get a quick snipe, to have Koja come in and support him, provide that vision so Kyung could be the ones to also grab the eliminations. Just really kudos to Bigatron for taking that previous round. But sorry, back to EVOS. So I do have a little bit of data for last week's matches for EVOS, because the reason why I kind of want to bring this up was Ray, and I'm really glad that you kind of brought up Ray's performance in that last game, because he just felt absolutely off. And so far for Clash Squad, he's been the dedicated vision provider for the team, right? So he's always there playing the utility characters to basically set up for Rastia and his teammates. But it's pretty interesting because for all the data that I have, he very rarely plays Clue. If anything, it's actually Rastia to be the Clue player for the team. So I kind of wondered, like, in that situation, I kind of wonder, like, what was the thought process of actually putting him on the Clue? Like, was this to just take away a vision option from Bigatron? Because, like, in games where you're drafting characters and abilities, there is such a thing as deny picking, where you pick a character because you don't want your opponents to have it. And sometimes you have to be very flexible and sort of play the character in a position that you don't normally play it. In this case, technically, Ray did his job, but I do feel like we could absolutely see, like, he struggles in that previous round to really achieve much for the team.
Right. Yeah, for active skill, I do believe that that's a downfall of going in for the denial of those, like, for it going for the hands of BTR, or just forcing them to go for the coda, because they understand, EVOs understand how that coda works or how they use it against BTR for the first round. But Clue, if that was a plan for Ray, regardless of which skill, whether it's Clue, whether it's whatever, whether even it's Chrono, just forget it. Just play for your strengths, because there's only little that you can do with a Clue. You can get general information on where your team or your opponents are positioned, but there's not so much you can do about it. So just either forget it or just use it for the sake of using it. Because we know that Ray can bring in the numbers even with different active skill, but it didn't show that time.
Okay, I love this switcheroo. So Santino is going to go in favor of Bigatron this time because they managed to get first pick. But the next two picks, I love this from EVOS. They've stolen Chrono and Zane away. Two picks that have really worked in favor of Bigatron for our previous rounds. Now, the thing is, how does Bigatron respond to this? Because they're now not really able to play the same style that they did in that last round, right? They've got access to Santino, which, do you think it's going to be a Joel Santino? Or do you think it might be someone else piloting the Santino for Bigatron?
I haven't seen Joel though on a Santino, and I don't think we have I don't think we have a switch, because Koja managed to pull a Santino from I can't remember which match it is, but did win. That was a 100% win rate with that Santino for Koja. So if that's something that he can pull off, then why not?
Yeah. Alright, so Santino, Koja, Skylar going up against what is probably going to be the Clue, Homer, Chrono, and Zane. I mean, this is definitely a little bit more classic EVOS, but I feel like they've got a little bit of extra kick in this lineup, because not only do you have great sniping options, but they have great frontline options. And just looking at what we have on Bigatron, I don't feel like they have the best answers to deal with the Chrono and a Zane running at them. Is there any last picks that you kind of want to go for that might be able to take it, I suppose?
That Suya would be the most viable.
Feels like the only one left.
Because once you have that time turner, it's either you get in to make those hits, or you get away from Zane. Once that extreme encounter has been triggered, you need to go far away to keep your distance away from that Zane. So that would be the most viable for BTR. And I'm trying to check on their active combination because of that Skylar, it's throwing me off right now because they barely use it. Though it's a 100% win rate this time around, and that was just previous game. But what other factors, what other active pair can they pull away, especially with the Chrono that's not part of them? The only thing Steffi?
So, really? This is locked in.
All right. Interesting.
Okay. So EVOS, I think we all agree EVOS makes sense. You got your front, you got your back, you got your damage, and you got vision. Bigatron? Tell us, Bigatron, what is the plan? Because like I'm just looking at the lineup, and it doesn't make a lot of sense for me, but I don't know about you, Neptune.
What I'm seeing right now is you have Skylar, basically Joel, and then Koja on the Santino. Coda would still remain, I think, on. No, Koja is a Coda user, so I don't know now who's going to use that Coda, but that's 2 in the front, 2 in the back, and those snipers in the back would not be up close, would not be together. I believe they would spread out, angle against Rasia. And then while you're in the mid lane with that Steffi, you won't receive any damage from the throwables or from that Homer. So you're still safe. And then you get information with that Coda. Only one, that's one of the only plan that I'm seeing right now that would work for this lineup.
Okay, so the finalized lineups for both teams. We have Koja on the Santino, Kyung on the Coda, Joel playing the Skylar, and Deeks is going to be playing the Steffi for Bigatron. On the side of EVOS, we have Rasia on the Clue, Ray on the Homer, Coachil on the Chrono, and Ingod on the Zane. So those are the lineups. I'm trying to justify what Bigatron are picking. Like, obviously they have a plan in their mind, right? No questions asked. They have a plan. But the role for Steffi here is Deeks running in with Kyung? Like, are we going to be seeing a tag team, like a 1-1-2, where Joel on the Skylar sniping, Kyung and Deeks together in the front lines, and then you have Koja who can either go for a side quest or he can provide support fire with Kyung and Deeks. Like, that's what I'm kind of getting, just seeing the player allocations. Am I kind of going in the right direction here, or do you think it might be a bit different in terms of execution?
No, it looks like it. It looks like it because the only viable approach is for that Kyung and Dix combination, either the mid line or the front line. Because Koja, as much as I want to say that Koja has potential to go for a rush or probably a flank, as you term it, a side quest, then that Santino will be able to pull it off. You can reposition out of the vision of Evo's Divine, but what follows then? What follows after repositioning? Because you need a little bit of backup. So it's either they go for a 2-2 split, a 1-2 split, where in still that Coda and Steffi is still in the front line in the middle, or a viable 2-2 to 3-1. If like 2-2, because you have Coda, Steffi in front, Skylar, Santino behind, switch instantaneously to a 3-1 because of that shape splitter, and it needs to be timed perfectly. Because when I say timing is, if in case you're in disadvantage in terms of numbers, then you trigger that shape splitter. Or if you have a chance to take down one opponent as quickly as that, then trigger that. So 2 winning conditions in the battle against Evo's Divine, but you're dealing with a time turner. You're dealing with extreme encounter with that Corona and Zane. So, and mostly they're on the front lines. So it's still a tough contender, and it's still difficult to beat.
am absolutely surprised that Bigatron are bringing in Steffi in their Game 3 set against EVOS, but clearly they had something in mind. Because the original plan we had was Tatsuya, right? It just makes sense. You got the Tatsuya who has access to the dash that can dance around that time turner, but aside from that, the Steffi pick just really throwing us off. Maybe that's the plan for Bigatron. They say, okay, we're going to pick the Steffi, we're just going to confuse EVOS.
Alright, or just confuse...
It will take too long to get the strat.
Or just confuse the casters.
Oh my gosh. Alright, so as we prepare for game number 3 here, folks, let us know in the comments, in the chat, who do you think is going to win? Is it going to be Bigatron with the last pick Steffi, or is it going to be EVOS? Because it could really go either way, honestly, with these drafts.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we can put in a lot of assumptions on how they're going to play it out, but there's very little leeway for mistakes at that point. I mean, that's just something that needs to be perfectly done. And for Bigatron, we've seen those mistakes happening. It's more of the timing. So let's see now if this is something that they can pull off. Because right now, game number 3 between Bigatron by Vitality going against Evo Divine is on in Kalahari.
It's Kalahari. It's the pistol round, so it could be a bit of a 50-50 split. It could come down to actives as well. It just depends on who's going to see who first. And right now, Koja is going to be the one to take the majority of the damage for the round. Still hanging around in the meantime, though. But Ray, he's going to fall into a fight with Koja, who actually comes back in. And Ray gets first blood. Already setting his team to have a numbers advantage. And as you can see, Coach Shield follows through, getting rid of Joel, the sniper, down for Bigatron.
Yeah, I mean, no damage onto Evo Divine other than HP coming from Ray, but they're still in a good position, and Ray is still at it, going in for the flank. Now, Dex being hit, USP2 from both hands, and this is the trouble though. Just push Dex as well as Kyong onto the open for Rasya to deal with. Even Kochil managed to land in the blow, and now first point goes to Evo Divine.
Really, really smooth round there for EVOS Divine. I think they just approached the round very beautifully, very methodically. They went for the weakest target first, which was Koja, who took the majority of the damage and was finished off there. So Santino out of the pool. And then the follow-through damage there from EVOS, just cutting Bigatron piece by piece so cleanly. That was just the pistol round, okay? So I don't really think the pistol round is really the first round. It is now. Now we are playing the real game. The first round was just a warm-up for both teams. But positioning, we got Deeks leading the charge there for Bigatron, and we got Joel and Koja on the side there. Joel to provide cover fire, but you can see Koja trying to go for his side quest as he has separated from the team. But he's got to be careful though, because Ray has already spotted him. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult for the Santino to really try and go for that little sneak attack. Yeah,
let's see though. I mean, Ray managed to see one of the players from BTR, and Rasya is just following through. In terms of range, that VSS doesn't have that much, but the backstab coming from Kochil with a USP2 would be deadly. Not sure if there will be a pickup that will be done. It seems like Kochil is trying to deal with Kyong right now. Pistols against pistols, but you know how it is. The double revolver will be stronger, but Kochil says no. Koja would also be going down.
What? Oh my gosh, Kochil is a monster this round. Oh my goodness. What a crazy round there for him. Just to grab all of the eliminations, Neptune. All of them, you say. They're all mine. Every single one is mine. Oh man, what a round for Kochil.
Yeah, I mean, surprisingly, he's the only one that has a USP. He's still stuck on the pistol round, while Rasya has an AN94, Ray has a VSS, even Aim God has a better weapon than Kochil, and Kochil is the one who managed to get 3 elimination in that game. So, well, let's see now if we can continue this on. Still have a pistol, but this time going for Deagle, and Rasya putting in damage against Kyong, who has a P90, but here comes Kochil, AN94. A little bit deadly though, but let's see if close and personal if it will work.
Rasya Oh, Kyung's been picked up on the sideline, but Rasya really wants Joel, looking to break that blue wall. Coachella is there to provide cover fire here, but he's going to be taken out there by Dix. So Coachella, Dix, Joel, Kyung, and Joel on the ground, leaving Koja as the lone survivor for the team. But for EVOS, the entire roster is there. They even get the pick up there onto Coachella. What a clean round for EVOS.
Yeah,
Oh, Bigatron. They are suffering these first 3 rounds.
that side gameplay up close and personal has been a detriment for anyone who's going against like the team who stepped into the airdrop first. And that's one thing. Prioritization of objective, whether it's a normal airdrop or a cyber airdrop, there's still objectives that is needed to be that needs to be captured first in this game. So let's see though if this is something that Bigatron can bring in. As you can see, one cyber airdrop already captured by EVOS Divine. That was the winning condition for them as well, because it gives them more in terms of weapon as well as coins. But for BTR right now, they need to slow the pace down. They have the weapon to do so. They have the active skill to work with, but it's more of the timing that's not working for them.
Oh man, Joel going to be taken up by Coachil on the sidelines. They tried to go for the knock there onto Rasya. Rain Rasya hit the ground, but Kyung's also going to be hitting the ground too. So we are now down to a 2 versus 2 here. Neptune Dix fighting up against Aim God. Glue Wall going to be set up so both players can reset. But now, Koja, again, trying to focus down Aim God. I have to say, Aim God, he has been so difficult to take down. And now it's just going to be Dix all alone. And there's only so much you can do as a lone player for the team. Another round for EVOS Divine. 4 rounds back to back.
Yeah, Aim God, I mean, despite of not getting so much elimination from Aim God, he has been a distraction for BTR. He's the one putting in so much pressure as well as making so much noise, giving an opening for Ray, Rasya, and Coachil. And especially Coachil with 8 elimination already in this game. But I love the switch around in terms of roles. I think this is a role thing because earlier it was Ray being that distraction. Now it's Aim God. And because Aim God is a little bit more beefier with that saying, he can do so without like risking a lot. And this is working quite well for EVOS Divine. And we are not seeing any response from Bigatron at this point. And there's little use of that Santino being put into a better play for them, but there you go. 3 players make that 4 players instantaneously being taken down. And there goes match point as well, going to EVOS Divine.
It hadn't even been a whole minute and the round just ends. Oh my gosh. I mean, EVOS, I feel like after that previous round, they're just saying, all right, guys, I think we just take it 6-0. We just take it 6-0. We just guarantee our spot. No freebies for Bigatron anymore. And I don't know if Bigatron are going to be able to do it. They have to win 6 games back to back if they want to take this entire round for EVOS Divine. And so far, with just what we have seen, it just doesn't seem like that's going to be a reality for them. Because we already saw Kyung losing so much health. It wasn't even able to leave the compound. And you can see EVOS, they say, we want to take this match. We're going to bring the fight to you. We hope you're ready for this.
Yeah, let's see now. I mean, Coach Hill already in the front lines. Joe will be taken down. Coming from F590. And here comes Aim God on a 1v1. And Dix will be taken down. Koja and Kyung remains. Both have a shotgun, but as well as the opponent, and Rasya, the only remaining VSS in hand, who needs to deal with 2 players. This might be it. A chance for BTR to make a comeback, and they grab their first point and still maintaining all 4 players. So they will have the resources, they will have the cash as well, and even some of those that they have taken from EVOS Divine. So this is a good roll, and you did mention it, they need 6 back-to-back games to win the series.
Okay, we got the first point on the board here, ladies and gentlemen. 5 more rounds to go, Bigatron fans. You better be sending your team energy because they're giving us signs of life. You gotta keep up with the heart. I forgot it. What happens when your heart stops? Keep pressing the chest. Keep pressing the chest.
CPR.
Yes, there we go. CPR for Bigatron.
Let's see though. Koja received damage, but for consolation, it brings Aim Gun and Ray down. Rasia goes down as well. Royale will be eliminated. BTR, hopefully this part of the script, going down after 5 and bringing it back. And I love the angle being taken by Royale. And despite him having only a few HP, still steps in and deal with another one. Such confidence coming from the sniper of Bigatron.
I know it's a little bit too early to say, but I'm very sure there are some EVOS fans now suddenly clutching their pearls saying, wait a minute, this isn't fair, what is going on? We have somehow went from 0-5 to 2-5, and this Bigatron train is not going to stop. EVOS need to find a solution to stop this aggression, because every round Bigatron win, they're going to get stronger, they're going to have access to more weapons. They just have to win one round, and I'm so fearful here for EVOS, because all it takes is for another mistake for this game to continue to snowball down the hill, and all of a sudden Royale is on the ground. They do manage to find Kyung as well, so we are now back to a 3 versus 3, but it's still not looking good here.
Yeah, I mean, good trade. And Ray receiving a lot of damage as well as Dick. So, and there's one thing about Mammoth. There's a lot of angle to take. Joel being taken out by Rasia, still on that AWM. And Aim Gun right now, a little bit too close, but not so much of HP to deal with. Thus, he will be going down from the hands of Koja. 1v2 situation, but Ray falls down, and it is quickly being put into a 1v1 with a pickup be done onto Ray as well as onto the other side. So 2v2 will be happening. The only question is, who has a better weapon?
Ray!
Ice grenade being thrown into Ray. And this would be the time for BTR to be able to recover. But Ray says, no, I can bring you down. Only Dix needs to be dealt with. And not so much of healing can be done. And Evo's taking this series.
Oh, I was getting worried. We saw 2 rounds back to back, but all of a sudden EVOS looked like they were getting crushed. Look at EVOS. Just reassuring their fans. It's okay, guys. We got this under control. Booyah to EVOS Divine. They take the round 2-6. They're all good, okay? Nothing to see here, folks. Just another day in the office for EVOS Divine fans. But woo, Bigatron. I mean, they turned up the heat in the kitchen. I don't know if we could have tolerated it anymore. So maybe it's a good thing that it didn't continue to go. But I have to say, those last 2 rounds before that final round, very interesting. A lot of people thinking, oh, wait a minute, is there an opportunity for the comeback to happen? The team, they almost made the correct adaptations. It was just, unfortunately, at Mammoth, a bit too wonky maybe of an area to fight, because I think I've noticed this in past matches, especially if it's at Mammoth. Fighting on Mammoth is notoriously difficult. You have to worry about the verticals, and there's not really an easy way to actually leave either the spine of the Mammoth or even the cliff side. You actually really need to be worried about your positioning, because if you're stuck on one of the high ground areas, there's a good chance if you're going to get picked off before you get low ground. So yeah, I was kind of hoping that we're going to get a Bigatron win there so we can continue on with this potential story. But I think EVOS, they played that particular section of Kalahari better. I think they really handled the extra elevation really well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I guess especially the initial frag being brought in by Rasia on that sniper. That's the most crucial. So once you get that initial elimination, it just snowballs, because it's that specific part of the map is quite big. I know it's quite similar in terms of sizes, but it's open. I guess that's the right term. It's open, and there's so many positions that you can take, and one wrong move can either spell you being stuck or you falling down. And we've seen that from Ray as well. It's a good thing that Rasia is still available to go for a pickup that made it on a 2v2 on that final moment. But even at 2v2, it's more of the timing, because EVOS Divine is already in the middle, while Bigatron is on the edge, and they're the ones moving in against EVOS Divine. So there's little to no chance really for BTR to survive that in that final seconds, final moment of that match. But as we look at the scoreboard, 6-2, there looks like there was hope. If it came early, I think it might happen for BTR to go and and go down the line 6-5 in this game. But I think it was a little too late for BTR, and Evos just took advantage.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with that. Just there are definitely times where being a late bloomer can work in your favor. But apparently in this particular matchup, you know, the scoreline is 2-6, 6-2, 2-6. So I don't know if this was a trend or if this was a pattern, but we do have a very interesting scoreline for both of our teams. But as you can obviously see there for EVOS fans, they do win this set 2-1. It's not a clean 2-0, but a win's a win, okay? It doesn't matter how you win, as long as you win. That is all that counts. So that is already our first set out of the way, folks, but we still have 5 more rounds to go. We're just getting started.
Yeah, definitely. And we're also going to hear a few words coming from the winning team right now, as well. There's no other region to go to because both of them are coming from Indonesia. So we're going to see Conchita Caroline. The only question is which among the players of EVOS Divine would be interviewed. And I'm going for the Wonder Kid, and I want
Rasya,
yeah, Rasya. I want to hear as well the mindset in game number 2, that active skill. I sure hope that Conchita Caroline was able to take it out, and let's see now if that would be asked and answered as well. So we're going to bring it over to Indonesia right now, to Conchita Caroline. So let's take it there.
All right. Thank you, Caster. Survivors, welcome to Indonesia's interview session. And I'm here with Ray from EVOS Divine, who just won the match against Bigatron by Vitality. All right, what a game indeed. Super intense. That was crazy. How does it feel to finally win against Bigatron by Vitality? Kalau kita lihat, gila, itu kan tadi intens banget ya, ketat banget. Ada beberapa technical difficulties juga. Tapi setelah akhirnya menang, gimana perasaannya, Ray?
Biasa aja sih. Soalnya lawannya Bigatron.
So for him, this is just another day. He doesn't feel that ecstatic because it's Bigatron by Vitality, and EVOS Divine do have a history of winning when it comes to going against Bigatron by Vitality. Gak ada rasa deg-degan sama sekali atau apa gitu. Tadi kan soalnya kita lihat sempat di-taunting juga tuh sama Koja, dan sempat ada teriak-teriak juga dari BTR yang mungkin sedikit memancing emosi kalian. Did you feel any nervousness? Because going back into the game, we saw how Koja and the other Bigatron by Vitality members were trying to rile you guys up. We're trying to, I don't know, taunt you a little. Does that affect you in the gameplay?
Kalau deg-degan sih ya pasti ada lah. Cuma kita coba buat nge-up lah di game ketiga. Apalagi kesel banget tadi game 2 dibilang Koja nggak main. Jadi aku coba buktiin di game ketiga.
Okay, so obviously the taunting did affect them a little. They feel a bit nervous, but going into the match 3, it just adds fuel to the fire, and they EVOS Divine feels like they need to do best, they need to do more, and that's exactly what they did. So yeah, thank you again, Bigatron by Vitality, for the taunting session. It actually helps EVOS Divine to perform well and to perform better. Last question, is there anything you'd like to say to the members of Bigatron by Vitality? Ada yang mau disampaikan ke para member atau player dari Bigatron by Vitality? What are you looking for?
Lagi nyariin Koja soalnya habis dikantongin kan tadi.
Where is Koja? Where is Koja? I'm looking for him because he was...
Mana ya si Koja?
Where exactly is Koja? Because they have just been defeated by EVOS Divine. All right, thank you so much, Ray. Congratulations once again. And of course, we're gonna have a bit of a break, survivors. So make sure you stay tuned with us only on Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025. Wow.
champion takes home $30,000, with $15,000 for second, $10,000 each for third and fourth, and $3,000 for the final MVP. Map pool, best of 3, Bermuda, Kalahari, Nexterra. Best of 5, at Purgatory and Solera to the fight. Ban pick system. A random draw decides which team bans and picks first. Ban phase. One team bans one active skill, then the other team does the same. Pick phase. First team picks one skill. Opponent picks 2. First team picks 2 more. Opponent picks 2. First team picks the final skill. Note that each player must use a different active skill. Ban pick order alternates across games, randomized if needed. Tournament timeline. Swiss stage, 28th August to 12th September. Double elimination, 18th to 19th September. Grand final, 4th October 2025. But how do teams get here? To qualify for Clash Squad mode, teams must place top 16 by the end of week 2 in Battle Royale knockout stage. Here's how it works. Each team plays against others with the same win-loss record. In round 1, all teams start at 0-0. They're randomly paired. Winners move to 1-0, losers drop to 0-1. From there, teams continue facing opponents with the same record. 1-0 versus 1-0. 0-1 versus 0-1. 2-0 versus 2-0, and so on. To advance, a team must get 3 wins before they lose 3 times. Lose 3 matches, you're eliminated from the Clash Squad mode. Matches continue round by round until exactly 8 teams reach 3 wins. Those 8 teams move on to the double elimination round. Double elimination format. Every team starts in the upper bracket. Lose once, drop to lower bracket. Lose twice, you're out. Through 3 intense rounds, winners rise, losers fall, until one team punches their ticket to the grand final. The other finalists will emerge from the semi-final bracket, and then it's all on the line. The last showdown decides the Clash Squad champion of Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall. This is where every skill, every pick, every round matters. Where legends aren't born.
Survivors, and welcome back to day 6 of Clash Squad here for the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Fall. We just wrapped up our first game and it was an Indonesian bloodbath between Bigatron as well as Evos Divine. And if you missed that matchup, sorry guys, spoiler alert, but Evos was able to take that series 2-1. So they will be moving on through the competition, but Bigatron, unfortunately not such a happy story. So that set is done and dusted, but Neptune, our next set, who are our big dogs playing next?
Yeah, it would be Virtus Pro going against Brim United. I'm pretty sure a lot of viewers out there is waiting for this to happen. I mean, it's Thailand going against Thailand, similar to what we've seen earlier, Indonesia versus Indonesia, but
and it's a rematch.
And it's a rematch, yeah, rematch as well. So I'm looking forward if there will be any adjustment that will be done by Virtus Pro, because Brim United, if they're not trolling around, I guess they might be able to win most of the games, if not all the games. But I don't know if that's something, especially the Kenta move. Not quite sure. They can or they can't from that game.
I'm pretty sure Wasana's probably taken the Kenta out of the playbook. Is like, sorry guys, I thought this was the new meta. Apparently this is probably not the best place to experiment with new active characters. So, I mean, if he does bring it out again, I mean, maybe the team is onto something, but it was the first time we'd ever seen Boyram play Kenta before, so maybe it worked in scrims. You know, sometimes it's like that. Some stuff works in scrims, and then you bring it into an actual competitive mode, and it kind of doesn't work out. So maybe that was the case with Kenta. Maybe we're going to see some more in the future. But for now, let's just assume that's probably not going to be the case. We're probably going to see some stock standard Clash Squad choices for this round. But as you can see, Bermuda, Nexterra, Kalahari is going to be the map order for this matchup. And I'm just going to double check here. So for game number 1, Boyram is going to be getting the first ban. And then game number 2, Virtus Pro is going to be getting first ban. So just some very interesting information for our viewers at home in case you're wondering who is going to be getting first picks.
Yeah, speaking of information as well, in this specific map, Virtus Pro has a better advantage because out of the 2 matches, they won both. For Boyram United, it's a 50% in this game. So let's see though if this is something that it can switch up, because BRU fans definitely are looking forward to their teams really perform, but Zane will be taken out not by VP but by BRU. So despite of Zane being one of the favorite for the side of Boyram United, it needs to be taken out, otherwise it will be used against them.
Wow, okay, interesting choice here. So Oscar and Zane ended up being the bans, which means Santino was still in the pool, but the first pick is actually Cassie for Boyram, which I'm not against either. I feel like if there's a team that can bring out the maximum potential of Cassie, it's Boyram. But this does leave Virtus Pro options if they want to pick up Santino as one of their next 2 picks, because they get second and third pick. But I'm also thinking here, if I'm Virtus Pro, would I want to deny a partner option for Cassie? And I know Chrono Cassie is notoriously difficult to deal with. So getting rid of the Chrono, very smart choice there for Virtus Pro. But that does leave other options for Cassie, which is, as you can see, Tatsuya going to be snapped up, and very likely Moshi's Clue there, because if I'm not mistaken, Moshi is generally the one piloting Clue for Boyram United Esports.
Yeah, and it looks like whether either it's Clue for Moshi or Clue for Jonah. That's also a viable pick for Jonah. But Coda and that Ignis. So it seems like, from what I'm seeing, Boyram United is going in from the usual build or the usual meta, and we are seeing a little bit of an orthodox gameplay coming from Virtus Pro, but it has great potential in the front line with that Ignis, because you can run in, despite of not having that much speed, you can still run in front, and vision would be impaired for Boyram United, and then they will also deal a little bit with damage. And the Stuffy though, so alright, so Jonah would be wearing that Stuffy, Moshi on the Clue, get high on the Cassie, and then Wasana on that Tatsuya. So pretty standard build. Steffi mostly in preparation for latter part of that round, wherein nades or throwables are already available to play.
Yeah, especially when you're going up against an Ignis, like you really need to have an extra layer of defense, because it's really tough playing the rounds if you're quite reliant on glue walls, but then you have such a great glue wall breaker in the Ignis. So I feel like Steffi, this kind of changes the way that Virtus Pro is going to have to play the game too. Like, they can't simply open with throwables. Like, they need to find a different entry point. And because they don't have the clue, they've got the coda, they have to be very, very precise with the information that they get when coda uses his active. I do like the Santino pick. I feel like the Santino is going to play a pretty critical role in trying to find Moshi, but then at the same time, Moshi's sort of hard counters a Santino, right? Because Santino wants to keep moving, but Clue wants you to stop.
Well, Expose with a Santino, great. Well, I do agree. I mean, the good chance to take out Moshi, because you only get information, but there's not really mobility at that point. So Expose on a Santino, Nameless on a Chrono, and then Diamond and a Coda, and Waranya as well as Ignis. So with Diamond and Nameless in front, mid, or joining the front line would be Ignis, would be Waranya, and then Exposé in the back line who can quickly reposition. So I'm seeing a quick 3-1 to 4 push coming from Virtus Pro. They can do that in most instances compared to Bremen United. Like in the front line, we have Wasana and Jonah. Get High would be in the mid, and then Moshi in the back, wherein there's less mobility coming from Moshi. So I think he would need a little bit of speed as well. Not quite sure if he can use that in the passive, because you can bring in a Kelly, but it gives out, or if takes away your potential Raphael, Moko, or Amaro, or whether you use an Otho as well. That's often used as snipers as passive skill.
Alright, so as our players get ready to jump into game number 1 here, folks, as usual, as tradition on the live stream, for everyone that is in the chat, let us know who you think is going to be taking game number 1. Is it going to be Virtus Pro, or is it going to be Royale United Esports? And I kind of feel like I know what the results are going to be. We have a lot of Royale United Esports fans in the chat, so we might get flooded a little bit, but hang in there, Virtus Pro fans, okay? We got a chance.
All right.
If we can take game number 1, that's a sign.
Well, I'm taking notes of the skills as well. I was expecting Get High to be on that Cassie, but it was Jonah right now who's using that. So a little bit of switcheroo in terms of role, I believe, and we've seen the potential of Get High in elimination department. So there's huge potential that he can be in the front line as well, together with Wasana and Jonah. But in terms of win rate, we seldom see this combination overall. I was expecting a usual combination from that Flute, Tatsuya, and Cassie, but that Steffi really threw me off.
I think it's throwing off a lot of teams, because like all of a sudden today we're just starting to see Steffi pop up. Like we literally saw it in the EVOS matchup, and then all of a sudden Breram is also coming in with the Steffi. So it makes me think, like, is this maybe the flavor of the week? Because teams had a week, you know, between all these matches, and maybe this is something that everyone sort of discovered, like, hey, you know, removing the effectiveness of throwables, especially, and we have to remember as well too, you need to buy things. You need to manage your economy.
Yeah.
If you think about it, Steffi effectively locks out a portion of that economy because you invest in throwables. If you mess up when you throw it, that's wasted money. You can't really afford to throw away money in this particular game mode, because it is a very valuable resource that you gotta work really hard to earn. So if you throw it away like cash, like,
yeah, that's 200 to 300 cash that they're throwing away at that point. So it's either 2 or 3 elimination.
Per throwable, Neptune,
Per throwable.
okay? And we've seen how many throwables some of these teams are, like, they're just throwable happy. They just be like, all right, I'm just gonna buy every single grenade and I'm just gonna keep throwing at it. People, I ran out. Wait, where's the money? Oh, it's gone.
All right, let's see now. Flame Mirage, but Nameless just to get away from Asana in the front line. And there goes the takedown with a jump shot onto Waranya. But the turnaround by Nameless after recovering into the time turner. They go and still Get High, managed to go in for a knockdown. Bremen United still full squad, plus Jonah on the side right now. Run away.
Diamonds.
VP and Diamond will try to recover, but it seems like a lost cause right now. And there you go. The first point goes to Bremen United.
Okay, so Bremen United, thanks to Wasana with the opening there, just picking off Waranya right off the bat. Yeah, he went down next, but Get High, he's there. Provides the cover support. And what can you really do there for Virtus Pro? So pistol round going all the way of Bremen United, which I think any team giving away round number 1 against Bremen is going to be feeling not so happy about that, but VP, they absolutely can bring it back. They've just got to make sure once they start building up the economy and they actually pick up some more equipment and guns, which I'm going to point this out. They've invested in no defense, no helmets, no vests. But you look at Breram, they've gone for 3 vests and 1 helmet.
Yeah, I mean, they will save up in terms of weapon and armor will be what they're going to use. That mini Uzi, though, costs 800 if I'm not mistaken, or 500. I believe, so it's still damaged economy, but you do have firepower. But Moshi on a fireball right now, 2,000 plus on the coins that has been used. And Wasana up close and personal, missing those shots, but the follow-up coming from the teammates right now makes it work. And as quickly as that, once again, similar to what we've seen in the first game, Budem United has taken out Virtus Pro.
Yeah, round number 2. Although very investment light for VP, so maybe they're just saving up for a future round to say that, okay, yeah, we lost the round, but at least we can invest in something else. And they're going to invest in Nameless, it looks like. Nameless, Diamond, Waranya. Okay, so everyone is loading up on defensive equipment. So they'll at least be able to survive up until some of those higher tier guns make it through. So maybe this is where Virtus Pro decide to shine.
Let's see though, Exposé already have VSK, and I think we've seen a little bit of M1887, but they need to get close, and well, Diamond
Waranya.
has the potential to get close, but no! God name coming from Jonah was a follow-up with that mini Uzi coming from Wasana, and well, they grabbed that M1887. I believe they know that they can win all those gunfight. And Exposé, despite of the shape splitter, didn't turn things around against Wasana with only a few HP, but still, Exposé with a bait and switch, literally bait and switch.
Literal bait and switch, but he pays with his life thanks to Get High, which this is very, very fun to see. Every time Wasana goes in, if he gets picked off, Get High is there to get him back up. That's teamwork if I ever saw it. And poor Diamond, he's doing the best that he can. If he can get 1 elimination before he gets picked off, I think he's happy. But against 3, and with the Cassie support, the odds of that happening is pretty low. And already you can see Get High and Jonah. They're running in. Diamond, are you as high as a diamond, or are you as soft? And it looks like this time it's a fake diamond. It's not a real one. It's not invincible.
Well,
Maybe he'll harden up a little bit the next couple of rounds.
He did shine at that point. He did shine.
He did shine, yeah. It's fine.
Being the only one surviving from Virtus Pro, but it didn't show that much at that point. Now 3-0 already. And not only economy favoring Budem United, but also the weaponry. But for each round, there's still some bonus that is being received by Virtus Pro at this point. So there's still a weapon that they can bring into the table. But compared to the armor, especially the armor, Exposé right now, from the long range, yes, it's okay not to have that, not to have a helmet. But if you're going against snipers like Moshi, you would at least need a low-level helmet. So let's see though if he can get away, because the battle in the front lines is already beginning, but it was put into a standstill at this point, probably with skill usage that they are timing off.
Yep. Alright, VP. They're going to stay together as a unit, but I hope they're ready for this fight, because Royale is about to bring it to them. And actually, look at that though. They bring one of their players onto the rooftop. I think that may have been... Oh, it's Wasana on the rooftop, just trying to flush out some of those VP players. So, great stuff there from Royale, just to ensure that VP, they do not have any elevation to speak of. And the circle's starting to get a little bit small here. Oh.
Well, I love what Jonah is trying to do right now. As quickly as that, he switched over to Wasana as well as to Get High with that basic therapy. But it seems like it's failing at this point. Jonah is already down, so there's no healing that is happening for Budem United. Only Moshi remains against 2 players, and Moshi managed to take down Waranya, but no pickup can be done. Now Exposé, there goes the final hit by Diamond, or yep, the Diamond with a mini Uzi, and there brings a 1 point for Virtus Pro. And let's see though, because they can get all those weapons against Budem United, and not so much is being saved by BRU as well. So another point might go over to Virtus Pro on this next one.
It might, right? I think it really depends on how Royale decide to run that next round, if they're going to try and play eco, or if they're going to continue to invest. And yeah, we're going back to ground zero here, folks, for Royale United, okay? I mean, they've got helmets, they've got vests, they've got a grenade there onto Get High, but they're running pretty low on a lot of resources. So VP, if they can, this is the ideal round to get another win and to close that gap between them and Buriram. But Exposy, though, not too happy there. Losing more than half of his health thanks to that initial skirmish.
Well, Jonah, together with Get High, already in the front line against a Nameless, but Nameless is not going down.
What?
But finally, after a hit from Get High, but a
Jonah!
trade has been dealt with. Now, Wasana on a quick rush, as well as a good pickup that can be done, but Wasana has nowhere to go in onto that glue wall barricade, and Wasana will be going down as well. Only Moshu remains, and he's far away for rescue.
kill.
And despite of the elevation, he might be spotted by Diamond or Expo C, and information has been relayed.
kill.
It's Diamond! Mag 7 from the ground. I didn't know that could reach the rooftop that well.
Well, as they say, you know, a diamond knife 100% can cut through a little piece of mochi, so... yeah, I mean, really great comeback for the team overall. I think this was something that people were a little bit concerned about, like if they could even take a round off of Buriram. So we're starting to see a cascading effect where just one round gives enough resources for Virtus Pro to be able to comfortably be able to take on Buriram United. Now, I kind of wonder if Buriram, did they get a little bit complacent in that previous round, because they played so far forward, right? Like Jonah and Wasana played so far forward till they got covered by a coliseum of glue walls. And if you look at the composition for the team, they don't have a way to break through glue walls. So they can't really afford to play into this very CQC heavy lineup by Virtus Pro. So it looks like they're going to play keep away this time. It's a game of snipers, and this is where Moshi shines.
Yeah, let's see though, because earlier as well, despite of Diamond being the front line against Get High and Jonah, and he doesn't have a skill that would beef him up. It's more of information with that Coda, and he still managed to survive. So that's what threw Buriram United off that game. But right now, everyone is in a standstill once again. And I won't be surprised once we hit that 30-second mark, that's where everyone will be rushing in, especially from Moshi and Get High. If they spot someone getting in, probably Nameless, but I don't think Nameless would be rushing in blindly against these teams. There are two players. They will be jumped, and that might be their downfall. But no movement just yet. Even Wasana is far behind. He does have that Rebel Rush to quickly navigate onto Diamond right now, but they're just biding their time.
They're biding their time. I think that both teams want to see where that circle's going to move next. And look at that, though. It's going to head to the bottom right.
Oof.
So VP, they already have a pretty big advantage here. So Buriram, they have to be the ones to make the move first. And it's going to be so hard. Wasana is on the lower floor, though. But he's going to have to get past Exposy. He's been caught from the rooftop. Diamond says no.
Yeah, Get High right now, trying to fire back against Diamond, but backup coming for Expo Z as well from afar with an FFWM and Mag 7 domination. But a tough contender, which is Diamond. He has brought in 7 elimination already in this game and bringing the team to a tie against Buriram United. And I am loving this version of Virtus Pro.
First blood.
I think this is like the second or third time, and viewers, I think some of you guys might remember this as well, where Buriram really struggle in Clash Squad whenever they wind up in that area. It's almost like the elevation is what sets them back, because I think the clip that I'm kind of talking about here was their round 2 weeks ago or last week. I think it was last week. They lost their qualifying round because of that map. Because of that map, because they took it a little bit too slow. So yeah, I think Buriram happy that it's gone for now, but I think they're praying now, like, hey, no more, please. Let that be the last.
Don't let it cycle there. Despite of how many spot it is in Bermuda, don't let it cycle there. And what Raja! MP5 against Get High. Get High doesn't have that recovery factor, but Jonah has the recovery factor, but Nameless just brought him down. Was on the only one remaining, and not so much that can be done. And there goes a lead being taken down by Virtus Pro against Buriram United.
Oh my gosh, Virtus Pro are on fire today. And this is the rematch up against Buriram 2. Get High and Jonah still on the ground. Exposy, he catches Moshi from such a long distance. And this leaves Wasana all on his own, and he gets picked up too. Yeah, man, crazy crazy rounds here for Virtus Pro. They are on fire. 4 points to 3. They just need 2 more wins to be able to take the round and to put them 1 game ahead of Buriram, and to potentially force a reverse sweep from Buriram if they want to take the matchup. We're getting a little ahead of ourselves though, so let's focus now on this matchup. Beat Buriram. Can they at least force a reset? Can they get this point on the board so that they don't let Virtus Pro run away with that series?
Definitely, that's what they need right now. If they grab this, not only do they take the weapon, but also a little bit of lead in terms of economy. Great trade. After Moshi has been taken out, Exposito will try to go for the pickup, and there's the time to do so. Now, Nameless goes in for the rush, but Jonah is already managed to go for the pickup. Nameless will be taken down, bleeding out, and no pickup can be done on him. He will be eliminated, and as well as Diamond Waranya, almost losing so much of HP. But Wasana, with no regards for his HP, goes for a rush and gets that equalizer.
There we go. So back to a round reset here for these teams. Nobody is going to have a point advantage, Buriram says. We're going to fight tooth and nail for match number 1. So 4 points apiece here for both teams. I think Virtus Pro, they would love to add a buffer here, but they need to win this next round if they want to reach that match point. Because again, for both of these teams, 2 wins is all that it takes.
Oh, yeah.
And essentially both teams only have 1 win buffer in case they lose this round. So we'll have to see what happens here as VP and Buriram start charging towards each other. And Nameless and Waranya going to be the first ones to run into that cyber airdrop. And you can see already they don't want Buriram anywhere near it either.
Yeah, Get High is already there. Wasana already as quickly as that. Waranya already to be taken down. Nameless in a 1v2 situation with a heal coming from Jonah. And it is quickly being worked by Brim United. Riptide Rhythm missing that shot. And only Exposee remain. And, well, despite of him moving away with that shape splitter, there's not so much that can be done. All that Wasana needs to do is wait for him, and he goes down. 5-4.
Man.
BRU on a match point.
This was a disaster round
Oh, yeah.
for Virtus Pro, right? All it took was 1 grenade to drop Waranya, and then that was basically it. That was the sign for Buriram to just absolutely collapse and take over the round. Not even an elimination. So Virtus Pro, if they want to take this round, they need to win 2 games back to back. And this is up against Buriram United Esports as well. Oh boy, round 10, folks. Here we go. Are we going to get to round 11? And knowing Buriram United Esports, they're not going to let that happen. No way.
Yeah. Let's see, though. I mean, there's a little bit of slowdown, and we've seen Moshi on that AWM, even Wasana, going for a long flank, AWM in hand, and probably finding Waranya, who's already in the rooftop with that glue wall that it's information where Waranya, or one of the players for Virtus Pro, has already head. And Get High also on the VSK. So triple sniper coming from the team. I guess they want to prioritize and taking down Exposee first, but Exposee is nowhere to be seen.
Okay, very patiently played here by both teams. Lots of glue walls deployed by Virtus Pro, I have to say. Lots of resources. Waranya, though, right next to Jonah and Get High. If they can get the jump on the front line for Buriram, this might be how Virtus Pro take the set. But you can see Get High, he's trying to fight Exposee, but the glue wall, that glue wall. And Waranya ends up being caught by Wasana on the rooftop.
I mean, that's twice that Wasana caught Waranya on the rooftop.
Exposee!
And it's no surprise, only Nameless remain though. Brim United would be taking this round. Jonah doing his best, and who managed to go for the final shot? I believe that was Wasana. And BRU gets this point despite of how close it is. Brim United get that one up.
Yep. They say no round 11 for you folks at home. A win's a win. We'll take it at 10. So Buriram already leading this best of 3 set with that 1 win. All they need to do now is to clean up with this next map, which is going to be Nexterra, and then they're good to go. But for Virtus Pro, a lot of things have to happen. First, they have to win this next map. They have to win Nexterra. Number 2, they have to win Kalahari. So 2 really tough maps coming up next here for Virtus Pro. Can they do it? I kind of feel like, okay, They played really well on Bermuda. I really feel
Right.
like they played their lineup really well. They had a couple of moments where the team really shined. Like I feel like they overwhelmed Buriram in a couple of situations to the point where they just outplayed them altogether. So the team is capable of beating Buriram toe to toe, but they have to keep their lineup polished because I don't like singling out players, but I feel like Waranya got caught out one too many times for the team. Like, there was so many situations where he would just get one tapped and he hadn't even moved yet. The team was still deciding when to go. And all of a sudden you lose Waranya? 3 versus 4 against Buriram? Yeah, no thank you. No thank
Well,
you.
For our MVP, we have Get High. So I guess this is one reason as well why he pulled away from being a support, because he is damage dealer in terms of Clash Squad. 9 elimination, 3,255 in damage, and Get High. Again, switching it with Jonah was questionable for me, but I guess it's working. Because we know how Jonah is an all-around guy. He can go for a support role, he can go for a bomber role, even use a sniper as well. And Get High can be that next big thing as well in terms of multiple roles into one package.
Yeah. Speaking of package, the entire team is a package because look at the damage split between the entire roster. 3k for 3 of their players and Jonah on 2k, which Jonah's healer. Okay, he doesn't need to do damage. Moshi, Get High, and Wasana though, just carrying the entire team on their shoulders. And to be fair, the entire round was 6-4. And look at VP's damage; it is much lower than what Buriram was able to output. So you can already tell the difference in level of aggression between these two teams. Like Buriram, they're gonna keep looking for a fight, and if they can find one, they will take it. Even if you have a Cassie. They didn't care about a Cassie. They say, oh, that's just some more health to rip through. We're still gonna take you out. So, yeah. If I'm VP, I'm trying to think, okay, what was the problem child in round number 1? And I think the first thing we have to look at here is draft. If you're Virtus Pro, would you consider banning Cassie? Because personal opinion, I don't think Steffi's worth a ban. I don't think Clue's worth a ban. I don't think Tetsuya's worth a ban. There are far too many characters that are worthy of bans. But Cassie is one of them. We do occasionally see teams get rid of Cassie because they really don't want to have to deal with that the 2-2 rush pair, which is Cassie plus 1.
Though it's tough though, because one thing that the Virtus Pro would be looking into would be if they ban out Cassie, they just took away Jonah's pick, and Jonah would have a lot of openings for him. We can take the quota away from them, or probably I don't know, a Clue as well, because I think that Steffi was to throw off that approach, because even without the Steffi, and this is what I was talking about earlier, between the battle of Evos and BTR. Despite of them picking one skill, if they have that mechanical skill to like just get elimination, like what Get High did, that Steffi doesn't matter that much, and they are open to get anything. So they can ban that Cassie. Get High would still be a strong contender as an MVP or as a damage dealer for Buriram United. So they didn't really. It doesn't have that ban impact if they take out that Cassie. That's what I believe.
Alright, we are ready for bans, and Virtus Pro is going to have first ban here. So Chrono is gone. What is Buriram getting rid of? And it's gonna be the Oscar. Oscar, just far too good, which means we are going to have Zane in the pool, we're gonna have Santino in the pool, Coda's still in the pool. A lot of characters in the pool. Cassie, still available as well. And for Virtus Pro, they're going for the first pick Santino, which... okay. I love Santino. I think you love a Santino pick as well. My concerns, though, with letting a Santino through and picking it first is that you are giving Buriram a lot of wiggle room to pick a lineup that is going to be able to fend off a Santino. That's the only thing that you have to be worried about with first pick, which is you can get the strong character, but you're giving your opponent time to pick a lineup that can deal relatively well up against that character. So, and for Boriram, you can see already the retaliation. They say, we're going to take Tatsuya, we're going to take Zane. Because what other options are there for frontline now for Virtus Pro? Because Chrono's gone. There's no Oscar. Tatsuya and Zane are like the S tier Russia picks.
Yeah, I think Tatsuya and Zane is a comfort pick as well, not really a counter pick against Virtus Pro though. But I do agree with your point, but they're the ones taking that Cassie, and they're back with Coda. So at least they have Cassie Cassie that would help them. But what are they going to partner it with? You going back to your point, you don't have that Zane, you don't have that Chrono. So what else can we use in the front line? There's really a few, only a
Kent,
few.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, don't take me seriously. It would be really fun to see a new character being chosen, though. Ignis is gone. Actually, Ignis might have been an interesting choice for Virtus Pro if that was available, but Boriram are taking it away.
Yeah.
Ooh. So Steffi? I mean,
All right.
Steffi works, right? Steffi works.
Yeah. And to your point as well earlier, you did mention that the latter part, there's a lot of throwables. I guess that's one thing why Get High managed to survive all those battles as well. And on the flip side, that's where Virtus Pro, despite of the firepower that they have, that's where they lose early engagement or their first blood. It's because of grenades coming from Buddha United. So, yeah.
So, are we going to be seeing Waranya on that Steffi? Because I feel like
He needs
that
it.
would solve his... I'm not joking. I swear that would solve his problems. Because we saw so many times Waranya, all of a sudden, he's getting 1-2 tapped. That's going to be nameless. Okay, so Waranya's going to play Cassie, which... fair. But he will be he needs to be very careful with his positioning. I think that's the only criticism I would have for Waranya. As long as he's not the first person to get one tapped, and he can provide that healing support for Diamond and Nameless, I think the team is good. Because they did look really good in game 1, even though they lost.
Yeah, I mean, well, Waranya needs the speed in switching over. Like, that's what's needed in the support role. You need a speed switching over to connecting that basic therapy. And as well as triggering that focus therapy with that Cassie. So, and also the timing should work well. And you only give it out to your teammate that is in the front line and has received a decent amount of damage. Not just I got hit, help me. And then you try to recover that, wasting your cooldown. So, that's a timing that needs to be done, and I believe Buddha United has perfected that for longest time. And I guess, well, forget High, he got bored of being a support. I want to be a rusher. So he's going for that Zane and even the Steffi earlier. So let's see how this works. A little bit more of a aggressive approach from Buddha United, and I guess they want to end it quick based on the skills that they picked this time around.
Yeah, I think just play safe. Don't even give VP a chance for a third game, because the more games you play, the more at risk you are of losing the set, right? So yeah. Okay, question: who do you think is going to be the one to start the fights? Is it going to be Boriram running in with Wasana and Get High? Will they be the initiators essentially for the upcoming set, or could you see Virtus Pro being the ones to run at Boriram first?
Well, if it's my hope, hopefully Virtus Pro doesn't start that engagement. Because they might lose that fight. For Buddha United, it's not the usual Asana rush that we're going to see. It would start off with Jonah and Get High. So Flame Mirage together with Get High, and then Wasana will just either go for flank, either go for side quests, probably go for a backstab that he often did earlier, or join the fray in the front lines once needed. And then that's one thing. The dependability on Wasana is not there, but you know that you can depend on him on crucial instances, and that's why he's always quite well in that Tatsuya. He's not giving it away, despite of he can use a Zane, but he's not giving away that Tatsuya because he needs that speed.
Yeah. Alright here, folks, we are jumping into game number 2 between Virtus Pro and Boriram United Esports. Now, just a quick recap for the lineup and the players On the side of Virtus Pro, we have Exposy on the Santino, Waranya on the Cassie, Diamond on the Dakota, and then Nameless will be playing the Steffi. On the side of Program United Esports, we've got Jonah on Ignis, Moshi on the Clue, Wasana on the Tatsuya, and Get High is going to be playing on the Zane. So those are the lineups, those are the characters they're going to play. And the goal here, Program United, they want to 2-0 the set. VP, they got to bring it to a game 3, so they desperately need to win this.
Yeah, let's see though. As the game's about to begin, this is Nexterra. And there's plenty of opportunities right now for a flank, especially in this part of Deca Square. With that portal, you can either go into the bleachers or use that portal. So Moshi would be staying in there, but we know that he can reposition quite well. Wasana goes down first
Wasana!
From the USB coming from Diamond. And Jonah would also be going down. Moshi the only remaining who's very, very far away. And Nameless grabs that airdrop site. And, well, there's nowhere to go but up into the bleachers to take down Moshi. And even the shots coming from Moshi's not making it. So M500 and Diamond, or rather, Exposy is the one who managed to land it.
That was almost a perfect round. My goodness. I mean, Diamond almost went down, but at the end of the day for Boyram, no eliminations to their name. Clean 4-0 for Virtus Pro, and the economy is already starting to rumble for this team. So, I mean, Virtus Pro, they're already lit up after that first set, and they kind of need to bring everything out for this next one if they're going to try and pull it for that third game. So here we go here, folks. Round 2. Virtus Pro leading 1-0 at the moment. And the question is, who is going to be able to get that first down? We've got Get High and Moshi on the second floor. We do have Jonah nearby to provide support if needed. But you can see Diamond and Nameless actually running to Jonah's position. I think they've spotted at Moshi. They're looking for the sniper.
Yeah, I mean, this is a common position, especially from this side of the spawns. And Diamond right now, Kingfisher in hand. Wasana will be targeted with only a sliver of health. Missing that opportunity to take down Moshi, I guess that is needed as well, because Moshi in the ground floor already takes out his elevation, and he will be the ones going down as well together with Get High. Wasana was still outside, who might be dealing with the blue in a bit, but Diamond a little bit too close, but blue would help them in this fight, and well, there's no way for Wasana right now. He will be going down.
Goes down, another round to Virtus Pro, so that money is just going to keep building up and up and up for Virtus Pro. This round, we see Boram, they did not invest in any defensive equipment, so they didn't lose anything, but they do probably need to start investing, which, as you can see here, they will get High, Wasana and Jonah stacked up. Very common strategy for this team. They do tend to leave Moshi a little bare because they know he's a sniper. He doesn't really need it as much as the rest of his team. That's going to be in the thick of things.
Yeah, I mean, we've also seen early in the beginning of Freebureau's map that Nameless and Diamond, like from the purchase alone, armor as well as the helmet, we know that they're going in for the rush. But at this point, they have a few more of economy on their side, and Diamond is still safe though, despite of having that Flame Mirage in front of them. And Exposy managed to take down Wasana. Even Get High will be knocked down, but trading it up would be against Diamond. But it's still a 3v2 situation. Moshi still not spotted, not damaged, but Jonah needs a little bit of recovering.
Yeah, I think they're just going to try and use Jonah as vision. Hopefully Moshi will be able to follow through, but Jonah successfully dodging that first wave of Moshi. Going to go for the reposition, trying to go for the wrap himself, but Jonah will get taken down, leaving Moshi all on his own, already catching a bullet. And Exposy, he wants this. He says, give me this, man. Give it to me. Victory, round number 3 here for Virtus Pro.
Yeah,
so
but
momentum's
Moshi
building here for the Bears.
Yeah, Moshi fell for the wrong person at that point. I mean, fell for the
He
ground.
fell for himself.
Fell to the ground.
Yes.
Well, there's not so much that you can do, especially with that elevation. And that's one thing, as a sniper, at least, like, that's why Santino is very useful in situation like that, because you can move without damaging yourself, and you can even go for a backstab. And let's see though, because it is something that we haven't seen in Bermuda United's side using that Santino. But Nameless a little bit too high and in too deep as well. Blue wall is available. Here comes Nameless with grenade or ice grenade and level 3 MP5 that can take down that blue wall to clear it up.
Oh, hang on. There we go. Nameless still there with Rania, but it's going to be
Whoop.
Jonah and Get High versus the team. Virtus.pro, they throw up another glue wall. They're trying to buy some time here, but Moshi, he is on the other side. They're still not down as of yet. Can Nameless finish them off, or is Jonah and Get High going to cut them down? Nameless first one to go down, and Waranya. Boram finally cutting through this frontline attack formation. And for Virtus.pro, they're going to drop this round. It's round number 4. Boram, they've just locked themselves in a small fortune.
And I love how Grim United really played with that second floor because they made sure that like Virtus.pro would not move. Flame Mirage in front, a backstab is potential to happen if in case they move out from that glass wall or glass barricade. Because yeah, you can see your opponent, but you won't be able to shoot him unless they go for that small opening. And I'm pretty sure Moshi is already waiting to make that move once that push is successful from Borem United. And then eventually it happened, and Borem United just made Virtus.pro fall in that fight.
Okie dokie here, Neptune. We've got Get High and Nameless going to be starting things off for the team. Waranya playing really far back, just trying to make sure it doesn't get sniped. But Get High, Nameless, still trying to set things up. Well, you see Diamond trying to come in from the back line there.
Whoop.
Oh, look at this. Wasana running in. He goes out the Nameless. What a beautiful dash.
First blood.
Oh well, Wasana was just getting a little bit bored on what's happening between them and Get High. It was taking the time though. Wasana says, all right, it's time for me to end this. He rushes in, Rebel Rush, and goes for the takedown. And even taking down Diamond, Waranya, and Exposé being taken out by Moshi. So Moshi was just waiting for the perfect opportunity. It's just Wasana doing all the hard work, all the grunt work at that point in the front line. So they're slowly catching up and also building their economy.
Yeah. Well, this is what happens when you call in the Buriram cleanup crew. They leave the area spotless. And if you're Virtus.pro, you kind of need to send them on their way ASAP because they're already in trouble. They've given away some of their economy away to Buriram, and all of a sudden they're starting to get stacked in equipment. They're also having access to a lot more utility and resources. So yeah, Virtus.pro need to nip this in the bud now. But at the same time, they need to be very calculative of these next up-and-coming fights, because if they just keep running into into Buriram like they did previously, I kind of feel like they're just going to lose the round again. So I expect them to be a little bit more patient with their choice of fights here. But so far, we've got Jonah and Get High just keeping an eye on each other as they slowly just play this game of ring around the rosy around the tower. Because you can see Virtus.pro, they're going on the left side, and Buriram slowly creeping in from the right.
Yeah,
But that blue zone will start squeezing everyone in soon.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I love how Wasana as well is going in for a flank position. And despite of having a coda, like compared to a clue, you don't have a specific position of where the map is. You can see them, like the silhouette, but if they're overlapping, you won't know like which part of the map they are in. So that is a trade-off. And speaking of trade-off, potential trade-off that will be happening, Get High. Oh, for the takedown!
Wasana!
Nameless on a backstab! And Wasana is not receiving any help, and Nameless will be finishing him off, but Nameless has nowhere to go. Either he rushing to the other side where Moshi is, or Diamond will just be dealing with that, but no, Moshi even dealt with Diamond. It's now quickly being turned around, and Nameless right now, the only one remaining, and Moshi dealing with 2. So, Borem United might be seeing another point for them. Jonah almost out because of the loop, but it was Nameless who will be going down first.
Well, the gap has been closed, Neptune. So it's 3-3 apiece. This lead that Virtus.pro built up for those first 3 rounds, gone. Absolutely gone. And look at the money Buriram is rolling in. Oh, put that in the savings account. Don't lose it, otherwise we'll fall into another recession. Oh, but Buriram, they're stacked. They're ready to go. So for Virtus.pro, just looking at how everything is at the moment, they've got a couple of utilities to fall back to, but not a lot. But if they use it correctly, then they might be able to take this 4th game themselves.
Ooh.
It's gonna be Get High to start things off. Oh, Nameless already on the ground, and Diamond as well. Oh, Virtus Pro collapsing within 20 seconds of the round starting.
Yeah, Get High understands the plan. Once an airdrop is available, even the smoke will not block any visibility. They know for a fact where they are, and there you have it. Quick 180 coming from Moshi, the cheeky guy right now, just showing off at this point. At 180, but like what I mentioned earlier, this is something that I expected. Despite of having Ramp Labs with that increased jump rate, the objective is one thing that Burem United is baiting Virtus Pro in doing first. So that's even being prevented by Bermuda United, and it's very difficult to get away from this lead. I'm saying lead not in points, but in terms of economy.
Oh boy, okay. So Nameless and Waranya just getting right into it, but they know Get High is there as well. They will try to flush him out, but not quite enough yet to really scare Get High away. Diamond in the meantime though, and Wasana, you can see these two going for a little bit of a skirmish as Wasana is going to be the one to go down thanks to Diamond, who gets that finishing blow. But in the meantime though, Waranya in the front lines has been caught by Jonah. The support is down. And if you're VP, you need to pick up your Cassie if you want to keep these fights. But no, it will be picked up there by Jonah, so the support is down. No more healing for you. But Moshi caught by Exposy in the back line, so the sniper is gone. It's going to be all CQC here for Buriram. Can Get High, the support, become the team's true sniper?
Oh, let's see though. I mean, Get High and Jonah. But looking at it, they are in the middle. Get High, good angle to take, but he has been spotted already, and in one good push can bring him down and Get High with a sliver of health. Ryan survived, and there goes the shot from that from Exposé. Jonah right now with the Deagle managed to trade it against Exposé, but what else can you do? Only Jonah remains against Nameless and Diamond, and this duo is quite deadly despite of this not being BR.
Yeah, if Jonah take this round, he will achieve a impossible. Well, it's not impossible. It is very possible, but you got to be very careful with this. And he did not get the one tap. He really needed to land those crucial shots just to get the instant knock, but yeah, it just does not connect there, unfortunately. So Virtus Pro bringing it back 4-4. So no lead for anybody yet. And we're getting very close. Well, essentially, we're going to our match point round as well. So winner of this next round is going to be a match point, and then they just need one more win to take the round. And if you're Virtus Pro, these 2 wins, they must be yours.
Yeah,
otherwise, it's going to be a 2-0 for Brave. Yeah, we're going to have to see Neptune. It is so tense. And we're back onto this high ground. This map is deadly for both of these teams.
It is, if I'm not mistaken, this is where Burem United lost it when Moshi is the only one remaining. So let's see though, if they can turn things around, flip the script a little bit. Wasana already in the front lines against 2 players, but needs to back away though. Airdrop, not yet captured, I believe. But there goes Steffi being used just to make sure that no throw balls will be going through. And Nameless, Diamond though, with the God Nade against Wasana. Diamond still at it against Jonah, and there goes the takedown by Diamond. Burem United just fell down one at a time. Only Moshi remain, and a good shot coming from Exposé will be doing that. No, it was Diamond from the other side.
Oh boy, match point round is gonna go to Virtus Pro 5-4. They just need one more win to take this game and to force that match 3 against Buriram United. Whereas for Buriram, they have to win these next 2 games. They've got to reverse sweep these next 2 games. Oh boy.
All right.
I just, man, I have to say, Virtus Pro, they have been so spectacular in just selectively deciding where and when to start these fights. And I truly think it's just because they have access to the Cassie, they have a lot more freedom of movement for their frontliners to force out any kind of retaliation for Buriram. Because the rounds that we've seen Buriram take over, it's because they get a knock.
Yeah.
Right? That it's either they get the insta-knock onto Waranya or the insta-knock onto Nameless. If either of these two go down, it's normally an insta-win there for Buriram. But as long as on the side of Virtus Pro, you do not lose your two frontliners right off the bat, you can take this. But we'll see who's going to be their first victim and who's going to be the victim in this round.
Well, Maranya, at least he's not just staying in one place, not moving at all compared to what we've seen earlier. But Maranya is the first one who needs recovery despite of being that Cassie though. He's not connected, or he is connected though. But let's see, he's not moving in sync with Diamond. So Nameless.
Oh,
Let's
it's
see if
like
this nade that beat just push Get High and Wasana away. They know that it's coming to them.
Yeah, you do not want to be caught. And they're not running the Steffi themselves, right? So Buriram know that they do need to be very, very careful around those throwables. So Wasana going to try and go for the wraparound. The rest of the team going to try and hold the fort. This is looking pretty successful for Wasana. All it takes is a one tap. If he can one tap X-Posey or Diamond, that is all that they need to start this fight. Oh, but Jonah's going to be the one to be jumped on. He's still going to hang around on a sliver of health. He needs support from the backlines, but Jonah, he's hit the ground thanks to Nameless. And Diamond, he's gotten Get High. Mushi's the next one to fall. And that's going to be it. VP pull it to a game number 3 against Buriram United Esports.
Well, there you have it. We're going to go all the way to game number 3 right now. This is of Virtus Pro, and not only that, I mean, a great combination as well to counter what Buriram United has brought in terms of active skill. Because so far they took away that Cassie as well as that Exposé. Coda is more of the timing of the timing on how you use the information being gathered. And in the final moment, that Steffi, I believe, really saved Virtus Pro from their demise.
Okay, just a thought. I kind of wonder if the Steffi pick is now messed up with Buriram themselves, because with the Steffi on the field, you consciously have to change the way that you play the game, because you can't just freely throw your throwables, because you know that if you waste it on a Cassie, you get no value. So I kind of wonder for Buriram, because they didn't have access to throwables, did that limit the number of openings that they had for Wasana to start things, for Moshi to get a lucky one tap? Because very rarely did we actually see them manage to get any of those opening shots, like the insta downs where everything just sort of goes haywire from there. So I'm not expecting a Steffi ban by any means. I don't think Steffi is worth a ban, but it's either one of two things will happen. Both teams are going to be very conscious about Steffi during the draft, and they're going to either have to pick characters that are going to deal with the Steffi, or they just need to be ready to play and adjust their play style when a Steffi does hit the draft.
Right.
Alternatively, everyone just says, okay, instead of playing with range, we run headfirst into Steffi. We go CQ, full on CQC, go Chrono, Zane, Tatsu, anything, just get in there. Just break through and make the Steffi useless. Because one of the main things that makes Steffi really awesome is that obviously you use throwables because you want to try and create a range opening. It's great for snipers, and it's also great for rushers too, because it's a sign for them to go. But CQC, you kind of don't need to rely on having throwables as much to create those openings. You have things like a Chrono, for example, who can create the opening. You have the Zane, the Tatsuya, and obviously if you have a Cassie, I think you just go all in. There is an X factor to this, an A124.
Oh,
and just say,
disable
no,
everything.
no, Steffi. Yeah, just disable, because if you can't even trigger your active,
Right.
then it's like you're playing with no ability at all. So maybe the A124 is the play here, and not just any A124. I want this to be a Moshi A124. I think he's capable, because we saw AGAL, they ran Dew on the A124, and Dew and Moshi fundamentally do the same thing.
Yeah.
Amazing snipers for the team. They don't rely on actives to be able to do their job, which means the team can do two things with these snipers. You can pick them actives that improve their offensive ability, or you give them actives that benefit the team. And A124, one of the best actives to benefit your team in a team fight.
Yeah, I do agree. I do agree with that. It would be in the best timing, would change the pace of the game, even in the final match that we've seen between these two teams. If that Steffi has been disabled, then there's a huge chance that Borneo United could have won that fight, because I know the focus for that Steffi has been more on the throwables, but let's not take away as well that the armor restoration, as well as the damage from ammo has been
The damage
reduced
reduction.
as well. Yeah,
Yep.
the damage reduction. So it's not just the throwables; it's all those damage
This
that is helping that Cassie to heal the rest of the team even further. And I mean, it's just them being buffed up. So
so much bulk.
right,
Yeah.
right, exactly.
The Cassie and the Steffi together. So ideally, I think if you're Borneo, you either have to take one of them away, either the Steffi or the Cassie. If you want to ban, I only think Cassie is ban worthy here. I don't think Steffi is something that you'd really want to be banning for
Yeah.
rounds. Yeah, it's really just those two options. Either ban the Cassie, or you just swipe one and draft your lineup around that one character that you have.
And for Cassie, because you are earlier as well on your statement, you were asking about what can be used. Do they really need to ban it? I think it's more of how they play around that painted refuge. Because it's either you bait them with an ice grenade or a smoke, and then just let it die, because it only lasts for what, 15 seconds. And there's plenty of time for you to recover in that 15 seconds before that expires, and then that's when you go for a rush. But from what we've seen in Virtus Pro, they wait for that 15 second close to ending the shift of the circle. That is why it worked for them and against Borneo United.
Yeah. All right, folks. Game number 3. It's match point for Virtus Pro and Borneo United. Winner is going to be a very happy team. I was going to say very happy man, but we have teams of 4, so very happy men. Loser, not going to be so happy. We'll have to play some more games, and our bans for the round are going to be Santino and Oscar, with first pick going to Boyram. What are the choices here? Because Zane is available, Cassie is still in the pool if they want to swipe that away from Virtus Pro. Chrono is playable because Chrono was banned in game number 2, and they're going to take the Zane, which it's worked for them in the past. I just see this being a really great pick, because if they left it in the pool, VP could have gone Zane Cassie, and I think that would have been a game over.
Let's see though. If they can use and pull that Cassie once again for Virtus Pro, then yeah, it can lead to potential victory for Virtus Pro. So there's a lot of thinking. There's a lot of thinking that's needed at this point, because you don't want to be careless in terms of picking. And there you have it, Cassie
There's the
once
Cassie.
again. So this is
So
Waranya.
part 1 of
Yeah.
this series. And
Okay.
Chrono. Ooh. Okay. I mean, strong opening for Virtus Pro. You've got a great rusher. You've got great support to follow through with the rusher as well. So what's the counter picks here for Buriram? Because they've got to lock in something for Moshi.
Okay.
They have Coda for Vision. Okay, fine. And Wasana's Tatsuya. So we're going double rush with the Tatsuya Zane.
So Coda, I'm not quite sure. Coda would be for Jonah, and then the sniper is needed right now.
Iris?
Probably a Clure.
I'm looking at this. Yeah, I'm thinking Iris if you're picking Coda, because I mean you could still Clue, but I kind of feel like if you've already got the Coda, you just ramp up Moshi's potential.
Unless they pull up a Homer, an Evo's Divine.
That too. Look, I mean, if Moshi's comfortable playing Homer, go ahead. Be my guest. And look at that, Virtus Pro, they say, no clue, no Iris.
All right.
Moshi,
Denial.
Moshi. I hope you have something to play. It's... Okay, let me think. It's not
Homer.
Virtus Pro, is it? Oh, okay, no, Virtus Pro.
What?
VP?
Okay.
Raiden? VP? What are you doing? What are you doing? Steffi? Okay. You know what? I'm fine with that. I think... No? No, Iris? Okay, the team
Come
doesn't
on.
know what they want.
It's your
There we go.
Make up your mind.
Okay. Okay. I mean, it made sense. I think Dimitri was the big question mark, but Iris and Steffi, yeah, I can see them kind of working here. So that leaves what here for Buriram? Do they pick up this? I mean, I don't think you can fit the Steffi. Skylar's great.
Skylar. Yeah.
I think this is a great alternate pick for Moshi.
So Skylar has been 100% for Moshi, if I'm not mistaken, and he has used this twice already. So at least there's something that Moshi has picked, because like we've already counted out Iris, Santino, Clue, and there's very limited option for a sniper at this point. So it's a good thing.
I'm gonna add to the stats too, Neptune, if I'm not mistaken. That Skylar win as well for them, I think it was also against VP last week. So Virtus Pro, I hope they're ready for this. I hope they anticipated it, because this is not the first time they played up against that Moshi Skylar. But because Skylar's made an appearance here, now all of a sudden, does this change the way Virtus Pro plays their lineup? Because, I mean, I'm looking at their lineup. They're not very CQC heavy, so I don't really see like mass glue walls from the lineup. They've actually got a lot of range.
Yeah.
With the Clue and the Iris.
Yeah, I think they would be slowing things down, because I do agree with you. It is similar to when they face against Virtus Pro in Kalahari, and the only difference in what Guriam is bringing to the table right now is that Zane. So they took out they use a Cassie instead of a Zane, and they managed to win it in that series, or in that round, for 6-4. So Guriam United has a plan set similar to that Kalahari map, but for Virtus Pro though, they just need to slow things down, making sure that Wasana will not be able to go for a quick flank, or just deny that opportunity. Move away from him, go for Moshi, because Moshi needs like a little bit of time before triggering that Riptide Rhythm, and a good flank might be able to take him down, throwing off what Wasana would be playing.
Yeah. I kind of want to throw a little extra something into the pool here as well. Just something for both of these teams to consider. So, in this match, Buriram need to be very mindful of how long some of these rounds play out, because they're not playing with the classic support that's going to give them healing, right? They don't have a Cassie of their own. So they need to make sure if a fight happens, that fight ends as soon as possible, because if you have a long drawn out fight, you know who's going to win? The team with the Cassie, because they have sustain over what your team is going to have access to. Now, the advantage for Buriram is they have a lot of offense.
Yep.
Right? Lots of attack, a lot of ways to deal damage, to get into the fight, but they don't have sustain. So as long as they can break through the initial defense from Virtus Pro, which frankly is just the chrono and the vision provided by Clue, they actually have a really good chance at winning fights, but they just have to be so mindful of how long these fights go for. Just finish it up, lickety-split, and you're good.
Yeah. Well, in terms of sustain, I do agree with you with Virtus Pro, because the sustain is not just for one specific player. It trickles down to whoever is connected with that Cassie. Compared to the Zane, though, yes, you have sustainability in terms of shield point, but like
For yourself.
it's just for yourself. a little bit selfish though.
Look, sometimes you gotta be a little selfish, okay? If it means you're gonna be selfish, but you can guarantee the win, be selfish. Be as selfish as you like, okay? As long as you win, that is all that matters. But we're here, folks. Game 3 between Virtus Pro and Buriram United Esports. It is 1-1 so far in the best of 3. Winner is gonna be a very happy team, and the loser, well, they got to play a lot more Clash Squad. And so far for the pistol round, Rasana, first person to hit the ground and gets picked off, but Diamond's going to be the next one. But Jonah also follows shortly after. But for Diamond, he gets picked up, and Moshi and Get High. They're going to be the last 2 survivors here for Buriram. So round number 1, not looking so great there as Get High. Next person to hit the floor, and it's going to be Moshi all on his lonesome.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite surprised that Diamond and Nameless is getting away from the perfect combination connected with the Cassie, but I'm loving it that Waranya is doing so much more as a support for that team. So Virtus Pro grabbing first point, and well, let's see though on how far they can bring this, because after 2-3 rounds, Buriram United would have enough economy to arm themselves, and that's when we would see them move a little bit faster. But pistol round, not so much can be gathered. A win, even elimination, would not bring you so much. So for the side of Buriram United, that the double revolver would be deadly, even along to mid-range. So that needs, or Virtus Pro needs to be cautious from that.
Oh, Diamond and Jonah. Look at this though. Diamond watching this team's backside, and unfortunately it's Diamond to take the damage there. Waranya though gonna stick to Nameless and X-Posey. Looks like he knows where Jonah is. Gonna try and provide that cover fire. We'll reveal his position though, but Nameless though gonna be throwing out the ice grenade, catching out Get High. He's super low. They will finish him off there though, so great stuff from Nameless. First person to go down. Next one is Jonah, who loses that matchup up against that 1v1. And Jonah, he's bleeding out. Waranya, though, has been caught by Moshi on the other side of the map. So support down, it seems. A little bit too far to be picked up as they have fallen down onto the low ground. But Moshi, next one to go down, leaving Wasana all on his own up against Nameless and Exposy. And look at that Nameless looking to finish off Moshi. And unfortunately for Wasana, just could not pick up his teammate in time.
Yeah, I mean, M1917. That was I was trying to look for that double revolver being spread all across this game. It's not just for Buriram United, but also Diamond, because he knows the potential in that. Even a trade-off, though, there's a little bit of delay before the pick-off has been done, but the damage is detrimental for Virtus Pro to really grab this point. So there's no pressure for Virtus Pro. They can arm themselves or put themselves in a good defense with armor as well as helmet, and not really change so much in weapon, because Buriram United, despite of them getting some bonus points or cash, they couldn't bring so much in this fight.
Oh my gosh, Wasana already caught by Diamond. Diamond, though, will be hitting the ground too, so 1-1 so far. Get High, though, very, very low. Moshi also very low. They're going to be able to catch out another one, and a third. Buriram down to Moshi on a sliver of health as Waranya finishing off Jonah, saying, hey, I can play this game too. I'm not just a support. And Moshi gets caught by Waranya in the backlines. What's happened to this support? Waranya is on fire today.
I mean, probably heard you. And also, it's probably heard you or realized that he needs to move up, because the earlier rounds, he always goes down first, so why not trade it? Why not change things around and deal the first damage? And it's working though. He's
a late bloomer.
Yeah, late bloomer, and also he's recovering. Despite of being aggressive, he's still recovering because of that basic therapy that's coming from Cassie. So, and he does have sufficient backup in the name of Diamond. So it's just something that they need to adjust to, and they adjusted it well.
Yep. Round number 4 here, folks. Buriram looking to get their first point on the board. Ice grenade going to be used to try and either flush or scout. Not going to land onto anybody, though. As you can see, their VP just hiding, waiting to catch their first victim. But is it going to be the Bears that might be hunted in just a second as that circle slowly creeps in? Interesting formation for Virtus Pro though. It's a 2-2 split. And if anybody gets caught, you've only got one teammate to back you up in case things go a little awry. Yeah. So Boyram playing really close together, about to run into Diamond and Exposy. And this is a very deadly pair as well.
Oh, definitely. Let's see though if
Exposy.
they will be able to spot Jonah. Diamond initial shots, but the follow-up come from Expose. He didn't push through, and Jonah will be taken down with that MP5. Wasana will try to follow it through, and Wasana was not spotted. He is distracted, or Diamond is distracted, making way for Wasana to make that shot, but Moshi has been taken out already. Get high in the front lines. Might be pinched in a bit. It's a 2v3 situation, and Expose managed to recover already, so it's not looking good for Bermuda United at this point.
And there we go. Circle is going to start moving as well. And Boyram, they are kind of on the defense here because it's Virtus Pro that needs to make the move. Get High is going to have to deal with Exposy and Nameless. So Waranya caught in the backlines by Wasana. Maybe this is all that they need. Get High trying to buy time, but this allows them to reposition. So Nameless and Exposy are the ones to be in that frontal position. But Wasana, can he be the one to create that opening? Get High that catches Exposy. Nameless too. Boyram get their first point.
Wasana for 3 after dealing with Waranya. Just dealt with the remaining 2. And one thing I would say is Virtus Pro just bought plenty of time for Wasana to cool down, to recharge that Rebel Rush.
Yep, that was beautiful. I loved how they bought time.
Yeah.
To have the necessary tools needed to take out Virtus Pro. Beautiful play. This is what I love to see from Boyram. You can see in a lot of their plays, a lot of thought is being put into microseconds because this game is so fast. Get high! Get down, sir. Get down. Yeah, already down. Waranya already taking a lot of damage as well. Oh, but I think Get High, he's not going to be picked up at all. Jonah's there, but Diamond says, no, that's mine. That elimination is mine, although he almost loses his own life. Tries to go for the wrap instead. Diamonds, this man is playing with his life. Oh my gosh, and he gets caught! Diamond, the greed! Getting punished by Moshi.
Double kill. Double kill.
Yeah.
Oh man, Nameless. You got a colossal task ahead of you, Nameless. But if you can do it, if you can cut through Moshi and Wasana, you get a gold medal. And
Wasana's already
a
very
title.
close.
Yeah. He's just waiting for that angle.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Once
this is painful
Wasana-
for Nameless.
Yeah, once Wasana goes in for the push, Moshi is just waiting to make that shot. So either way, Nameless will be
There
caught
it is.
out. This is what I'm talking about. The distraction coming from Wasana, pushing him away from cover, and then Moshi will just be waiting for that position. So it's all planned out, and I love the coordination coming from Bermuda United at that point. With Moshi and Wasana, you would see the caliber of how well coordinated, the chemistry, the sync coming from these players, but they're still down 1 point, but they do have a better advantage in this to tie it up unless Virtus Pro slows things down, because earlier it was a little bit too fast for comfort, and I think that's where Virtus Pro faltered despite of Get High being knocked down first.
Yeah. All right, folks. Boyram looking to get their 3rd point and to tie things up 3-3. Nameless, though, getting caught, losing half of his health. Not looking too happy, but still getting the electrotherapy there from Waranya, so should be able to get topped up. And now Boyram need to decide, okay, how do we break through this defense? Because the longer we wait, if we take too much damage, Waranya, that's all you need. Take out the support. So no more electric therapy. And Diamond, he's there. Nameless is there too. But if they try to pick up their teammate, that's the call for Boyram to just go in and to finish things off. They do pick up their support though. So Waranya's back onto the field. But look at this though. Get High. Going to be breaching that high ground from the team. And look at that, they're in the back lines as well. Wasana creating openings for Moji, who's managed to sneak into the back. And now it's just going to be the duo now. Exposy and Waranya. The support is down again. And Exposy, last man standing. It's 3 apiece.
I mean, Bermuda United just went in for the isolation and get back together, and it led. It started from when that initial frag was made by Moshi. The perfect timing. And this part of the map is really crucial for the snipers to make those shots. because most of the time there's plenty of opening in the middle, and if you get better position, that's where you make those shots, especially at this stage wherein AWM is available already. But if not, VSK can still land those shots, but the damage would not be so much compared to what we've seen Moshi did. But well, it's all tied up on a 3-3 right now, and let's see if anyone from Virtus Pro can turn things around, because it seems like Wasana can get high, a little bit heated, and wants to start this knockdown from Nameless and Waranya.
Waranya, they're right in front of Waranya. Jonah in the back line, though, has been caught by Diamond, and Wasana's going to go down.
No.
The CQC, it's failed for Boyram. Oh, but there's the Riptide Rhythm, breaks through the glue walls. Is this what they need? Oh, no, it's not Boyram. Falling too short, just a couple seconds too late. They may have been able to turn things around, but I really feel like just losing Jonah and Wasana, I kind of feel like that was where things just really came a little bit too late, and Diamond just coming in, finishing off Moshi from the back end. Did not see that coming, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, the Riptide Rhythm, that was perfect. That was perfect
It was.
to make shots. But if it wasn't for Diamond, for the backstab, that could have ended differently. That could have been a game for Brave United. And that's where that initial frag, that first blood really comes in. Get High being taken down with a nade or an ice grenade was definitely a mistake for Brave United. But initial engagement still happening the same way from what we've seen earlier. That first ice grenade is being thrown, this time not only towards Brave United, but also by Virtus Pro. So they are just taking advantage of the utilities that they have right now, especially the Snow Steffi into the mix. But Wasana, a little bit too fast, a little bit too quick. And they have, I love the boots that they have right now. You can see that effect wherein they're jumping and a little bit higher as well. That is what Wasana has to the table, but he goes down as well from the hands of Nameless. And it's now a 3v3 where Diamond is receiving a lot of damage as well.
Oh, Get High gets caught as well. I mean, they may have gotten the support, but is it coming at a very expensive cost? For Boyram, Wasana's still bleeding out. Jonah's the next one to be on the floor.
Triple kill.
Oh, Virtus Pro. Another point on the board. Neptune, are we about to see not an impossible task, but a reality that a lot of people did not envision? We just might.
We might see it. It's very close.
Oh my gosh, a smash point.
It's very close for Virtus Pro. But the saving grace, though, if in case Birmingham United loses this, they're not out of the competition just yet. But they will be brought into the 2-2 bracket. So it would be a longer run. And hopefully they can fix something, because this is not what I expect between Brave United and Virtus Pro. But this is what we love for Virtus Pro, because they're adjusting, and the adjustment is just to take another win despite of them losing against Brave United from the past. But Wasana says, no, we're not ending it right here. We want to fight back, and it seems like this is a fight back that we want. Diamond and Exposé already down. Wasana is still on a roll, trying to recover, and despite of the Flame Mirage, they will go in for that push on what we want, and Nameless will be going down.
Double kill.
A little bit greedy there for Nameless to try and pick up his teammate, so he gets punished, leaving Waranya all on his lonesome. And I mean, there's only so much a lone Cassie can do for the team against a full roster. But if I was Virtus Pro, I'd be having a very, very hard conversation with the team and saying, guys, I know we're leading. The war's not won. We need to win one more game. Okay? You gotta pull it out for this last couple games if it goes that far. So hopefully Waranya are learning some crucial information about Boyram as they get ready for round number 10. Boyram fans, they're hanging on to hope. I mean, Boyram, they are behind, but it's not impossible for this team to just come in and reverse sweep and steal away the set. It really depends on Virtus Pro. If they're able to catch them in one of these next couple rounds. So Boyram, if they're going to win it, they need to win 2 games back to back. But for Virtus Pro, all it takes is one.
Right?
One
exactly.
win. And it's going to be on
Oh,
I kind of feel like it's one of the worst places to be on too. We were just here.
yeah, we were just here. Quite surprised that we're going back here. We're in. Brave
Santa
United has
Catarina.
an advantage. So let's see though. But in terms of economy, it's quite like there's huge already from both sides. So I don't think they will be wasting so much. Great shot coming from Expose. Timing as well, and Diamond might be able to go for the follow-up and not giving way for Wasana to go for the backup, but Wasana brings Diamond down. Nameless rushes in, and it is just them banging their heads to the wall.
First
And
blood.
it seems like it's paying off because Brave United, as well as Diamond, has Brave United versus Pro has lost one from either side.
3 versus 3. Nameless leading the charge. He's found Moshi. The rest of the team, though, going to be boarding the ship themselves. Waranya sticking to his teammate. Oh, but Moshi and Nameless going to be on the ground. Waranya! Oh, Buriram! In a flash. Take the round. We're going to round 11 here, ladies and gentlemen. Match point for both teams as we did a back-to-back Santa Catarina round. And we're gonna finish everything on Shrine.
All right, so I don't know how that that went for Brave United, but it seems like Virtus Pro they were just playing with a trade-off. It was trading off until that final moment where Brave United says, okay, let's just deal with everyone else, isolate them, and then isolate them, go for a 1v1, and that's when they ended it. From the beginning, it was a little bit too slow. Now let's see though if the isolation would still work, because Brave United slowly going in for the flank together. No one being left behind compared to Virtus Pro, wherein they go for a 2-2 split.
Alright, I mean, it's a risky play here for Virtus Pro, but if you do get one knock, you have a advantage positioning-wise, maybe even a sandwich formation with how far the team is split. But, you know, as they say, sometimes if you pick off one and the team's not there, it just means you're going to get a free point. Oh my gosh, you can tell how both teams are so tense because this is the final round.
yeah.
You can't afford to make a mistake. So it's probably going to be one of the longest, if not the longest round here for both of our teams. We can let the circle come in to see who does this force out.
Yeah,
It looks like it might be Wasana first to make a move.
What worries me though is Brave United get high is already a little bit in front. So they have the center already, and they are backing away. Jonah right now might be in trouble. Not only is the blue damaging him, but
Jonah.
shots on him as well. I'm pretty sure that Moko is triggering. Now, let's see who goes down at this point. Jonah or Diamond, but as quickly as that, Diamond is recovering thanks to
look at the
that
circle.
Cassie.
Look at the circle.
Uh-oh.
Both teams moving along. Jonah's been caught by Exposy. Sniped and on the ground. And Wasana's next to follow and get high. Oh, Buriram! They've dropped the ball.
They
Virtus
dro-
Pro.
They dropped the ball in that moment, and they were the first in the middle. They could have taken advantage, but it was just Jonah being targeted most of the time. Couldn't go for the backup, couldn't even get away. Even the blue is blocking his exit. And that's what Virtus Pro just took advantage of. They also have information, clue being used, so pretty much where Brave United is positioned is already called for, and despite of the blue closing in, that Cassie is also helping Diamond survive, because that could have been trade-off with Diamond and Jonah from the beginning, but Diamond managed to heal up a little bit faster.
You know, as they say, not all rematches end the same way. And Virtus Pro, they surprise, they shock, because their last set with Buriram was 2-0 in favor of Buriram. And now they beat them 2-1. So, to all of my VP fans, celebrate. Celebrate in the chat, because the team deserves it, especially with how well they played that final round. They played their lineup to its maximum capacity. Sure, I think there were definitely a few rounds where they kind of made a few mistakes. They had some players getting caught out, but sometimes it just happens. Not every
Right.
round is going to be perfect. And they played the most important round to perfection, which was round 11, where both teams sitting on 5 points apiece. Winner takes the entire thing. So, congratulations to Virtus Pro. They don't need to play anymore. They're going to have a little bit of a break now. But Buriram fans, okay, it's not all bad news. You just get to see some more Buriram.
Yeah. I mean, it's not yet over for Rim. They will be relegated to the 2-2 bracket. But they are still in the tournament. But we also saw our MVP, which is Expose. I mean, Expose really did deal a lot of damage, or dealt a lot of damage, not only against Moshi, who is a counterpart on the other side, but also he initiated a lot of shots onto Jonah. And Expose was a saving grace at that point, leaving Jonah on the high ground, being stuck in one corner. And once that information has been relayed, tagged by Moko, damaged by that Raphael, and even slowed down by the Otho, like Jonah has nowhere else to go, and that's where Brim United's plan just starts crumbling.
Yeah. So here's the match summary here, ladies and gentlemen. Virtus Pro take the series 2-1 against Buriram United Esports. And Buriram, they had the advantage. They won the first game of this best of 3, but VP coming in with the reverse sweep, beating them 6-4 on Nexterra and 6-5 on Kalahari. These boys, they worked hard. They absolutely deserve that victory. I do hope they celebrate tonight, because that was a mountain to climb. And they climbed it with all 4 players intact. They didn't have to sacrifice anybody, okay? All of them made it to the top together. So, Virtus Pro, big surprise. I have expectations for them moving forward, because if they can play like that, they're going to give us some good games.
Yeah, a lot of hopes, a lot of great adjustment coming from Virtus Pro, and hopefully it could have been the same for Brave United, but they brought it to the stretch, especially in the final round. Like 6-5, we don't see that often, but we were expecting Brave United in the lead, but I'm loving the third round. The flip the script being done by Virtus Pro. In a bit, we're going to hear a little bit of Virtus Pro as well, because you know how it is. After each match, we are going for an interview. So I'm wondering which player that Morphin would be interviewing right now, because I know the girl has been doing so much and studying the gameplay and asking the right question. I just want to find out how they really prepared for this game for Virtus Pro, because it seems like in the beginning it doesn't show up, but the moment that they got that win, even for this final moment, they improve a lot in Clash Squad.
I'm trying to think, what could you do to prepare for Buriram? Like, the obvious answer is you scrim them, you watch a lot of odds.
Oh yeah.
The only alternative I have, which could be a little controversial. You know what? We're not going to have controversy on this. It's an inside thought and it's going to stay right here. But if someone asks me enough, I might spill the beans later on.
I would know. Don't worry. Once we go on a break, I would know.
You'll find out, so you don't worry. But I kind of am keen to see, like, what's the thought process and how much of a role the coach might have played in this as well, because I think we did see the coach multiple times. I believe it was the team's coach.
Yeah.
Being quite involved with the drafting. So yeah, I do wonder like whose idea it was, especially for the last game's draft, to just have Chrono in the front line and to put Diamond on the clue. Because this is, I mean, it's not frontline light because Waranya is also frontlining, but Waranya also ran a pretty squishy build, because we saw a couple of times Waranya just getting like, you know, get popped. Not normal, unfortunately, but then again, you're playing against Buriram, like, I mean, they just look at you wrong and they're gone, so yeah. I don't know how VP did it. I mean, they played well. That was the obvious answer, right? Like, they outplayed Buriram on that final match.
And they took advantage of the Kazi as well. Like they did, even from the second or the last game's pick, they didn't let go of that Kazi. They just hold onto it. The Chrono didn't show up in the second game, so it was not I would say it didn't throw off Buriram United, but it did work quite well, as did mention. And then that blue plus the iris, it's only the Cassie that stuck from that round number 2, and still Graham United was I couldn't say struggling, but they lost that fight. They lost that fight, especially in the final moment as well, wherein it seems like one-sided. So I don't know what I want to hear from Virtus Pro right here in the interview and what they think, what they did, because I'm curious of this adjustment as well as improvement coming from BP.
Yeah. I mean, I do have a slight theory maybe as to why Virtus Pro looked different. I don't know about you. I kind of feel like in that last round for Buriram, they did not play the way that they normally play, which is normally for Buriram, they are very decisive with their maneuvers. Like every move that they make, they know when to go, they know when to stop, but there was a lot of hesitation. I kind of feel like in that final round, like lots of hesitation, a lot of uncertainty. They weren't quite sure like when to go. And normally when Buriram is kind of stuck like that, I kind of feel like it's when their nerves are kind of shot. So yeah, I mean, who knows? But we are ready for our interview with Virtus Pro. So let's see what our winners have to say after taking this best of 3.
Hello, so very welcome to our interview section, and have to say that what a tense game from both teams, but of course only one team that can grant into the double elimination round, and is Virtus Pro. Congratulations first of all, and now we're gonna interview Exposy and Nameless. สวัสดีค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ but we have 2 more from Virtus Pro to here. I'm not sure that why they are here. ทำไมถึงอยู่ตรงนี้คะไดมอนด์มาทำอะไร
มาเป็นพ็อปครับ
so he just going to be their prop for Virtus Pro, alright? Okay, let's ask the first question. So, how do you feel to get this win? Because it's a reverse sweep from Virtus Pro. รู้สึกยังไงบ้างที่ชนะมาได้เพราะว่านี่คือการ reverse sweep จากเราด้วยแพ้ไปก่อน1 เกมแล้วก็กลับมาได้ค่ะรู้สึกไงบ้าง
ครับรู้สึกดีครับกดดันครับแล้วก็บอกเอชีว่าชนะเดี๋ยวเลี้ยงก๋วยเตี๋ยวครับก็เลยเอาให้ครับเกม
โอเคกดดันเพราะว่าเจอกับบุรีรัมย์ด้วยหรือเปล่า
ใช่ครับ
Okay, so he's really happy to get this win, and of course it's Buriram United Esports. That's why they got a lot of pressure. And Nameless just told Waranya that if we win this, he gonna he gonna bring Waranya to eat noodle. So he's gonna pay all of it. That's why in the last round, Waranya just get this win to the Virtus Pro. Alright. I want to know that because it was a tense game from both team and it's a reverse sweep. So I want to know how you guys communicate to get lost in the first map and then you bring back the 2 map later. อยากรู้ว่าทีมเราคุยกันยังไงบ้างคะเพราะว่าเกมแรกเราแพ้ไปก่อนแล้วก็เอากลับมาได้2 เกมหลัง
ก็บอกว่าถ้าชนะเดี๋ยวพาไปเลี้ยงหมูกระทะครับบอกวรัญญา
บอกวรัญญาเหมือนกันแล้วก็กลายเป็นว่าวรัญญาเอาให้
ใช่ครับผมบอกอย่างนั้นเลย
Okay, so before Nameless say that if we win this Waranya, I gonna bring you go to eat noodle. And then about the communicate of Virtus Pro, you say that Exposy say that okay Waranya, if you bring this win to us, I gonna bring you to how do I say in I'm not sure that in other country have it, but it's like a grilled pork. In Thai, it's like a buffet. So if we win this, I'm gonna bring you eat that. So that's why Waranya is so good answer the last round and bring the win to the Virtus Pro. Alright, let's go to the last question. I want to know that do you have anything to say to Buriram United Esports, which is a team that win in the 4v4? It's like they are the king of class squad of 4v4. Do you have anything to say? มีอะไรอยากจะบอก Buriram United Esports ไหมคะที่เขาเนี่ยเป็นแชมป์แล้วก็เป็นราชาของ CVC ด้วยนะตอนนี้
ครับก็อยากบอกพี่เกตว่าเดี๋ยวราชาคนใหม่ได้ถือกำเนิดคนต่อไปเดี๋ยวเกิดขึ้นมาอีกครับ
เดี๋ยวจะมีราชาคนใหม่เกิดบอก get high โดยเฉพาะเลย Okay, so Nameless say that get high See us now, the new king gonna born soon. So please watching us with us, bro. All right. Thank you for watching our interview session. This is the end of the interview. Thank you so much. And we're gonna have a short break before get back to our tournament. Bye bye.
welcome back, guys, to the broadcast, as we may have lost Neptune, and looking fancy there, my man. So, apologies for that, guys. But seriously, welcome back to day 6 of Clash Squad. We've just finished up our first 2 games of the day, and we are ready to jump into our 3rd game of the day, which is also still our upper bracket matches. And in case you don't know what that match is, it is Falcons going up against... All of a sudden, it slipped my mind. Twisted Minds, there we go. See, they twisted my mind. Crazy stuff there. But yeah, Falcons versus Twisted Minds is our next matchup. But before we jump into the matchup, just a quick sponsor. Shout out here. This tournament is brought to you by Red Bull. Red Bull is infused with Red Bull zinc and vitamins from Thailand, is supplemented with zinc B3 and B6, featuring a mild taste that helps players stay highly focused and seize every opportunity to achieve stylish booyah victories. And I already had mine, so the question I have for you is, have you had yours? Because mine's working overtime, because we just had 2 crazy games. I think we're gonna have another one here too. Okay, I feel like this 3rd game, Twisted Minds have an opportunity to upset, because we've just had Virtus Pro upset Royale.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Falcons, are they in the same boat?
we'll have to see though, because we were talking about this as well. Because Team Falcons, yes, they receive a loss from the past, but it's against AGAL, and we did mention that this is a different AGAL overall. But for Team Falcons, they still have the strength. So we'll just have to find out though if this is something that Twisted Mind has prepared for. Because in Kalahari, in terms of win loss for Team Falcons, it's 3 matches and they got 2 wins. But for Twisted Mind, it's the same record. So there's plenty of opportunities definitely for Twisted Mind to twist things around against Team Falcons.
Look, if they can twist my mind, I'm pretty sure they can twist anybody's mind. So we have expectations. But what we can do is just very quickly talk about their history. What games have they won and what games have they lost?
Yeah, for Twisted Mind, they have won against Kagendra, 2-0. Team Flash 2-0, and against Virtus Pro, that's 2-0 as well against them. But Virtus Pro though, the first match was 6-5, and it was the second match that they lost with only 1 point. But let's see though, that would change, or that might change depending on what pick. And well, for Twisted Mind, they're starting off their pick with an Oscar.
I mean, it's very rare you see Oscar go through, and it's quite surprising that Falcons let it through. So if you're gonna let the Oscar through, there's clearly a plan that they want to set into motion. And I think as soon as they saw the Oscar go through, they're just saying, okay, we're gonna pick and play this lineup, because Oscar's pretty straightforward, right? Like, if you play Oscar, you want to be aggressive. You want to run at your opponents. You want to really engage into them with CQC, because one of the great things of Oscar, you limit the potential of glue walls. If anything, you nullify them. So it's very, very hard to play against an Oscar. So the retaliation for our Falcons, let's get a Tetsuya, let's get a Chrono. And I think this is a really great counter pick coming in from Falcons, because they have a very solid front line, and they have frontliners that kind of don't need glue walls to function, right? Because you have Tetsuya, who has a lot of mobility to play with, and Chrono, he's got the time turner. So he's kind of in a good spot. Then you add Zane. Zane's another character that kind of doesn't need blue walls. If anything, he functions similarly to Oscar, but the advantage of Zane is that he can sustain himself, right? He can give himself shields every time he gets the knocks. So I kind of feel like Falcons were trapping Twisted Mind into the Oscar pick and being like, hey, it's available if you want to take it, you can. But you see what we picked here? Is your Oscar gonna be useful? Nah, okay.
No. It's a great counter though for the Ignis, because it would delay the approach of Team Falcons, and then Ignis to block off the visuals as well of Team Falcons, and then they have an advantage of that coda for their own visual, as well as the Iris. Because Iris though, despite of like how well it is being used, it's also going in for marking the opponents, which within the glue wall. So, and that's only viable mid to late game, but it still has great potential. We've seen that being used by a lot of snipers, but we'll have to see though, because it seems like Team Falcons wants to go headstrong against Twisted Mind, and I think they're aiming for a fast one right here.
Yeah, I just looking at the lineup, it definitely is like very fast, very furious. So I'm ready for this. I think you're ready for this. But the most important team that has to be ready for this, personally, I feel is Twisted Minds. Are they ready to deal with the onslaught that's going to be coming from Falcons? Because like Falcons, they want to get in there. And they want to get in there quick, and they want to finish you quick as well. So Twisted Minds have a couple of opportunities. If Zensi can pick them off with the Iris before they can even reach Twisted Minds, that's great. Jump has to work with Zensi, keep Falcons at bay, and then Kruger. I kind of feel like Kruger is going to play a huge role for the team here. I'm not only providing vision, but kind of being like that extra body to get in the way of Falcons and to keep Zensi safe. Because I feel like in this particular game, Zensi is playing a really, really important role for the team as a damage dealer.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a damage dealer that's needed at this point, and Cougar would just go for the follow-up or the follow-through. I want to see Devas as well, because being new to the team for Twisted Mind, there's great potential, and he was let to use that Oscar. And we've seen that, well, that is something that we rarely see from when Clash Squad was introduced. I can't remember who was it. Was it Waranya? I think it was Waranya who just used that, or was it someone in the sides of United that used that quite well, and then it gained popularity. They saw potential of how that Oscar will be used right now. But I guess there's no waiting. The battle between Team Falcons and Twisted Mind is here. The only question is who's going to fly high, or who's going to be twisted and knocked at this point in Kalahari, as this is where our game begins between these two teams.
It's the pistol round as well, so it's a practice round for some teams, but for Falcons, I kind of feel like this is a team where if you let them have the pistol round, you're in a lot of trouble. So hopefully for Twisted Minds, for their sake, if they can take this round, this will ease that early game for them a little bit. And so at the moment, it's a very, very slow round for both teams. Twisted Minds staying grouped up together with Kruger playing with the elevation.
Yep.
Whereas for Falcons, they're just going to kind of wait and see. But if they leave it up to the blue zone, I mean, Falcons have to move because they're the ones outside. Some of them at least are outside the blue zone.
Oh, a little bit early nade action coming from On Fire at that point, but not so much of damage though onto Twisted Mind, but they're just stacking together. I mean, 3-on-3 right now on this platform, and they're not even given opening on the other side. And for Cougar though, despite of being a sniper or accuracy at this point, there's pistol round, not so much of opening. Even at M500, you don't have that much damage as well. So there's no really need of like distancing yourself from this fight.
Okay, Twisted Minds, they've decided they want to be the ones to try and jump in first, but Limit, first player to go down on the side of Falcons. I mean, Zensi does get picked up in the back lines, but at what cost? At the cost of Kororo, Pina, and eventually On Fire. So Twisted Minds, instead of waiting for the Falcons to make their move first, it's Twisted Minds to say, hey, we want to take this game. We're not going to let you guys decide where and when to fight. This is our map. So Twisted Minds taking game number 1. Going to be very pleased with themselves for such a clean start.
Definitely. I mean, they have the weapon. They have that sight as well to work with later on. And I want to see more of Twisted Mind right here. But as you can see on the utilities as well, from the side of Team Falcons, they have 2 of the rifles already available. And I think that would be what's needed at this point. If you have a double G36, even from distance, you might be able to take put damage on Twisted Mind, and Twisted Mind is not investing that much, so they might be expecting lose this fight, and that's a reason why they're like staying away from the battle. They don't want to go head on just yet because they don't have the weaponry to do so. And with Kororo right now, M1917 on against Sensi, who has the same weapon, he needs to be careful though, or Sensi needs to be careful because here comes Pina as well.
Oh, Zensi. He's holding his own up against Kororo and Pina, but on the meantime, there you can see the front lines On Fire, knocked down by a skill. So Falcons gonna be working with one less player. Zenzi in the meantime though does get picked up by Pina, so one player apiece is on the ground for both teams. Limit though, very low for Falcons. And Pina gonna secure the first blood for the team. Zenzi is gone. Limit's been caught as well thanks to the Bass. Oh, Falcons, they're losing a lot of their firepower. It's up to Pina and Kororo to maybe bring things back. The Bass is low, but Pina's been caught by Cougar. Ooh. The sniper finishes him off, and oh my gosh. That is it. Jump finishing off Kororo. Round 2. Going to Twisted Minds again.
Now, at this point in time, I know it's just the second round, but they're bringing the grenades already. And I won't be surprised if Team Falcons, if this is the downfall of the team, they will be bringing in the Steffi later on. Because, like, failing it twice, especially in the early round, wherein grenades are rarely used, but Twisted Mind, well, they want to play with this. They want to make sure that they have a better advantage. And that's probably one reason as well why they saved up on resources, because they can use utilities as well as armor just from that second round. And now they can bring in the biggest guns. P90, they have, well, M9017 from Jump is still there. And I think a pistol or a rifle from the Bass, as well as a shotgun. So Pina right now up close and personal, but Rush will not work for him. And the Bass is safe though. He could have rushed as well using
on
that
fire.
Valiant dash, but he's not doing that much though.
Alright, Cougar gonna be losing that 1v1 up against Limits. So we know who's a superior sniper, but at the cost of On Fire and Pina, who's just hit the ground. The Bass also gonna be taken out as well, so we just have Jump left for Twisted Minds, whereas for Falcons, they've got Limit, they've got Kororo, and they can even pick up On Fire and Pina as well, which is what they're going to do. So Limit's gonna go for the pickup, and they should be able to finish Jump in just a second whenever he reveals himself. Just very, very slow ending here, ladies and gentlemen, but smooth round for Falcons, putting their first point on the board in any minute now. Any minute now.
So yeah, I mean, Jump is getting sly at this point. Doesn't have the weapon to go for the fight, especially against. He's not jumping against Limit 7 with that, and yeah, in a few moments, it's either the blue or the green. That's going to take down.
He's trying to bait them in. He's like, come on, guys, 1v1v. What are you doing? That's not fair. Oh, but the circle is moving for Jump, but no knock, unfortunately. So there we go. Falcons finally getting their first point on the board. But also some really great plays. You know, the fact that they managed to catch out Limit. Limit catching out Cougar. So you've lost a lot of that sniping firepower on the side of Twisted Minds. And the team basically just, I kind of feel like in that round, Twisted Minds getting a little bit greedy around the drop. I kind of feel like that was why they lost the round, because you can see for Falcons, they played with a lot of elevation looking down at the drop. So, you know, drops are great, but if it means you're going to drop and hit the floor, that's the wrong kind of drop, folks.
Yeah, I mean, Team Falcons just played it to the timing. Just played it to the team, making sure that they don't lose a lot of HP and not risk that much, and they still ended up with what's in that drop. But for Cougar right now and the rest of Team Twisted Mind, they're trying to go in a little bit too aggressive, but it did pay off. Taken down 2, pickups being done by Team Falcons, and Cougar, not quite sure what Cougar is doing at that point, and he was taken out in there by Pina and a backstab. Again, Cougar is just going back and forth, probably trying to recover, but there's no meds on him, and it was just Jump as well as the Bass who's assigned to it. But the moment that the Bass has been knocked down, Cougar didn't move away from that area, and well, eventually the backstab happened, and still Team Falcons managed to go for the win.
Yeah, so 2-2 apiece for these teams. So we've gone for a little bit of a point reset. No lead from anybody yet. But if anything, Falcons have a big advantage here because they've just won the last 2 rounds back to back. So they're working with a lot of extra resources over what Twisted Minds currently have. And they are fighting for a cyber airdrop as well. And Twisted Minds, they definitely want to get it if they can. So the Bass, he's going to try and fight Falcons for it. And he should be able to take out On Fire, which he does. finishes him off with a melee shot as well, but at the cost of Zensi has to fight Kororo. Doesn't finish him off though, so the Bass and Kororo having a bit of a stare off. It's going to be a 1v1 CQC, and the Bass beats Kororo with a stick and more. So now it's up to Limit, last player standing, and we're having a bit of a snipe off here. Falcon, Limit fighting Cougar, but with jump there as well. Provides that final bit of firepower to take the round. So Twisted Minds back in the lead, but just by 1 point this time.
Yeah, 1 point, but I mean, we've seen great dominance coming from Twisted Mind in that game. And, well, Jump says, let's just deal with it, because he was waiting for Cougar to make that shot. But Jump says, it's taking so much time. We want to end it. We want to make sure that we have this momentum. And they are showing that they can bring that momentum, especially after the 2 match they did in the beginning. But for Team Falcons, this is where another set of plan needs to be done. Kororo on that AWM, and it's a good thing as well that Twisted Mind didn't show up in open. Otherwise, they could have been taken down by Kororo, but the Baz receives a lot of damage, managed to go in for that valiant dash, and Jump will be taken down from a jump shot coming from Pina.
Yeah, beautiful shot there from Pina. So 3 versus 4 here for Twisted Minds. Not going to be too pleased about that. And Falcon's going to be feeling way more confident going into these fights, as Zensi, now under threat, is going to have to fight for his life, whilst the rest of his team is dealing with the rest of the crew on the ground and on fire, taking a little bit of damage. Going to be okay, but Pina is going to be there to help take out the Bass, and that's going to be it. Clean victory for Falcons. 3-3 apiece. Now shall not lead.
It's getting too close up between these 2 teams. But I love the fighting spirit that's being shown by Twisted Mind at this point. I mean, they're trading up each round. And even the weapon is smart. Cougar on that AC-80. I know the damage, like, coming from this weapon, and then Senzi as well. So dual sniper really works well in Kalahari, especially in Mammoth. It's more of the position, and we talked about this earlier. If you go in for a position wherein you have potential of falling down or being targeted without any way out, then that would be the downfall for a team. And Team Falcons is in a better advantage compared to Twisted Mind. Even with a Riptide Rhythm, it wouldn't work into damaging Team Falcons from that fight.
Oh, Pina getting caught out by Cougar, and on the bones as well there for Mammoth. So Pina, they might not even try to go for the pickup. I think they're realizing it's too dangerous to go for the pickup. So Cougar finishes off Pina, and now it's going to be 3 Falcons going up against a full roster of Twisted Minds, and they can't finish anyone off. Cougar is there. Jump, though, is going to hit the ground and is going to die as well. So now we're down to 3 versus 3. Both teams not looking too healthy so far. Limit on fire, and the Bass within range of being one shot here on fire, waiting so patiently, but Limit being taken off screen. They're on fire, and Cougar on the ground. Kororo holding things down here for Falcons. He's the lone survivor, and he's going to have to fight Zensi for this. And Zensi, he's the sniper. He's on the high ground.
Yeah.
There is a slight disadvantage for Zensi. He has to jump down.
Yeah, not so much of not so much
his
land to work with. Good thing there's those steps, but there goes the shots straight into the ribs. Now Kororo has a chance to recover as well, but needs to jump out, but doesn't damage him. It was the timing, that fall animation, that made him fall down and just into the clutches of Sensi's BSK.
That timing from Zensi, as soon as he saw the drop, he's like, I'm dropping right after you. I'm going to finish you off. Oh, man. That was beautiful, the timing. Twisted Minds leading by 1 point over Team Falcons.
Oh, yeah.
Man, it's kind of crazy how close this set is. I kind of thought it was going to be a little more one-sided, but Twisted Minds, they're bringing their A game today.
Yeah, I mean, I guess with the time or with the matches that they've spent, or the time spent on rest, that gave them the opportunity to serve the opponent. For the side of Twisted Mind, that is what they have done so far. And they really need it. They definitely need it at this point. If they can take it down Team Falcon, similar to what we've seen earlier against Bermuda United, then this is already prestige for them. And then an opportunity to take more in terms of the prize pool. So let's see, though, if this can be carried over by Twisted Mind to grab that match point, or will it be Team Falcons with a little bit of slowdown in the gameplay that can win this game?
First
Oh my
blood.
gosh, Limits found Cougar. Big snipe there for Falcons. So that's going to be the sniper gone for Twisted Minds. And all of a sudden, Falcons at a huge advantage for this round. Zensi, very, very low. Jump in the bass. They've got a lot of heavy lifting to do if they're going to try and win this round. So jump in the bass. Got to hold the fort in that front line. Got to deal with Kororo.
Ooh.
They see him. Oh, but the shot from On Fire. They read him like a book.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, timing could have been advantages for Twisted Mind, but it's more of the numbers advantage as well. That is what Team Falcons is playing with. So it's 4-4 right now. Equalize in all sides, and not expecting that Twisted Mind can go for this, stretching it towards the I would say the end of this first round, the series. But I'm loving what I'm seeing, especially from Twisted Mind, as well as Team Falcons, because of how they're trading off these points.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to see these teams trade so much. But I kind of wonder if it might be also because of the draft, right? Because, like, both teams have really strong characters. So it's not just a case of someone just having the superior draft. Like, they kind of playing lineups that kind of counter each other to some degree. But On Fire, all alone, going up against 3 players there from Twisted Minds. He's still sticking around. And Pina, though, has been caught up by Zensi. So Falcons already down a player. The front lines are still okay. Carrera and On Fire both hit the ground at the same time. Falcons have had their wings clipped. And Twisted Minds ready to finish the round. They want Limit. They want this to be clean. They want their money.
Let's see now. I mean, Sensi dealing with Limit X7, giving time for the rest of Twisted Mind to loot up whatever is on the ground. And now everyone would be ganging up against Sensi. So it's just a matter of time, though, before the blue closes in. And there's not much of breathing room for Limit at this point. Sensi, glue wall saves Limit X7. And there goes the takedown against Jump. But nope. With the numbers that they have, there's little to no chance that Limit can survive that fight. So it is match point for Twisted Mind and Team Falcons. Let's see if they can still catch up.
They got 2 games. 2 back-to-back wins if they're going to try and swipe this game away from Twisted Minds, because it would be an absolute shocker for Falcons to give this first game away to Twisted Minds. Very few people predicting this outcome for our first game here, ladies and gentlemen. And it's on Kalahari as well. This is a map that Falcons, they know. They love this map. So for Twisted Minds to bring their A game to this matchup, it just goes to show how on point, how on form they are. And Pina has already been caught up by Zensi. Zensi, this man constantly picking Falcons apart. He sees ahead, he taps it. Starting things off for the team. Pina does get picked up though. Super, super low. And all of a sudden it's Twisted Minds chasing after the Falcons. Oh, but I think they might just have... Their jig might be up. Limit's gone. He's on the ground. There's no one there. And that's the sniper for the team.
Not so much can be done onto Limit to pick him up. And the same goes for Pina. Kororo follows through. And On Fire stuck in the corner going against Cougar. And there you have it. Twisted Mind winning the first round in the series against Team Falcons. And it is very close between these two teams, but we didn't expect this great performance from Twisted Mind, and it's good. It is definitely good.
It's a juicy start to the set, because now there is going to be an element of desperation for Falcons, because they now have to win 2 sets back-to-back. And that's a minimum of 6 games. They have to win at least 12 games. And they can't afford to lose any of the sets because, yeah, I mean, you lose, like, that's it, you know? You have to keep playing the rounds, which on paper, it doesn't sound like a bad thing, but I think these players also kind of, they don't want to play every single day because it can get quite tiring. And the more you play, the more information you're giving away to future opponents. They're going to be seeing what drafts you can play. They're going to be seeing what characters you can play. They're also going to have time to break down your general play styles with certain characters. So, I mean, the pros and cons for playing a lot. The pro, if you play a lot, you're going to feel pretty good, like a well-oiled engine, but you're giving a lot away.
Yeah.
That's the cost. Can you afford to pay that cost? Or do you need to have the element of surprise to be able to help you in those games? Like, not every team needs that element of surprise, but I kind of feel like don't show too much. You don't show and you don't tell. Don't show and tell.
Especially in this game of Clash Squad, wherein once you've shown a lot in terms of your picks, in terms of your skills, then it already gives an idea of what your gameplay is. But for Senzi, like, he has barely been seen or rarely been seen by the opponents, and he's always dealing with those initial damage. And on a sniper, whether it's VSK or that AWM, especially on that AWM, Senzi has brought in so much, not even bringing a Raphael. So he used an Otho and a Nikita as well as a Moko. It's more of just to slow down your opponent or anyone near knockdown, as well as increase your fire rate, plus that vision that passive of Moko has brought in. But it was close. Even the numbers are close. Well, other than Limit, who didn't put so much in terms of elimination, but Cougar, the dual sniper, I believe that's what worked well for Twisted Mind.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. The dual sniper, especially into such a CQC heavy lineup, I think we do need to bring that up as well. Falcons really hoping that they were going to be able to just sort of play this in-your-face lineup with Chrono, Tetsuya, and Zane.
Yeah.
And yeah, the issue is, like, you kind of revealed this lineup very early, so it was easy for Twisted Minds to sort of retaliate and see, oh, okay, you want to play all the CQC, and then you saw the last couple picks, right? The Ignis, the Iris, Range. Range is a great way to deal with close quarter combat. So, game 1 is done. Kalahari secured by Twisted Minds. We are going to be flying into Bermuda for our next matchup, and hopefully for Falcons fans, Falcons will be able to make a nest on Bermuda and force a game number 3. However, if Twisted Minds take this second game, it's a shocker. Honestly, absolutely surprising, shocking set. Because we've already had Buriram drop their set today. If Falcons drop their set today as well, I think the Falcons and Buriram fans will have a lot to worry about.
Yeah, I do agree. For both teams earlier, I did mention of the winning rate or the win rate of Team Falcons as well as Twisted Mind on Kalahari map. It still is the same between these two teams. 50% win rate, 1 out of 2 matches played. But for Team Falcons, well, they are sticking with taking out that Cassie. They don't want to. They want to make sure that Twisted Mind is not buffed enough compared to what we've seen them do. But even a clue will be taken out. So Oscar stolen or captured so that Devas will not be given this objective. Yeah. So, on the other side, Santino and Chrono right now. So I'm seeing that there's a great advantage for, I would say, Sensi to go in for a position, but that Iris is already working for it. And then for Chrono, I think this is more of Devas because he has been denied of that Oscar. Now, what would be the counter? Or would it be a counter pick or just a comfort pick for Team Falcons? Because it seems like they need something quick, or probably they worked with Tough already, which is the previous build. Now they want to go for it quick, and there you have it. Combination of Oscar and Tatsuya. You can't get quicker than that. You have Oscar, you have Tatsuya, both have a dash and a rush. and then information gameplay with that coda, but they need a little bit more for the back line to support both Oscar and Tatsuya. And I don't know, earlier they want to go fast with toughness, now they want to go fast with speed.
I mean, speed's good, but we're gonna see A124. Welcome back. I have missed. I mean, some people probably don't miss A124. I have missed you. Oh man, I kind of wonder if this is now gonna sort of put a wench in the plans here for Falcons, because like you see A124, everyone knows what A124 does, right? You disable abilities. Right. And for Falcons, like the entire lineup relies on abilities. Mm-hmm. So they've still picked Zane as their last pick, but this is where I have to say, did they make a mistake? Because it almost feels like criminal to pick up Zane after seeing an A124 get locked in.
I guess Zane would be a great insurance policy. Or yeah, Zane would be a great insurance policy. As long as you're a little bit far away from the front line, and then just wait for that thrill of battle to be triggered first. Hitting wherever. As long as you're not hit, then you're still safe. And then that's when you go in for rush. Or you can have that Zane in the front line, just the bait for that A124, and then you have that Oscar as well as Tatsuya to work with to go for the flank. The moment you get that information, you got hit, you get information, and then Unfire as well as Pina will do the job.
Yeah. Oh man. Okay. I mean, I love seeing A124s, and it's Cougar playing the A124 as well. This man, this man is already deadly accurate, and now you want to add an A124 on top of him? This feels like a mistake, honestly. But then again, it's Falcons. Very quickly, for all of our viewers at home, in case you cannot see the names, on the side of Falcons, we have On Fire, who's going to be playing the Oscar, Pina on the Tatsuya, Kurora on the Coda, Limit 7 on the Zane, whereas on the side of Twisted Minds, we have Cougar on the A124, Jump on the Ignis, Zensi on the Sentido, and the Bass playing the Chrono. To all our viewers at home, if you are in the chat, let us know who you think is going to win this set. Do you think it's going to be Falcons, or will it be Twisted Minds that will secure a 2-0 victory? Because at the moment, Twisted Minds, they're leading the set 1-0. Falcons did not win that first game. And for Falcons fans, if you want the Falcons to win, 2 games. You got to win 2 rounds back to back. That's a minimum of 12 games. And if round 1 was any indicator, we might be going for a full set. Oh. Very, very possible. So yeah, it is. It's a lot.
It is possible, because if this is something that Team Falcons would be taking advantage of, especially with the speed, I would say, like I mentioned earlier, then yeah, they want to end it quick. But that's the same statement that they gave out earlier. So it's the same statement, and Twisted Mind just twisted it around. So they're living up to their name, though. That's one thing. Props to Twisted Mind, living up to their name, twisted everything around and winning 1 game against Team Falcons. But Team Falcons, well, I guess they have a fighting chance right now, but this is still pistol round. But hopefully they can get a 1-up to gain that momentum in this fight.
Alright, so let's see who makes that first move. The time turner has already been used, so that's going to be on cooldown. And we do see the mannequin being thrown in the backside. So in case we might be seeing that backwards jump, the opportunity is there. The Bass, though, going to be playing super far forward for the team. Will be able to retreat in the meantime, though. On fire! First one to go down, caught out by Jump. Cougar, though, is going to be the next one to hit the floor, though. Can they pick up Cougar? Jump has been caught as well. 2 players down on the ground here for Twisted Minds. It's up to Zensi and the Bass, but the Bass is on a fraction of a health bar. And for Zensi, he's very low as well. Pina and Limit, they can absolutely take this game. They get rid of Zensi. So now it's just the Bass all on his own. He's got Pina, got Limit. Can he deal with both? We've seen games happen where someone can 1v2, but this game is not the game.
Yeah. Well, let's see though. That game was it was long. It was long as well. But I guess the Vast, what he's aiming for is for the opponents or for Team Falcons to rush onto a base. He doesn't have that sight, if I'm not mistaken. But Team Falcons know. Team Falcons doesn't want to risk it. They can hit it from afar despite them having pistols only. They and do so. And with the numbers as well, they can go for that pinch. But quite surprisingly, the position coming from Twisted Mind was a little bit off for me. They prioritized on that airdrop, and then Team Falcons just invested so much on the grenade. It didn't hit that much, but it threw off what Twisted Mind was planning in that game.
Yeah, I don't know about you though. I kind of feel like the very early time turner was also probably a pretty big factor, because as soon as that came out and it disappeared, we saw Falcons just move, right? Like they just encroached on Twisted Mind's territory, and there really wasn't much that Twisted Minds could do because they've only really got Chrono that can reliably hit that front line. I mean, they got Ignis there as support, but Zensi kind of doesn't want to be in the front lines at all either. Zensi wants to try and go for that backwards wraparound to try and catch out somebody like Limit, or basically anyone, even Kororo, just catch out someone in the back lines and surprise them. But yeah, I just feel like in that round in particular, Falcons, they played it much better than Twisted Mind, especially with the bait out, I feel.
Yeah. Well, let's see though if there's anything that they can do. It's just the first round though. Pistol round, as you did mention, it's a 50-50. It can go anywhere. And we've seen a lot of teams as well turn things around after losing that pistol round. Especially if they can save up an economy, probably invest in utilities or armor so that they can just utilize or put in damage more coming from their skills. But in terms of skills, the damage dealer on the side of Team Falcons would be Oscar. Without the proper weapon, you can still go for a knockdown with that Valiant Dash. So that's one thing that Twisted Mind needs to be wary about.
All right, round number 2 going to kick off here for Team Falcons and Twisted Minds. And for Falcons, they need to win this set. So if they can snowball, this is probably the best round to snowball after a little bit of investment there from both sides. So, bit of a split here. Kororo is away from the team. You got everyone else grouped up together though. So he's going to make sure he doesn't get picked off, because if he gets picked off, that's going to leave his team at a numbers disadvantage. But heavy use of compounds here from both squads to not get picked off. Zensi does go for a little bit of a shoot there. Doesn't get any one taps, but now we have On Fire trying to jump there onto Zensi and will be successful. Zensi caught out in the open, and unfortunately for Twisted Minds, like Zensi's all on his own. No one's there to pick him up. So he's going to be the first one to go down alongside Pina. So
Now,
we're back to a tie. It's a 3v3 now.
3v3 right now, but in terms of weapon, seems like Twisted Mind with that Kingfisher in hand, Cougar has a great long range potential with the Blues closing in. So what Limit has to do right now would just be wait. He has elevation. He have a good angle from either or onto Cougar or Jump, but nope, Jump managed to get in up close against On Fire, and there goes the Flame Mirage. But On Fire would be the target. Cougar will try to go in for the flank, and no damage dealt, no takedown just yet. But Kororo spotted by Cougar, and shots onto him. No, that was a glue wall.
Yep, does not connect. And now Twisted Minds, they've only got the Bass at half health, and the Cougar is quite low. Kororo on fire's been caught. Cougar's on the ground though, so it could be a 1v1. Limit versus the Bass. And Limit, he should be able to take this unless he gets surprised. The Bass is trying to juke him. Oh my gosh. My heart, I can't take this. Limit's he's gotta aim this. I love what the Bass is doing. He's just completely throwing the Limit off. And he gets it! He got it! He played the mind games! He played the mind games! Oh,
Bruh. The Bass just did an Uncle Breaker at that point. I mean, before that final
He pulled off the ultimate. He pulled off the Twisted Mind. He just absolutely twisted Limit's leg. He was like, "Hey, bro, I'm here. Look at me. Look at me." Oh my gosh.
Because in terms of weapon, I mean, in terms of weaponry, in terms of weapon, Limit doesn't have that fire rate. So he has a
No.
Deagle. He switched to a Kingfisher, and Kingfisher, like he does have the fire rate, but because it's a rifle, so you don't have quickness in terms of like aiming and movement
Yeah.
as well. And that's where like Devas was just timing it. He just making sure that he can throw off Limit's gameplay and then work with it on that mini Uzi. Like quickness plus mini Uzi. And he doesn't need to pull out the time turner at that point. He doesn't need it. He just have to go ankle breaker against Limit.
That was, oh man, just the mind games. I think some of us also forget that mind games are very, very important in Clash Squad. Like, I think a good example was our Indonesian Battle Royale at the beginning of the day. Who was it that they interviewed today? It wasn't Russia. It was. Oh man, hang on, let me try and remember. They interviewed.
Hold on.
They.
Is it
Was it
Kochio?
Kochio? I think they interviewed Kochio. And he said the taunting from Bigatron is the reason why they won that last game.
Uh-huh.
So some people might think, oh, taunting's pointless. It's just a little bit of harmless fun. Taunting, believe it or not, can sometimes throw teams off. So doing things that just completely mess with the team's mental, it can flip games in your favor because being able to maintain your emotions, everybody's thought process. Like if you get flustered in a game, that's for all of our viewers at home. If you're struggling to understand the concept of having that mental strength, right? Have you ever played a game and you have maybe gotten so frustrated about something or someone and you feel like you play like absolute rubbish that round, right? Like nothing lands, nothing hits, and you just feel absolutely hopeless and you're just emotionally getting angrier and angrier? That's something that can impact the pro scene as well. You need to remain calm, you need to remain focused. You can't really afford to lose control of your emotions because for a lot of people, the moment you get angry, flustered, frustrated, even upset, it can throw off your gameplay.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
Gotta try and keep it clean.
Not just your gameplay though. It's I think it's the total chemistry of your body. Literally, the chemistry of
team.
your body. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's one thing. You need to keep yourself calm, collected. I know it's easier said than done, but it's something that's needed, especially in the pro scene. But let's see though. It is tied 1-1 right now. Twisted Mind managed to go in for a good point earlier, and Kororo with a sliver of health managed to survive and twist it around jump. Now the boss also down from the hands of Pina. And Twisted Mind right now, only Sensi and Cougar remains, and they're not trading anyone at this point. And Pina! No! A takedown by Cougar! And a double by Cougar! And this is a 1v1. Cougar on fire. Previous teammate can go in for a fight, but On Fire says, I'm going to pull off a backup from Pina. And it's a 1v2.
Cougar. Okay, Cougar, what's the play? Do you just rush in? Are you going to pick up Zensi? He's just going to try and go for the rush. Pina needs to heal. He does get the heal off. He wants a little bit of time. The dash is there, and Cougar goes down. Great decision making there. Just to go for the pickup. You know, sometimes it just pays to have that extra body.
Yeah.
Now, okay, lots of things could have happened there. I think some people are probably thinking, like, why didn't Cougar just rush in? And I think the problem is that Cougar didn't know how quickly the pickup was going to happen. So he probably thought, like, okay, by the time I get there, there's probably going to be 2 players, so I'll be reloading and the other person can shoot me down, so I'm going to try and do the wraparound. Maybe I can get the one tap. Unfortunately, it didn't work. He did get the knock, though, so it was fine, but lots to think about. I think Cougar really just played that situation the best he could with the knowledge he had.
Yeah, and doesn't have a glue wall as well. He could have made that pickup on jump while healing himself, go for a pickup simultaneously, and then that's where it can be equalized from both sides. But let's see though, Cougar is already down, and well, let's see if they can respond. Pina also knocked down, but the Baz will be cleared out by Limit X7. Pina will not be picked up. On fire on the flank. And Team Falcons in a 2v1 situation, and Sensi, not much can be done. Kingfisher in hand, and information has been relayed as well as to where he is. And Guerrero, all you need to do is just step in, P90, great fire rate as well as damage up close and personal.
Oh, Zensi.
Ooh!
Oh, on fire's been caught by Zensi. Oh, wait a minute. Hold the phone. Okay. I was looking a little scary there. Okay, it's fine. That's fine. The Falcons are still flying. False alarm, everybody. Oh my gosh, that would have been crazy if Zensi was able to win that 2 versus 1. It was
Yeah,
just
it was-
unfortunate for him, the smoke screen just sort of came in at the wrong time.
I was a little bit worried as well. So Sensi does have, correct me if I'm wrong, Sensi is using an iris in this game. So, all right. I was.
No,
Is that
Zensi.
right?
Santino.
Oh, Santino. All right, a Santino in this game. So, Santino, I was thinking, how did he manage to get that shot on the other side? Because if it was an information skill, then at least I would know. But I guess it's more of a game sense coming from Twisted Mind at this point.
Yeah.
But they need more of that because they're down by 2, and prioritization on the airdrop has been done by Team Falcons. They won that, but On Fire will be taken down, but trade-off from both sides.
Oh man, Falcons heavily crippled here. It's just Kororo, but it's still 2 versus 1.
Oh!
And that's oh my heart. That was delicious. That was a delicious shot. Man.
I think that was a Moko in play. Despite of the smoke, he can still see the where the opponent is and where it's coming off from that door. It was just perfect. Absolute cinema, as Gen Z say it.
Yeah. No, I 100% agree. All right, folks, 3-2. So Falcons, they did sort of lead us out of the gate, but Twisted Minds, they're coming back and their economy is starting to look real juicy. So this game, we're almost back to even. Now it's just a matter of who's able to conquer this compound. And at the moment, we're seeing a lot more Twisted Minds in here than we are Falcons. Falcons playing a little outside of the compound at the moment. Maybe trying to go for a bait? They have Kororo around the corner. Limit is quite far back, hiding behind the hedges. Oh, he almost catches jump. Gets half of his health, though. And now On Fire knows.
Oh, let's see, though. I mean, that bait didn't work that much as they expected. But they did put in a little bit of damage on Twisted Mind. But in return, Team Falcons also receiving a lot of damage. Thrill of Battle already triggered and On Fire, unable to use any of those skills. And this is what Twisted Mind is taking advantage of. That Thrill of Battle from the A124, but Pina is still fighting back. But for how long? Not too long. And it equalized 3-on-3 on both sides.
3-3. It's game 2. And that first matchup, that wasn't luck. That wasn't luck. There was no accident. These 2 teams, I mean, it's neck and neck at the moment. Anybody could win this set, but Falcons have to win this set. Otherwise, that's going to be a 2-0 loss. So, look at that. Falcons, heavy investment, and Twisted Mind sitting on a nice pile of money, getting ready to buy their next house. All they need to do is just to keep winning. Keep winning, keep building up their small fortune.
Let's see now. Who goes down first? The Bass with the first one to go down inside the time turner. And it's a good stride being done with Team Falcons right now. Splits doesn't connect that much coming from Kruger. Now, they have wasted 1 nade already. Kiroro just waiting for that opportunity to go for Rush M1887. Spots jump. Doesn't jump right in, but I guess it's more of the timing and finding where the opponents is. And Kiroro sees Cougar. He was not expecting that, but the moment he sees it, he knows that he can take that shot.
Yeah, oh, Kruger. He really had no information, so now it's up to Zensi and Jump. Jump's job is to create openings for Zensi to come in and finish off. Smokescreen is there. Jump losing too much health. They will get Pina as well, though, so 2 on the ground.
Whoop.
But it's just Zensi up against Limit and on fire. Can he get the one taps? He can't get any. Glue wall is up. He gets a little shot there, but not enough to get anyone into that red zone. Oh. Just needed a little bit more there.
Yeah. Well, there's not so much that you can do. You're going against M590, and you do have a VSK. Though I do believe that Sensi has accuracy. But if that was a 1v1, there's a huge potential that he could have made it. But that was a 1v2, so there's a distraction factor as well. And that brings Team Falcons to a lead. Now, in this kind of map, there's a huge chance that we will see one of the rushers, either On Fire or Pina, move in for the flank. And then we will be seeing Limit X7 on the snipe. But I guess they want to go straight up. On Fire and Pina already in the front line. And there goes the Valiant Dash, knocking the Bass. And Jump will be the next one to go down from the hands of On Fire. And that takes down 2 from Twisted Mind.
Oh man, Twisted Minds, they were doing so well, but all of a sudden just getting run over by Team Falcons. Cougar, oh, Zensi didn't even get a chance to move. And now it's just Cougar, all on his own. Everyone's gone big cat hunting. Kororo on one side, the rest of the team on the other. Flawless victory there for Falcons. They're ready for game number 3. They're not playing anymore. They really, really want this round.
They want this this time around. I mean, they're match point, and they're very close to ending this. And I guess with this, they have a momentum as well. Now I'm rethinking what happened for your first match. It might have been something that Team Falcons wants to happen so that they can study how Twisted Mind is working in terms of rotation, in terms of how they position themselves. And I won't be surprised if later on, once we go in for the final battle, we would see Team Falcons in a huge lead and not as close as this.
Oh boy, this is a match point round. Twisted Minds can't afford to give this away. The Bass is low. On Fire's next to Cougar.
Whoop.
The Bass has been caught. He tried to retreat. Oh no, I think it's over. Cougar on the ground, Jump as well, and Zensi against a full roster. We're going to game number 3.
Yep, game number 3 indeed. And well, a little bit quicker. It is 6-3 on the score right now compared to 6-4 that we had where Twisted Mind won that game. But I want to see more. Especially as Twisted Mind is showing up at this point. This seems like a very strong contender for that championship. And this is just one step to do so. But it's unfortunate that the previous champion of the Clash Squad from previous season is in this bracket wherein they have one loss. So this might be showing that the other teams are slowly being stronger. And this is what we've seen from Twisted Mind, winning that first game against Team Falcons. So I want to see more of this, and let's see if Team Falcons can continue this on or take this to their momentum, or if Twisted Mind would have something in mind to just disrupt the gameplay of Team Falcons. And that's another thing that I want to see more.
So step 1 is seeing the drafts, right? To see who picks what's available, and does anyone try to do anything a little bit funky? Because to be fair, okay, Twisted Minds, they had A124. Not a very popular pick, unfortunately, because, I mean, okay, it's not to say the character is bad or anything. It is absolutely effective, but I kind of feel like against certain compositions, A124 is not that great, right? Like very, very skill active heavy, sure. It basically, any character that needs their skill to be functional, A124 shuts that down. In this case, I kind of feel like Falcons, I mean, they already knew they were going up against an A124. So I think they played around Cougar really, really well and didn't really leave themselves too open to basically being nullified as a group. So yeah, Falcons, right? I can see Twisted Minds changing the A124. But I'm trying to think, okay, what would you change? I mean, if we're talking about Cougar, maybe Skylar? Skylar would be great. Sort of break through those glue walls that Falcons love to use as well. Also pairs well with the Ignis, because Ignis also breaks glue walls, rendering them basically like useless. Iris was in the pool. Nobody picked Iris. You can always go back to classics, right? If you want to just pick a sniper. Yeah, I just think Falcons, they read the A124 too well. Even though Cougar had some really, really great rounds.
I mean, if judging from Cougar, given a chance to either use a coda or a clue, he would take it. Like,
I mean, Clue was banned, so
yeah, the A124
no
was just the A124 was just like, I don't know, desperation pick, but given a chance, he would be using that clue where he have 100% win rate or a coda. Though it's 50-50 in terms of win rate, but he's doing better compared to having that A124, which is effective in situation wherein he was the last player standing, and if it was a 1v1 or a 1v2, there's a better chance for him to win it. But for the other skills, for the other instances, it doesn't work that well.
All right, so pretty standard ban here. No Oscar. Smart Twisted Minds. I do think Oscar just needs to go. We don't need to see him anymore. Maybe too much Oscar today. But for Falcons, are they going to continue with the Cassie bans? Because they've just been banning Cassie, I think, for the first 2 games, and they will continue with it. So I kind of agree with the Cassie bans, because we've seen in the past what happens when you allow Cassie to go through and your opponents get the next 2 picks. So Cassie's gone. Santino gets locked in though, which if it's Zenzi to play the Santino again, I think I'm okay with this, honestly. I think he plays Santino pretty well.
Yeah, well, he does, and Ignis will be denied from Twisted Mind, and it will be taken for the side of Team Falcons, as well as that Chrono. So, both would be earlier coming from Twisted Mind, but now Twisted Mind would have that coda as well as Zane. So denied strength for the side of Team Falcons, and I believe with that coda, it would be going to Cougar, as mentioned earlier. But Tatsuya and Clue for the side of Team Falcons, quite balanced, but I'm seeing a different approach right here from Team Falcons. An approach that we don't see often for most of the teams.
Okay, locked in. So Ignis, Chrono, Tetsuya, Clue for the Falcons, but Twisted Minds. Okay, so you've got Santino, who's a sniper, Zane, who's your rusher, you've got Coda, who's going to come in, and Iris. Okay, so you got two snipers, a rusher, and Coda. Bomber. We kind of don't know how they want to play the Coda. I don't know how to feel about this, honestly. Like, all offense? Yes, no? It feels like it's all offense for both sides, honestly.
Yeah, well, for Twisted Mind, though, it's offense, but there's a little bit of long-range capability. For Team Falcons, is more of a close-range offensive at this point. So it's a push and pull. I would say push and pull between these 2 teams, because Twisted Mind, you have Santino, the Iris, usually being used by snipers. So if they were going to go for a double snipe setup, then this is something that they use. Jump now going for that coda. I was surprised. I was expecting it would have been Cougar, but again, did mention about the double snipe and the Devas right now on the Zane. So we've seen Devas being that aggressive pusher for the side of Twisted Mind, and this makes him even more efficient.
Yeah. I think we got to decide here. We're going to be the bad guys, okay? Who do we think is going to take the series based on their lineups? You can start.
Based on the lineup, I'm gearing towards Team Falcons. There's strength as well as a good chance to close the gap.
Yeah. I think... I'm horrible. I really want Twisted Minds to take the set, but I think I have to agree with you. I think Falcons just all round, it's a much easier to execute lineup. Ease of execution is something teams have to consider when they pick their characters, because it doesn't matter if you pick all the best characters in the game. If it's hard to execute your lineup, if there's not enough synergy, if there are just a lot of things that don't really fit well together, it doesn't matter if you have all the best characters. And just synergistically, Falcons make sense. So much sense. But for Twisted Minds, it's they gotta jump over hoops, and the hoop is on fire, and there's like a shark. If you miss the hoop, you're gonna fall into a pool of sharks, and maybe it's like eels in there too, so you're gonna get electrocuted. Yeah, just if Twisted Minds take the set, I tip my hat to you all. Every single one of you. I will bow down and I will kiss all their feet. Not on camera, but you guys know what I mean. Game number 1, pistol round. Let's go to 2.
Well, let's go. As we can see right now, it's more positioning being done by teams from both sides. But Jump receiving a lot of damage. Pina would be the one being taken out by Jump on that USB 2. The same goes with the Bass against Limit X7. And up close and personal, on fire response with hack and slash with that sight. But what can you do? Especially when you're down in numbers. Kiroro trying to equalize that, but doesn't have an opening with a moving platform, giving way for Twisted Mind to get away. In Kiroro is trying to recover now. And here comes the Bass.
Cougar's there too. If he's not careful, he might just clip him at the back of his skull. Kiroro's like, oh, I'm just going to go down. Okay. Okay. He lives another day. How many more days does he have left? Not too many.
I'll see. I mean,
All right.
information revealed as to where the opponents are, but the Bass will be taken down. Zensi, no angle to take against On Fire, but you don't want to step in.
Zensi and Cougar have to move. They have to move. They're going down. Oh my gosh. Kiroro, Zensi,
Jump.
Who's gonna win? They're reloading. Oh, Falcons! They won both 1v1s.
I'm
They
saying
played
Jump.
that round so well.
I'm saying Jump. I'm not referring to Twisted Mind. Jump. I'm referring to him to jump so that he can get away from those shots. But he was just standing in there, sidestepping. But anyway.
Just pistol round things. If we had better guns, that round would have been over ages ago. So. Oh my gosh, what a round! But I kind of feel like mentally that would mess with Twisted Minds. I'm pretty sure they looked at the round, they thought it should have been in the bag, but to fumble it that bad, that would not feel good at all.
Well, it's a good thing the pistol round didn't happen in Grab Labs, because it would be more fun here, like trying to take shots and then missing this because of the loss of gravity. Now, so far it's a stalemate, and it's hard to move despite of the jump height that you have. It's difficult to move because you are dealing with animation, you're dealing with the timing as well. And Team Falcons, this is where they're slowly falling down, even with a push being done by On Fire and Pina. But good thing that accuracy, and they went alternately on that shot. They managed to take advantage of their number situation. Vaz doesn't even have anything to go with against the BSS and the Jump. Not only one remaining against 2.
Okay, Jump theoretically has the advantage because his name is literally Jump. This is his map. It's his time to shine. And it's going to be On Fire and Pina because this man can jump.
Well,
we just gotta wait and see what's happening. He throws a couple pot shots. Kiroro's low. Got some glue walls. The time's ticking. He's jumping. his name that's not quite there. He gets Pina on fire. He misses. Okay, Jump is down.
I mean, he's not jumping that often though, because from that moment he only jumped once, wherein he could have jumped multiple times.
I had a heart attack. I thought they were gonna miss Jump, and that was going to be it. Jump would have been king of Grab Labs. Oh, that was terrifying.
Well, 2 rounds already. It's going to the hands of Team Falcons. Now, this is where we're going to see a little bit of speed from both sides because they have the weaponry as well as the econ to work with. And Twisted Mind, I mean, they're spending a lot. All level 3s, if I'm mistaken, from both side, from Cougar, Devas, Jump, as well as Sensi and Armor. And weapons would be VSS as well as a P90 for the Bass. So fire rate, they have it, damage a little bit, but will they be able to take advantage? And it seems like, despite an on fire getting close, wasn't able to make that shot, and that hack and slash didn't work for him. And on fire will be picked up, but for how long? Twisted Mind take advantage of this situation, and they might be able to win this game.
Yep, Jumpy jumping. He wants Kororo. He's the last one, and he gets him. He says, "That's what you get." That should have been my round.
That's what you get for laughing at me. Well, it was us who was laughing at him, but
we were rooting for him, okay? We were rooting for him.
it just
But-
looks as if we're laughing at him, but we're cheering
No,
on
no.
jump.
Go do whatever it takes to win, man. Whatever it takes.
Oh, speaking of whatever it takes, the Bass has a level 3 MP5. So he's already deadly and I would say a weaker weapon. But with this fire rate, as long as he gets an opening, he might be able to take down even Limit X7. And he's already crossed the border. If it wasn't a glue wall, Limit has already down.
Oh, Limit down to less than half health. He is within range of just getting finished off here if he doesn't heal up, which he will. So his health is coming back up. So slight reset there. On fire, just seeing if he can try and catch anything. So thankfully the glue wall is going to keep him up. Although Jump's been caught and Cougar is low, and you can see on fire. He's thinking, do I want Cougar? Do I want to finish off Jump? So Cougar does heal himself up a little bit, and he's going to go for a wide wraparound. Takes damage again. Going to be so risky if he wants to try and go for the climb. Limit going to break through the glue walls. He wants to reach the Bass. He wants him. His head's right there. He didn't take it. He didn't take it. He actually held on to the shot.
I mean, it was a timing. Bad timing, I would say, for Limit
I think
X7.
he's waiting.
Oh!
No, he's being healed!
And that's the
Oh!
reason why he needed to take that
First
shot,
blood.
because Ice Grenade will take him down. Now, it's a 3-on-3 on both sides. And let's see. No, Cougar will be taken down with double pistol, double revolver, and another one on fire with just that M1917. But the moment he deals with the Bass, he goes down as well.
Oh, Pena's so low, but he's going to try and go for the drop instead. The Bass is coming. The shots are there. It's not enough. Oh, the Bass. He takes it. He's going to be able to take it for the team. So Twisted Minds get another point on the board. What a messy game, though, from both teams. Having to play with the elevation and then having to make the decision to go onto the low ground. We're at Intellect Center for round 5. 2 apiece for Falcons and Twisted Minds.
Now, this map is more decent compared to the last 2 maps, because Grab Labs and then like the elevation that we have on both of the previous maps, that's why it was crappy. But now it's all like straightforward, and it's more of them getting an angle as well as getting in position. But speaking of position, Kororo almost being taken down because of position, but he managed to go in for that glue wall. But Jump managed to have a jump on him, and he's the first one to go down. But Jump also goes down.
Thanks to Limit, so we do have some supporting fire coming in for the team. On fire, though, very low. Pina's going to be hit with some bullets as well. Still going to be standing. And for Falcons, I think they're just glad that they managed to stabilize here, but they've got to figure out how they're going to pick up at least one elimination to equalize things, because they're at a numbers disadvantage. And they didn't have Kororo, so Tatsuya's gone. So it's basically up to On Fire and Pina to make those openings, open up for Limit, but Limit's gone! Limit's been caught by Cougar. Your sniper is on the ground and bleeding, and there goes On Fire, being picked apart one by one. The team is just, unfortunately, a little indecisive as to how to approach this after losing one of their frontliners.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that loss coming from Team Falcons, because they invested so much as well on the cyber airdrop, and now in the hands of the Baz, is really damaging the team. Like, the Baz with that level 3 MP5, just shredding everyone. And he didn't even put so much of effort in getting that. It was from 2 rounds earlier. So he's just using what he have, and what he have is the best weapon of all.
Well, maybe they can try and steal it back. You know, that's the goal. You see the weapon,
Oh,
you
yeah.
try and take it back. The Bass is playing very aggressive though, so I do worry a little bit that if he plays a bit too far forward, he could get punished. But Jump's been found out by On Fire. Couple pot shots landing, but Pina's coming in to provide some cover, to provide support fire. Well, it looks like he managed to escape for now, but the Bass, we saw him, he's hunting. Limit's there. Limit's like, no, no, please, no. He's got his teammate there to try and help him out. And I think they managed to get out the Bass. Pina and Kororo, though, has been caught by Zensi and the Bass. So all of a sudden, Falcons have been cut in half with only On Fire and Limit left. And they're staying close.
There's one thing though. I mean, if we would be, if anyone would be going against the Bass, make sure to deny him of that Zane. Otherwise, you'll see more of this. And the Bass right now has the potential to end this. Only On Fire remains, with the Blues closing in as well. And On Fire goes in below. There goes the zip line as well as that glue wall. But for how long can you survive going against 3? Make that 4 players up Twisted Mind, and Jump managed to land that finishing blow. It's now a 4-2 in the scores, and very close for Twisted Mind to end this game.
Oh no. I fear for Falcons. I fear for them. Twisted Minds. They are slowly running away with the match, and I can't see an easy comeback for Falcons unless Twisted Minds either make a terrible mistake, or if Falcons just find the headshot of their life. If they can one-tap the Bass before he does anything, if just anything, okay? They gotta find every opportunity. Play dirty if you have to. Do something. Keep this game alive. Because you've got so many games. 4 games back-to-back that they need to win. They need 4 games. Oh,
And,
Kororo!
well, unfortunately, Kororo, first one to go down. And there goes Pina as well. It's not looking good.
no.
Match point. Arm's length.
Falcons!
First side of Twisted Mind. And
They're
the next
falling!
this is
Call
it.
the vet!
Wings are clips right now.
Oh man, Falcons have been absolutely clipped, looted, just everything. And it might even just come down to this next game. If you're Falcons, if you have any resources left, you have to invest in this next round. Invest everything.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any way you can econ anymore. You've got to get the best that you can afford and hope from this game onward that you can win every game back to back to back to back to back. This might be it. Falcons, if they want to stay in this and if they want to win this set, they have to win 4 games back to back. And one way to do it is to steal the Bass's gun. They gotta reclaim their own treasure. It's been stolen. They gotta steal from the thief.
And we're not seeing anyone using that MP5, so it doesn't have that in store. And that's the only MP5 that is available. Limited 7 receives damage. If I'm mistaken, that is coming from Sensi as well into mid with that AWM and needs to recover. But he's not given an chance. A little bit of 180 on that throw. And Cougar repositions just inside, but the Bass is down. On Fire has a chance. Limited 7 would be knocked down, and everyone, all the utilities being thrown and all focused on this specific area against Team Falcons.
I don't know if Falcons can afford to pick him up. Pina's on the ground. Kororo's on the ground. Limit's still bleeding. Oh, it's just on fire. And that is it. That is it. Twisted Minds take out Falcons in game number 3 of the sets. Who would have guessed? Not many of us would have guessed. A lot of us thought Falcons were going to be able to take the set, but just, again, another team has to one of our champions.
Well, it is what it is right now. It is what it is. And the champions has been taken down once again. And it's in the hands of Twisted Mind. And I'm really loving the evolution of the other teams against Team Falcons, because the prestige is there, But it seems like, I don't know, whether it's Twisted Mind really evolving quite well, adjusting quite well, or Team Falcons is not playing to their best potential. Because even from the picks, it's not close to their usual gameplay. And with the performance as well after the pick, or after that snowball that Twisted Mind has brought in, it seems like there's no mind being put in on Team Falcon's on this Team Falcon side.
I want to be a little optimistic and think that it's just everyone else catching up to Bermuda and Falcons. That's how I kind of want to see this. Like, the competition is just getting tougher, it's getting stiffer. I think teams are starting to finally understand the game mode, and they're applying all this new information, this new knowledge into the game mode, and it's starting to pay off for them. So I want to think that we're just going to get better games from here on out. And like, so far today, the games are pretty fire. And I kind of hope we continue, because dang, if it slows down from here, I will be pretty sad.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, quite surprising. That was a 6-2 if I'm not mistaken. Our MVP right now is Sensi. Let's not look about elimination, because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of elimination spread across the team. It's more of the damage. He's a damage dealer, and we've seen so many times, if one player from Team Falcons would receive so much of damage, or HP would go down almost half, it's Sensi who's making that work. And that's what the sniper need right now, or what the team really need from a sniper like Sensi. And well, he is making it work.
It's kind of crazy, because he has 3 eliminations to his name and 3,000 damage. It just this is what happens when there's no Cassie allowed, because you don't have as many health bars. Okay, here's the proper stats in case anyone's wondering, why is somebody with 3 eliminations getting MVP? 19 assists. 19. Hang on, let me say it again slowly. 19. 9. That is how much impact Zensi had for his teammates in these rounds. Incredible stats to pull from a single player. So, Twisted Minds, quick match summary. Twisted Minds taking our first round off of Falcons 6-4. They unfortunately drop in our Bermuda round 3-6, but they do claim the crown with a beautiful score of 6-2 on Nexterra. So Twisted Minds looking on point today, and maybe we could be even looking at our future champion. You know, all these teams that are beating Ram and Falcons, champion quality teams. I think we can see any of them with the crown on their head at the moment.
Yeah, I love the storyline coming from all the teams right now, especially the improvement, because we've seen that earlier. Verse Pro, we've seen that as well from Twisted Mind, and I was not expecting this, because the moment that, like, the first loss, it's okay. That it's something that we expect, because as you did mention, it might be a story wherein the teams are really performing that well or better compared to last season. But now, even 2 of the top dogs are being taken out to a 2-2 bracket, wherein it's rare that it happens. I'm looking forward to what else can be offered, not just for today, but also the following days of Clash Squad. Because if this is exciting, wherein no one's being eliminated, what more if someone would be eliminated on the next day?
Yeah, it would. I'm gonna tell you right now. Bourbon Falcons, I feel like one of these teams is not gonna make it. A bold call, I know. I feel like someone's not making it tomorrow. So hearts might be broken, or I might just get a lot of angry emails. I don't know. But just based off of what we are seeing, competition is stiff. Really stiff. Lots of teams just motivated to really put their all into Clash Squad, and the fruits of their labor is really paying off. So really exciting to see whether or not we're going to be seeing a new champion. Maybe Boyram and Falcons, they're bamboozling everybody, and they're just being like, okay guys, we're gonna pretend to be bad, but we're actually not bad. We're just sitting here learning how you guys play. We really don't know what's happening in the minds of these teams, but at the moment, haven't quite qualified. as of yet, but they still have a chance to do so. So don't panic. In the meantime, though, we got to talk to Twisted Minds because they beat Falcons, and I'm pretty sure if you beat Falcons, you got a lot to say. So let's see what Twisted Minds have to say in their interview.
Alright, Survivor and Booyah from Team Twisted Mind. Have to say that it's a big surprise that they beat Team Falcon that used to be the king of Clash Squad. So now I'm here with the Bats and Jump. สวัสดีค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ Okay, so I have to ask you, how do you feel right now to beat Team Falcon? รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะที่เอาชนะทีม Falcon มาได้
รู้สึกดีใจครับปลดล็อกด้วยครับในซ้อมโดนตบยับเลย ใช่ครับ
Okay, so he say that he's so happy to beat Team Falcon because in the scrim with Team Falcon, have to say that they lost. How do I say? Lost almost all of the game, but now in the real tournament they beat Team Falcon. All right, so the Bats, I want to know that about your team. What is the key factor that bring you to the victory? อยากรู้ว่าอะไรคือจุดสำคัญที่ทำให้เราชนะมาได้ค่ะ
ซ้อมน้อยๆนอนเยอะๆครับ
ซ้อมน้อยๆนอนเยอะๆเคล็ดลับจาก Twisted Mind นะคะทุกคน Okay, the tips of Twisted Mind to get this win is you just don't have to practice like how do I say less practice and sleep more. So spend your time with sleeping more than practice. Alright, this is the tip of Twisted Mind. Let's go to the last question. Do you have anything to say to your fans? มีอะไรอยากจะบอกแฟนๆไหมคะ
ก็อย่าลืมฝากเชียร์ทวิตเตอร์มานะครับจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับ
So keep supporting us fans. We will, how to say, we gonna, now they go into the double elim already. So please keep supporting us. We will do our best to get this win. Alright, thank you for watching our interview section. We're gonna have a short break before get back to the tournament. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall 2025 Clash Squad mode, and we have just finished 3 series out of 6, and we're starting it off in our elimination round. This is a battle between Esports going against Team Flash, and back on desk, I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, joined by the one and only Daniel.
Yeah, so we're now starting to hit those elimination matches. So anybody that lose the games moving on from here, they're out. You're out, you're going home, no second chances. You've lost too many games. So yeah, the stakes are pretty high for everyone for our last 3 games for today, which our first one, it's going to be a bit of a Vietnam show match, right? Because we've got 2 Vietnam teams, and unfortunately, one of them is just going to have to go home. So the stronger one will remain. The other one, you can help wave the flag. You give some moral support to your brothers in arms. So I think it's going to be a pretty exciting match though, because one of the cool things about regional matchups is that we get to see the regional play style, right? Because if you're in the same region, there generally is going to be a regional meta. So I'm keen to see what the regional meta is going to be for Vietnam. If it's going to be the global SEA meta, which is the stuff that we usually see, or if there are any maybe like surprise picks that the Vietnam teams love to pull out, and maybe it's something that they like to share with one another, right? So yeah, keen to see what kind of surprises.
Yeah, sorry, I was looking at the matches, and I mentioned Team Flash, but it is Heavy who is going to play against PE Sports.
Yes, against PE Sports, yes.
Yeah, I just want to correct myself.
Oh, we're good. We are good. Don't worry. Those are still the 2 teams I was referring to. So we're Gucci. So still Vietnam versus Vietnam matchup. So
yeah,
that's going to be exciting. Do we have any data on any like weird picks for any of these teams? I don't believe so.
Well, in terms of picks, they have been using the same standard pick for the active combos for Team Heavy. It's more of utilizing that Clue, Ignis, Tatsuya, and Zane. From last game they played against which team did he play this against? Against Virtus Pro. For PE Sports, it's pretty much the same. I mean, all standard. I don't think they're risking any weird picks at this point.
Yeah, this is probably the last place you want to be choosing risky picks, unless maybe you have like an ace up your sleeve. Because I think if you're at this point of the competition where you're at risk of elimination, I kind of think you got to bring out the trump card. You know, like you've struggled this far, and it would be a shame to lose a set and to be eliminated because you still tried to hide strats. Because there are benefits to hiding strats, but if you hide them a bit too much, you're not going to make it very far in the competition. So we'll have to see who's going to make it out of this best of 3. But for the map order of this best of 3, we're going to kick things off with Nexterra, followed by Kalahari, and then we're going to go back to the beautiful sunny blue shores of Bermuda if we manage to hit a game number 3, which at the moment for today, we've had 1 2-0 and 2 2-1s. So the chance of us going to a full 3 games, I think it is very possible, especially if it's a regional matchup like this, because the teams, they got to know each other. Like, they got to know each other's play styles. You're probably scrimming against each other all the time. So I think there is a good chance we're going to go to the full 3 games. But if we don't, then it's going to be a stop. I think that's what's going to happen. So we'll find out after the draft. Yeah.
Now, speaking of draft, well, in the side of PE Sports, so they're taking them out, or Heavy rather, they're taking out Zane, and for the bans, I would say the most bans that being done by PE Sports is Chrono and Oscar. So, well, it's a smart move that they started with the Oscar because they don't want to lose that advantage, especially in that latter part of the game. Now, pick though would be Chrono, and the best combination that Heavy has brought in with a Chrono, I believe, is with a Tatsuya. And let's see if that's something that they can bring in, or if PE Sports can give that opportunity to pick a Tatsuya.
Yeah, they're going to prioritize Santino though, because that's available, and Koda. Okay, so Tatsuya's available. I think I'm also going to throw Cassie in the pool, because teams also love to run Cassie with both of those characters, right? Tatsuya and Chrono appreciate the support for Cassie. And as you can see, Heavy already highlighting the Cassie, so they're going to have access to that sustain. Is it still Tatsuya? Ooh, Ignis. Priority here for Heavy.
All right. It's a viable approach, especially if you want to go up close against PE Sports, but they don't have anything for the snipers just yet. So that would depend on what pick would be for PE Sports. So sniper already on Santino, and then Coda for visibility. They need that rusher. So it's either they go with Tatsuya, still away from Heavy, to prevent the Tatsuya Cassie combination, or they can go with, I guess, a clue for additional info.
I'm thinking, like, can Heavy even fit a Tatsuya in their lineup? Because they've already got Ignis, Cassie, Chrono, and they kind of don't want to go for another sniper on Heavy, do you? So I feel like I don't think Tatsuya would even fit Heavy. I mean, PE, they want it themselves, so if they want to take it, that's fine. Last pick, though, I mean, they've got options. They can really do anything here if they really wanted to.
Let's see. I mean, an Iris, together with that Santino.
Iris. Yeah, I could totally see Iris. If they're worried about utilities, if they watch the previous games, I know Steffi was also an option, but I think Iris is just way more solid here.
There you go.
Iris for
Iris.
PE.
Well,
Dimitri. Okay, I'm not dying. Okay. I will point out every single game I have broadcasted for Dimitri, the team who picked Dimitri's lost. I'm just going to point that out. So, PE, they could be the first team to win with Dimitri when I'm on broadcast, but I'm scared. Heavy in the meantime, though, I'm thinking a sniper pick, but they also need vision. Clue.
Yeah.
Like,
Clue's
a great pick here. If they really wanted to, Homer as well, I guess. What else?
Skylar.
I mean, they could go Skylar. Yeah, Skylar could be a really great sniper pick as well if they want to stick to meta. A little off meta, actually, for Skylar, but still viable. Wait, what? Recall? Okay, wait, I think this might be a graphical error on the side of Sports.
All right.
Okay,
So
I'm just...
we'll
you keep
get an
talking.
update.
Okay, we may have gotten an update. Okay, we're just getting confirmation, but that last pick, that might be a problem.
Yeah, that might be a timeout.
Yeah, something may have happened. So just sit tight, folks, as we kind of get things sorted. But I think at this point, let's just assume everything else before the Dimitri pick was intentional.
Yeah.
So everything before Dimitri was intentional. Yeah, I think the Dimitri... I mean, we're both scratching our heads, right? But we're just like, Dimitri? Huh? And then our heads are like 90 degrees sideways. So...
But I think the Iris would be much viable, I believe.
Yeah.
Because we had that already
highlighted
before the
Iris.
change. Yeah.
Yeah, they highlighted Iris. So if that was the last pick, I'm totally fine with the Iris last pick.
So it's more of like denying. I believe it's just denying their opponents. For any sniper build. Yeah. So probably could force it on what? Force it for a Skylar. That is not very. I mean, I know there's potential for Skylar, especially when glue walls is involved, but there's limited range and the number of glue walls being laid out compared to Battle Royale. So
yeah, I guess
there's a lot of glue walls being laid out.
I need to throw this out here as well, though. Like, we also have to remember for Heavy, they don't have scouting options. If they go for Iris, they're practically at a huge disadvantage against PE Sports. So personally, I don't think it's Iris. I really think it has to be Clue or something, or even Homer. Because you can't play this game mode blind. You need vision. So, I mean, I'm just going to sit on this. If the players on the side of Heavy do choose Iris, you have my condolences. Or if you win, I will bow and pray and just... It would be crazy. we'll have to see. If Heavy, if you don't want to play with Vision and you beat PE, I guess Vision's overrated. We don't need Vision characters. We can go for more damage, more support, more defense.
Yeah, I mean, it did work for most instances. Though, Vision skills it does help, but you know, we were talking about that earlier as well, wherein even the coda is being countered so many times because of the timing as well as the condition wherein you would be spotted with the Aurora Vision. So as long as you identify what needs to be done, given your opponent has that information, that's whether it's the timing or your position or whatever, as long as you met the condition to go against or to counter that vision skills like coda, iris clue, whatever, then you're still good to win.
Okay, so we have the finalized lineups for the teams. I'm not sure if we're going to bring it up on the screen again. So for P Esports, they are locking in Coda, Santino, Tatsuya, and Dimitri. And then on the side of PE, wait,
or Heavy.
Heavy, Chrono, Cassie, Ignis, and we're actually still waiting for the last pick apparently.
Yeah.
So we might be putting this on the screen, and then we might be waiting for Heavy to do that last pick, unless someone screams at us that it's gonna be something. Which it's gonna be Clue. It's gonna be Clue. I'm putting everything I own. I don't actually own a house. My imaginary house onto Clue. Because who can afford a house in this economy? I'll put my rent on it.
You can't even afford to put your rent on.
I know. I need to get my deposit back. Oh god.
Anyways, I mean, Clue is viable. At least they have that information. Skill.
Yeah.
But
so our money, it's either Clue, Skylar. I think the correct, if you wanted to go out there, A124. I think I'm gonna mention A124. I think if you really wanted to, A124. I'm very unlikely in this scenario, but we're just naming snipers at this point.
Right.
What else? Hang on. Let me have a look at the list.
So Skylar, Clue, Iris,
Homer, maybe?
Homer.
Do you think Homer could be an option? I think I did mention this. I just, for some reason, I blanked out.
If you're Razia.
Oh yeah,
you're
okay,
Razia,
I guess
that works.
So. Fine. Okay, sure.
If you're Razia, that works. I don't know. There's very limited, especially if it's just a sniper that we are waiting for. So, but they can go off, they can go off meta, in the sniper. They still have. Okay. I'm seeing a name of a character I like here. I'm not gonna say it yet because I'm not gonna confirm this yet. No hints. No hints.
No hints. I don't know if we're gonna show it on the screen. If we don't, I will say the character's name, but everyone in the chat, you guys know what it is. Okay, if you know what if you think you know what it is, say it in the comments. Say it in the comments. What do you think that last pick is going to be for Heavy? I don't have the comments open actually. Do you, Neptune?
Yeah, I do have the comments.
Okay, what's chat saying? What is chat saying this last pick is going to be?
None yet. There's a lot. Okay. There's a lot of conversation that I don't understand. So unfortunately, there's no auto translate.
Oh no.
So, but for those who, definitely those, please type it in English, please. What do you think? What do you think would be last pick for Heavy at this point? For their, I believe for their sniper, because we don't have the name on there yet.
Yeah. We're still waiting for this confirmation. It's coming soon. But I've already seen a name.
Yep. All right, we have Never Give Up here, giving us clue on the chat.
Okay, so we got one clue. Any other guesses? Oh, Wait, it's on the screen. There we go. It's on the screen. It is not a secret to all of my clue guessers out there. You win a prize. You win a little bit of ego. Good job. And maybe a pat on the back as well.
So
Good job
never
to all of my
mind.
clue
Never
guessers.
mind. Who would have that?
It's there. But honestly, the Dimitri pick is...
It's legit.
No, it's legit. It was not a bug. But,
Uh-huh.
I mean, again, we're both kind of scratching our heads with the Dimitri pick.
Yeah.
Because, okay, what does Dimitri provide? Sustain.
And Dimitri,
Like,
yeah,
sustain.
sustain, healing heartbeat,
Yeah.
the diameter as well as leaves those for recovery. Good contention though for a Cassie. That might help Tatsuya.
So you think it's mainly to provide support for Tatsuya?
It seems like it. At least it's not limited to one person, but it's more of the duration though, because the Cassie has like longer duration. Once you're connected, you heal up. But for Dimitri, well, once it cools down, there's still a good chance for you to heal up much faster. But that's why everyone goes for Cassie.
Yeah. Look, Cassie's just too solid as a support. I think it's a bit difficult to find a replacement for her. I think the moment there's a new character added to the game that functionally does what Cassie does,
Yeah.
I think we've got like the best healing supports in the game.
Oh yeah. Even
So,
I
yeah,
use even I use Cassie. And I play support in Clash Squad as well. So
Yeah.
that's why
Alright,
don't count on
so-
me to get a lot of elimination.
You're there for heals. Make everyone's damage numbers all big because they gotta work hard. Okay, so as we get ready to jump into the match, in case you guys may have just joined the broadcast and you missed the draft, it's PE Esports going up against Heavy, and for our characters selected, did you see the names of the players assigned to the characters?
Yeah.
I actually didn't catch it. Okay, you do.
Yeah, I do have.
Would you
So-
mind letting everyone know who's playing what?
So for PE Sports, Coda would be for Nolan. We have LBT that would be taken by Santino. We have Lauho with a Tatsuya, and then Dimitri would be taken by Nero. For the side of Heavy, we have Bui on the clue. Alan would take that Ignis. Mufasa would have that Cassie, and Don't Cry would be taking that Chrono. And well, I guess there's no waiting. Game is starting right now, and we are heading in to Nexterra.
All right, Nexterra, round number 1. Who's going to start things off for our pistol round? Who's going to have that little lead? And already LBT, this man, trigger happy. Trying to do a little bit of damage. Nothing connecting though. So now it's going to be Don't Cry, Move Faster to bring the fight into PE Esports. And Nero almost losing his entire health bar. Jumps down at the right moment. Look at this. Everyone just abandoning ship. You see? You see? Oh, wait. Oh, Don't Cry already hitting the ground. LBT. What a shot.
Yeah, perfect timing though. I mean, they're playing with aggression of Mufasa and Don't Cry with that Cassie and that Chrono combination. So, but the thing is, the pickup has been done. No one's being eliminated just yet. It will be going for a slowdown because Heavy would need to recover as well. So let's see. As there's a standstill, the blue would be closing in, and probably a huge shift would happen in a few seconds. But PE Sports is not risking it all. They are staying outside blue, and there's a huge risk that the hit would be done onto Nero, not even able to use that sight.
Oh boy, Nolan's gone, Nero is gone, PE Esports down to 2. Lauho's been caught too, and LBT, last one to go down. Heavy. Starting the round heavy. Making PE Esports lives a little bit difficult. So, great little start already. But again, it's just the pistol round. It's just the test, the practice, okay? Now it's the real thing, round number 2. For PE and Heavy.
All right, I mean, there's a little bit of economy already going into PE Sports despite of them losing in, and they are bringing in rifles like the G36 right now for LBT and Lao Ho. So from a long range, they will be able to take advantage, but against a firefall being brought in by Bui, so that would be a little bit more deadly. So there might be a slowdown for PE Sports. Nolan receiving damage from that shot, but airdrop would be priority from either side. Nero will be taken down. It's a good thing that Mufasa jumped in together with Don't Cry. And there you have it. 2 down already, or 1 down for each side. Make that 2 for PE Sports. And Heavy seems like a winner in this game.
Yeah, and honestly, a lot of their success is just this really crazy combo of Mufasa and Don't Cry. You've just got such a heavy front line. You've got support to heal as well. Mufasa, though, getting caught by LBT, so the Cassie support is down, but Lao Ho just gets chopped up to bits. And LBT, I mean, he was very close to saving the game, but it's just so difficult when you're up against a Chrono. So Don't Cry, he wipes away LBT's tears. It's okay, so... This is our round. You'll have another try. You have another shot.
There's another shot for them, definitely. But let's see though. I mean, 2-0 on the score lines, where we were expecting PE Sports to be the stronger team at this point. But you know how it is. It is now set in like after the pistol round, or after the warm-up, I would say, where an economy would be increasing from both sides as well. So I think PE Sports has a good tendency to get back as long as they get the timing.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. So here we go. Lots of glue walls by both sides. And Alan already taken up at LBT. This man is just he's lifting weights for his entire team. It does lose Nero though, so we are down 1 player each. Mufasa on the ground. The Cassie needs to be picked up. Don't Cry. He's trying to get rid of Nolan, but Nolan does not want Cassie to be picked up. And he will succeed in finishing him off, but at what cost? LBT is super low, but they get Don't Cry. They've got to deal with Boy. Last player standing for Heavy. This might be where PE Sports finally get their comeback money. They're waiting for their investment returns, but they gotta make sure they finish this last man standing. And Boy, if he can heal up, that'll be a great way to start. And he does successfully heal up, so... I mean, he's not full health yet. He's got 2 plays to take out, and one of them is LBT, who has been very sharp for these first couple rounds. And he's gonna get him! LBT! 4 eliminations. All on his own. This man carrying his entire team's hopes and dreams in his pocket.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the perfect timing, I mean, the perfect usage of that Coda, Aurora Vision, as well as having that level 3 MP5 does help. I mean, once you have that coming from the Cyber Drop, you have great fire rate, great damage as well. And a couple of patches back, AJ often says this gun hits like a truck, and then it got flat tire. It slowed down a little bit in terms of damage, and now it's back. So I guess MP5, especially coming from that Cyber Drop, is very crucial in the beginning parts or the early parts of each round. But let's see though, this might be taken away later on, because Heavy still had economy to play with and managed to pull in a little bit of weapon as well, especially that VSK coming from Bui. But, well, it seems like Heavy is the ones receiving all those damage.
Yeah, thankfully Mufasa did not get picked off though, so they will be able to get that healing in for both Don't Cry and Mufasa. So just a bit of a reset, but also a positional change coming out from Heavy, as Boy taking more than half of his health and damage. Luckily going to be okay, but now weird spot for Heavy because they're all on the low ground and they've given all the high ground advantage to PE Sports. And the round's not going to get any easier when the blue comes in. So what's the play here? Are they hoping if they stay on the low ground that they're going to pick off PE Sports if they have to jump down?
Yeah, we've seen that.
It's a strat, but I don't think PE Sports is going to do this in a silly way. Like, they do have a way to kind of leapfrog down. As you can see, the way those buildings are made. You can see Nero's trying to do that.
All right, so I guess this shift would be something that both teams has been waiting for. And PE Sports already in lead. Now, there's still a problem with jump. this time there's not so much ledge to play with. So it's either you just finish it in time, in the perfect
Gotta
timing, and
survive.
LBT already doing that with a power foul, and there you go. Cleanup crew is needed, and well, Esports has this round 2-2 in the scoreboard.
The idea was there for Heavy. I think I'm not sure what they were kind of hoping to achieve. Maybe they thought the circle was going to go in a different direction, which would be P Esports to be the ones having to move first, not Heavy. But they just luck of the draw sometimes with those circles. So yeah, unfortunate for Heavy. Maybe Farmtopia is different. You know, maybe this is Heavy's time to make that comeback happen.
Yeah, let's see if
I
this would
think
be.
they'd be pretty upset losing that round, honestly.
This would be Funtopia for the team, or
Funtopia,
we'll just
sorry.
No, I mean this is Farmtopia, but would it be fun?
Oh, Funtopia. Sure.
Again, elevation is
Thanks.
something that P Sports has taken advantage from earlier, and Heavy right now trying to prioritize on that airdrop, but they do have that connection, and I believe they have the cyber airdrop as well. Nolan is trying to just push them away, but nades onto Nolan, still managed to survive. But for LBT, he's trying to make shots, but there goes a knockdown and instantaneous pickup being done. Great work by the support from P Sports.
First blood.
Heavy losing their front line. So they lost both the Chrono and the Cassie, leaving Alan and Bowie to be the ones to try and save this game for the team. Oh, but it's going to be so hard because everyone is still standing for P Esports. So you can see LBT, he's there. He's just waiting for Boy to stick his head out so he can get that headshot. Alan, in the meantime, they're on the low ground, having to fire into Nira, and he loses that, unfortunately. And P Esports, they take round number 5, putting them in the lead with 3 points over 2. So even though Heavy had a bit of an advantage with the first 2 rounds, with both their lineup as well as that pistol round win, P Esports is proving to be the better team now, going into round 6. Mud site. I mean, if you're a Heavy fan, send them your energy now because they look great, but now P Esports, I'm worried they're just running away with the game. Look at the economy difference! Almost 20 grand. Ugh.
Yeah, that's huge because prioritizing an airdrop as well, and then the turnaround that has been done, you will get more as well in terms of elimination. So LBT already in front line might be able to deal with Mufasa, but it's a little bit risky going on 1v2. And there goes LBT running away, knowing that he doesn't have that weapon to go against the duo, but he might just be baiting the rest of the teams to chase after him. Now, don't cry. We'll try to go in for a rush, but Nolan has been taken by Bowie out of nowhere.
Oh, Mufasa.
First blood.
Okay, Boy, Nero, Nolan. Current player is currently incapacitated. Nero's going to go down, so P Esports already down 2. But Boy gets picked up here, Neptune. Oh no, he's been caught by Boy. Man, he's gotten revenge. And Mufasa gets that last one. So LBT, final player to go down. And, well, Heavy, I mean, someone sent them energy because they were able to take that round. So we managed to pick things up and tie it to 3 apiece. So it's not just going to be a case of P Esports running away with this matchup, thankfully. It looks like we are going to be getting a close one at least.
Oh yeah, I mean the trade-off, the back and forth, it's quite balanced. And it's not aggressive as well, even for PE Sports. So it's giving much leeway for Heavy right now to fire back. Now, Intrograv Labs, that might not work compared to what we have earlier. The moment that you jump in, you would be out in the open. So you need to be careful as well as to where you move and jump. But Mufasa and Don't Cry still connected. Nade on Don't Cry, but it doesn't hit him. Now here comes back up. And, well, not so much of breathing room being given to Nolan. But on the other side, it's Lau Hao going against Alan. But that Flame Mirage saves him that chance. And Alan right now will still stay on the second floor.
Oh, Alan, looking for LBT. Getting rid of LBT would be huge for Heavy because that man has done so much to just make Heavy's life very difficult in all of these matches. And for Heavy, they would like to try and get an advantage wherever they can. But so far, Mufasa still well covered. So it's going to be quite difficult to get rid of the Cassie. So the answer might lie in just getting rid of Chrono first. Mufasa's health down to half. We'll be able to heal up though. So probably shots from LBT. Lao Ho though going to be picked up there by Alan. And Nolan, next one to drop there for PE Sports. So all of a sudden, the curtains have been thrown wide open here. And Heavy looking to try and finish things off. Mufasa though will be hitting the ground. So the Cassie has been caught, still just bleeding. And Alan, the next one to follow here, caught by LBT. But again, it's LBT all on his own. Up against 3 players from Heavy. And he will be taken out there. So for PE Sports, as long as LBT is allowed to play his game, it seems they're able to take the round. But the moment Heavy can hold their ground and can cut through the front line, it seems like that's where things really fall short here for PE Sports.
Yeah, and Heavy's also doing well in isolating their opponents. Because earlier, like the bait and switch, Alan baiting one of the players from PE Sports, I believe that was Lao Ho, and he managed to get him off that ledge. So, and then that puts Lao Ho in the open to be taken out. So, I mean, great stride being done by Heavy right now. Position, isolation, everything else, and even buying time. Because they're not that aggressive despite of having that Chrono and Cassie combination on them. But let's see though, because they're still in front line going against Nero and Nolan. And those nades will not work that much. It was Alan from the other side. Managed to take down Nero, and even Alan, who takes down Nolan as well.
Oh, and LBT, it looks like he's been found out as well, losing a lot of his health by Lao Ho. Gonna drop, and LBT goes down to Heavy. Is the crown. And PE Sports are starting to lose sight of this game. Oh my goodness, PE Sports, it's not over yet, okay? Yeah. So for PE Sports, they can bring it back, but I feel like they need to adopt a similar play style to EVOS and AGAL, right? Because so far, everything has been put onto LBT's shoulders. This man can shoot, but he needs to be given more opportunity to do his job. So Lao Ho, Nolan, and Nero, they need to either figure out a way to keep Don't Cry and Mufasa busy, but also at the same time, make sure LBT is given freedom to do his job as that sniper. So ensure that Alan and Bui don't suddenly appear out of nowhere to prevent LBT from doing his job. So we're match point, but PE Sports, they have a lot of games that they need to win if they want to take this first match.
Yeah, let's see though if there's something that they can do right now. And I mean, for Nero Nolan, I guess like unnecessary risk is something that they need to avoid right now, because going against Don't Cry and Heavy Mufasa, it's just tough. Connection with that basic therapy would be very crucial if they can take down one of the players. But boy, managed to take down Nolan, and there goes a confirmation. Thus, Don't Cry and Mufasa is rushing, but LBT brings down Don't Cry. It's now a 3v3, make that 3v2, and LBT and Lao Ho a little bit too far though, as Mufasa steam rolls there. Now, Lao Ho only remaining against 2 players, but not so much of an angle can be taken right now, but did manage to get away, but a backstab coming from Mufasa with this AC-80.
Lao Ho, you've got one job, bring it back for the team. Oh, but he can't do it. Mufasa, lock it in. And that's going to be game number 1 set for Heavy, who they ran an incredibly well-oiled lineup. They utilized the Cassie Chrono to its maximum potential, and PE, they really struggled to deal with that duo, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we've seen from PE Sports. The moment they lose, and we're like, this happens often in Battle Royale. The moment they lose a fight, it seems like they're being demotivated at this point, and that's where steamrolls against them or snowballs against them, and that's what PE Sports is taking advantage of, as well as they have Don't Cry in there in the lead. So with that, I guess PE Sports really needs to deny them of that Cassie, so that there's a little bit of slowdown coming from Heavy, and they won't be that heavy damager in this game.
Yeah, I think we also kind of have to talk about the Dimitri pick. Thoughts on Dimitri? I mean, it kind of did its job, but if we're gonna compare apples to apples, Cassie outperformed Dimitri in every way it felt. So if we didn't have Dimitri as this last pick for PE Sports, what could have been picked instead that would have benefited the team? Because I think we have to remember, so LBT was on the coda and he was doing a lot of the work for the team. Is there anything that we could have picked that may have been able to support LBT so that he would have been able to do his job better?
It might not be the usual though, but it's not so much nades, throwables being used. A Raiden could have helped them. Just to slow down the pace of Mufasa in Don't Cry. Like if you pull out the sniper, the spider rather, then it would slow down that push, and then you can take advantage of that with Laoho's Tatsuya. And that's a desperation pick, I would say. Desperation pick because there's not so much of option being left. You won't be able to use any of the others like the Homer, A124, because it doesn't match their gameplay. Doesn't match their the A124 can, but you have to deal with 2 players. So I guess the Raiden is a much viable option.
Oh boy. Well, unfortunately for PE Sports, they have a long road ahead of them because if they want to somehow stay in the tournament, they've got to win our next 2 maps. So being down 1 game, this is just gonna set them so far back. But for Heavy fans, they're gonna be super happy. First matchup on Nexterra, 6-3 is the final scoreline, and Heavy are ahead by a point. Next map though is Kalahari. So maybe this is where PE Sports can climb out of this very, very deep hole that they're currently stuck in. And I think if we're gonna talk about the hole, we've got to talk about the problem. I kind of feel like the Cassie Chrono's problem here. So what's the answer? Do we ban Cassie, meaning that either Oscar or Zane is going to make it through? Do we ban the Chrono, but that leaves Cassie in the pool and we just get a different partner for Cassie?
I think they can take Cassie for their side because they can also bring in the Zane to match with that. They've won 1 game using that Zane and Coda combination. So Zane, Coda, and Cassie, and then 1 for sniper. But it's tough to call because you're seeing a lot, especially if they have those Zane being banned, and that's what Heavy has done already. They are just denying any counter to that Cassie or any combination to that Cassie because it can either be a Chrono or it can be what else? An Oscar Cassie or a Cassie Tatsuya. If they give it a chance, Heavy can choose that.
You know, another option I think we also saw in our previous matchups if they really needed to. Steffi? We saw some Steffi in there with some of the teams running Cassie, so you've got, I guess, another partner in case the classic ones are not available or not suitable. So we'll have to keep that in mind, but picks and bans are ready, and PE are going to be the ones to get the first ban, and Tatsuya's gone. So they are trying to eliminate Cassie partners, but then again, if PE really wants it, they can first pick the Cassie here, but the thing is, if you ban Tatsuya, you're leaving Chrono in the pool. So are PE first picking Chrono? Are they first picking Cassie? Santino's in the pool, Zane's in the pool.
So
if they don't take Cassie now, Heavy's just gonna pick Cassie +1. Cassie
Exactly.
Zane, Cassie Chrono.
They can take Cassie, and it's a little bit overkill if they go for a Chrono Zane. So let's see
Actually,
though.
I can't
they
see
went for
PE
Zane.
winning anywhere. Okay, I'm happy that they've taken something, but they've given away Cassie. So it's either Cassie Chrono again.
Cassie Chrono.
Cassie Chrono, okay.
Yep.
No arguments. I'm not gonna argue. It worked for them in the last game. Take it. Take it. It's all yours. But PE, I think that they knew what they were giving away by picking up the Zane. So I hope these next 2 picks are going to fill a couple of gaps. First one, they need vision. Second, I want them to give LBT a really good sniping option.
Yeah.
Which Coda worked last round. They could go for Coda again. So they would get vision and they would have a great sniping option. which Coda's the choice. Okay, so Coda for LBT. Ignis, I kind of like this too because it also kind of prevents Chrono and Cassie from being able to play with the Time Turner and the Glue Walls. So Ignis is good, Zane is good, Coda's good, but the last pick, I'm keen to see how they round this out because they don't have a proper frontliner.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Clue viable. They want to have a counter for that Coda, so it's more of a counter pick. Iris. Love to see an Iris, and there
There's
you go.
Iris.
An Iris. No more Dimitri, please, or Orion or whatever.
All aggression though. All aggression for PE, and I'm living for it. I think I like this. Just go all in on the aggression. You have everything to lose if you don't try to take your fate in your own hands. So game 2, PE, they're going full acceleration. We're not stopping. There's no such thing as the stop pedal. It's all go. So I hope this is enough for PE, because if they don't win this next match, they are going to be eliminated from the entire tournament.
Yeah, I would agree. Now, this is more of viable in Nero's use of that Flame Mirage, because we've seen on the previous match wherein airdrop priority has been done for both teams, and if in case you can pull out that Flame Mirage, make it stop towards just very close on that airdrop, it would stop Don't Cry as well as Mufasa from getting through, and then you can take advantage of that, back away because mission is impaired, and you can use that Coda as well to track the movements of Heavy. So that's one of the gameplay that we want. Or you can go with Nolan in the front line. There's no need to back away once you get that airdrop, and just go and wreak havoc in the front line, because he do have the Zane.
All right, Neptune. Just based off of the drafts, I think we got to throw in our predictions here. Are we thinking it's going to be PE or is it going to be Heavy?
PE looks viable in this, especially with that Zane and Ignis combination. But let's not take it away from Heavy. That Mufasa Don't Cry combo does work, and regardless of what's partnered with, and we've seen that earlier. I mean, the rest of, like, Alan and Bowie was just left behind, and it doesn't bother them that they're left behind, because it gives them an opening, or Don't Cry and Fasa is given that opening for them to take those shots. So but I'm still looking at PE if they plan it right, if they time it right, or quickly make work against Heavy right now.
I think I'm gonna go Heavy again. The Cassie Chrono. If you can't break through the front line, I just don't see you being able to get to the back line either. I mean, I'm putting a lot of faith into LBT as well. To be able to bring it to that third matchup, because he's on the Coda again. I do like his Coda. He played it really, really well. He just needs more openings.
Right.
And I mean, the fact that you're going all in on the firepower, I mean, the best opening you can have in a game is knocking someone down. So if they can knock Heavy down before they can even reach you, you go. Take the game, seize the day, copy DM. So PE Esports, let's see if they can bring it to a game 3.
Yeah, let's see though. Copy DM, copy direct message. that's what I heard. But I know the meaning. I know your point.
Seize the day. Seize it with 2 hands.
All right, so let's see now. LBT, great position to take point or get information, and it's just a slowdown. I mean, we've seen this earlier. It's a stalemate between these two teams, because there's potential that if one goes down, then it would just steamroll onto the other side. So Alan receives damage, he backs away, and not too quick though, but Don't Cry would be going down from the hands of Nolan. Now, Mufasa will try to
LPT.
fight back against Nero, and it's now a 2v2 situation, but Alan can be taken out at any moment, but no, Boy takes down Nolan as well as Near, or LBT rather. And, well, pickup can be done, and Heavy would be much stronger with full squad, and Boy's not waiting anymore.
Whoop! Lauho, he's gotten Alan, and Alan's bleeding. Now the issue is Bui is at full health, and then here comes the full squad. Lauho! Oh, he's got Bui this time. Oh, Alan is down. Lauho? It's not over yet. Lauho wanting to make the call. Ah, not enough. I mean, I think you kind of had to make that play happen, right? Because if you didn't, they would just keep picking themselves up, and there would be nothing to gain there for PE Sports. So, good job, Lauho. You know, considering that was the pistol round as well.
And it's one thing as well. I mean, with that basic therapy, it saves you with for the medic. You won't really need that much meds because it heals you up little by little, especially if you hit that focus therapy. So, that's really gearing towards Heavy, but Lauho says nope. Boy needs to go down, but no confirmation just yet. Did find a good hiding spot, and Boy would be picked up. But even PE Sports, Lauho, or Nolan and Nero was a little bit delayed to make sure that Boy would not be recovering. Now, it might be tables turned right now, like PE Sports against Heavy, because they did have that airdrop.
This
And
very moment here on Mammoth, both teams hiding in the smoke screen on the spine.
oh yeah,
As well. You one wrong step and you're just gonna hit the ground. And that full animation is nasty, especially for any players that are on the ground. If you see someone falling, best time to shoot them because there's nothing they can do. Nero caught by Bui, and he's gonna get picked off as well.
Oh.
So already numbers advantage gonna be in favor of Heavy. Don't Cry gets picked, but Nolan also hits the floor. Lauho gonna be taken too, thanks to Mufasa, leaving LBT all on his own, and his health bar is fluctuating, doesn't even get the chance to aim. Alan finishes him off. Oh my goodness, Heavy are absolutely destroying PE Sports for these first two rounds, especially the second one.
yeah. And the only thing that's evident, really, in terms of skills, is that Chrono Cassie combination. The rest is not being used yet. And the same goes for PE Sports. Well, they don't have anything to use against that Chrono Cassie combo. So it seems like Heavy might have this in bag. They have economy, they have weapons as well. And in spite of PE Sports investing early onto that second round, like it's being given to Heavy, especially with those elimination. But another investment would be that Mag 7. And they just caught Don't Cry off guard. So the combo is already broken. Let's see if PE Sports can take advantage of it.
Yes.
They are taking advantage of it.
Yeah, Nero is doing it. Lauho has been picked off in the meantime, though. LBT was caught. There we go. Exactly what PE Sports needed. Round number 3. Beautiful recovery. Thanks to Nero. So PE Sports, you know, first 2 games. It's just a practice. It's not the real thing. Game 3. Game 3 is the real thing. Now it's up to round number 4 on Santa Catarina. And PE Sports, they would love to equalize the points here.
Yeah, I mean, they can. They have an economy. They have investments already. They've still stolen all those weapons from Heavy earlier, and they can move fast. So let's see, though, if Heavy would still be going for the aggressive push. I think Don't Cry and Mufasa would be going in for a sneak peek on that ground floor, but they don't have any opening against PE Sports, and Lauho have a better chance to be taken out. And there you go, shots by Allen, but only a couple of shots with that Deagle, and he falls down. LBT follows through, but Lauho falls to the death. Now, 2 down already for PE Sports. Only Nero and Nolan remains, and that is thanks to Allen. Guide had 4 eliminations already all throughout this game, and Mufasa with that level 3 MP5. So even if Mufasa would go solo, he can take down Nero and Nolan, and then connected with that basic therapy as well with Don't Cry, then it makes this duo a little bit stronger. But a little bit standstill right now. and not so much a pressure being brought in by Team Heavy. They're just buying their time and waiting for the opportunity as well for that elimination. But there's no opening at this point, and it's just a matter of time before PE Sports jumps into the crosshairs of Heavy.
Either jump into the crosshairs or make the shots that keep them in the game. And Alan has been caught. They go down. Nero is still sticking around though. Sliver of health, and Mufasa running to join the team as Don't Cry and Mufasa against Nero and Nolan. Don't Cry very low, but they've caught Nolan and Nero. So another round going to Heavy. That was so close.
It was so close. I mean, the takedown would be beneficial. Just unfortunate that Mufasa does have that great fire rate MP5 and then a P9 as well on Don't Cry. And again, as what we were talking about earlier, the combination of that Cassie and Chrono. It doesn't even have to pull out that time turner. Just that Cassie connection all throughout worked for them.
Yeah. Just Cassie Chrono. You gotta ban it. I am shocked that PE Esports just decided they didn't want to split this duo apart. So another round of this Cassie Chrono and Mufasa and Don't Cry just going to be stuck together on the hip. In the other side of the map though, Alan gets taken up by Lao Ho. So that's going to be 3 players up on the side of Heavy, and PE Esports still 4-man strong. Don't Cry trying to break through the glue walls, but their lineup aren't really the best at breaking glue walls. So PE Esports going to buy themselves a little bit more time to either heal up and get into better position. But Mufasa in the meantime though, he's going to be there with the cyber airdrop. No. And Nolan and Nero, they're trying to go for the wraparound here. And they're trying to create a space, an opening for LBT. Lauho is there as well, so they're ready. It's just a case of when do Heavy decide to go? Because they also have to deal with Mufasa. The ideal situation is you get the one tap on Mufasa. Get rid of the Cassie. Get rid of the sustain so that Boy and Don't Cry, they don't feel invincible. LBT, he just needs to find a head. He's got to find the top of someone's head.
It's tough though, because earlier it was Mufasa with an MP5 level 3, but now Don't Cry also grabbed his own MP5, and if he gets close, or both of them gets close to one player, find an opening, then it would just be a shred coming from Heavy at this point. Here comes Don't Cry going in for the shred in the backstab coming from Mufasa, and there you go, the trigger discipline from Mufasa to move on onto the flag, but no! Beast will turn things around. They can grab all those weaponry, but they need to go for the pickup. It's a little bit too late though. I don't think they were able to get that MP5, and they did. Nero had it. Nero have it right now, and well, there's a chance for PE Sports to go for a comeback.
Oh, it's a big chance, but they got to break through the wombo combo. I mean, they did it in the last round. They can absolutely do it again, especially if you are much more equipped.
Yeah.
So let's see if they're going to be able to utilize the new equipment that they were able to grab from that last round. And a bit of a delta split here. So Lauho left on his own with Nolan and Nero grouping up together. The deadly duo Mufasa and Don't Cry still stuck together. LBT going to be hiding behind his team. Alan in the meantime though, trying to go for a side quest to see if he can catch LBT. But LBT, you can tell he knows.
Yep.
He knows there's someone around the corner. And Alan, 8 health points. If anybody breathes in his general direction, he is gone. And there we go. Nolan catches Alan.
That's ice breath for Alan at that point as the ice grenade takes him down. But Lao Ho has been taken out as well. LBT specifically knows with Aurora Vision where to throw or lob those grenades. And they might be able to go for the pinch. But Don't Cry has information as well, but is not giving an opening for side of Nolan and Nero. Now, LBT would have a chance to go in to regroup with the rest of the team, or probably just go for a backstab in case someone rushes in. But Don't Cry is not buying it. They will be buying for the time. They have a few seconds remaining before the blue closes in and possibly a shift. But no, there's no waiting. Don't Cry, Mufasa, both an MP5. The timing is pristine. Only Nolan remain, and there's little to no chance to go for a clutch. And Heavy takes it back once again.
Oh man, that was beautiful. They just came from every angle, left, right, and even from the top as well. They jumped from the top of the tent. PE, they had nowhere to hide as well. Oh my gosh, Heavy are coming in guns blazing in this set. Now up to 4 points over PE Sports 2. Only 2 more rounds, and they will take this entire set 2-0.
I mean, this is looking like Team Heavy being a little bit stronger compared to the numbers that we have in the beginning of this game. And that's just because Mufasa and Don't Cry was not denied of that combination. But they're still in front line. Nolan and Nero, despite of them being up close, they couldn't fight back. And ice grenades as well as throwables on them. And this might be it. Match point already. Peeking in onto the side of Heavy. Mufasa, all that aggression plus MP5. Take down onto the other side by Alan. And it's now left to LBT.
Oh man, LBT. I think he's lucky if he even gets one drop. Alan! That man, he threw a golden grenade. Look, it landed onto 2. It wasn't the insta drop, but it was enough to drop Nolan. Nero was low. You have to be so careful in those little bottlenecks, especially if you're this late into the round, because you know that there's going to be a lot of grenades being thrown around like that. So match point here for Heavy. All that takes is one more win to 2-0 this set against PE Sports and to knock them out of the tournament. And if you're PE Sports, you pull out all the stops. If you're hiding anything, everything, empty your pockets.
Oh, see. Well, this is the last chance. Groza XP brought in by Don't Cry. Another viable weapon to put in so much of damage. But speaking of damage, Bowie receives a ton of it and needs to recover as quickly as that, backs away and recover himself. Now, they're still off for a great fight. But Nolan Nero, the possession is not looking good most of the time, especially with that Flame Mirage. It only exposes where they are, and it doesn't have so much of an advantage as well against Heavy. So let's see, though, if this is something that they can play around, especially in this potentially last round.
Look, don't say it's a last round unless it really is. And just with how things are currently starting, it might just be Nolan already getting caught. The team's going to try and help him out. Oh, Nero just gets clipped by Mufasa. Runs in with so much confidence and just finishes him off. And it's up to Lauho, who's now being jumped on himself. He needs to get a one-tap, he can't. And that's it. LBT also drops. Heavy eliminate PE Sports from the competition with a clean 2-0.
A very convincing win coming from Team Heavy, and it's not even close in terms of the scores. It's not even close in terms of their gap for each round. And, well, Team Heavy showing this time around a little bit different, a little bit more heavier. And that firepower, and I'm loving it. At least they are moving up. They will not be taken out from the competition just yet. It's PE Sports who will be taking a seat and just waiting for their Battle Royale matches.
Yeah, I think Heavy is feeling a little lighter today. Not so much pressure. They are still in the competition, thankfully. So Heavy fans going to be rejoicing. But if you're a PE Sports fan, sure, they might not be in Clash Squad, but I think it makes sense to support one of the Vietnamese teams moving forward, because you still have a few teams in the competition. You've got Heavy, WAG as well. So you got teams to support, okay? So if your favorite team is not there, support your country, your region, anybody. Just give them your support, okay? So at least you still get to enjoy the matches. But yeah, Heavy, we're gonna see them again. But this match is now officially over. We now have one team gone. We still have 2 more teams to eliminate today because we've just wrapped up 4 games. We've still got 2 more to go. 2 more teams are going to be knocked out today. And it stresses me out knowing that, like, we have 4 teams and 2 more are going home. Like, I hate seeing teams go home, but it's just the nature of the competition too, okay?
Yeah,
You gotta
exactly.
find your number one, and to get to the number one, we gotta make some cuts, unfortunately.
All right, our MVP for that match, it is Mufasa. I've been waiting for a long time to say that. He had been that deadly support in this fight, just supporting Don't Cry in their role, and he did get so much illumination as well as damage because of how well they played it, not only in the game but also in the picks, staying close, staying true to their active skills that works with their play style. And you can see that as well. Apart from Mufasa getting 8 elimination, there's Don't Cry in there with 6, same 3k damage. And like what I said earlier, like Mufasa and Don't Cry can leave Alan and Blue behind, and they can still go on a roll. And it's more of it seems like the snipers as well as the midliners are the ones supporting the ones in front, which is Mufasa and Don't Cry. It's just unfortunate that LBT didn't land any elimination, and he was not given any chance most of the time. He's the only one remaining from the team.
Yeah. Honestly, the set was just really tough, I feel, for PE, because they went all in on this very aggressive, we knock you out before you can get to us kind of play style. But it's just the Chrono Cassie. They're too tanky, they're too thick.
Yeah.
They just didn't have the resources to be able to get the 1-2 taps onto either Don't Cry or Mufasa. Like, if you can somehow get a insta knock, or at least remove one of these characters within 1 to 2 shots, I think you're good, because all of a sudden it sort of breaks that formation. But moving forward, I kind of feel like we're not going to see Chrono or Cassie in the future for heavy games. They're not allowed to play them. Not
Well,
allowed, no.
let's see though, because in a bit we're going to see the highlights as well, and we're going to go for a quick break. When we return, we are heading in onto the battle of Team Flash and Kagenta, and then later Sodak and RQ. So don't go away, we'll be right back into the next matches.
First blood. Double kill.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall 2025 Clash Squad mode, and we are fueled with Red Bull Zinc and vitamins from Thailand. It's supplemented with Zinc B3, B6, and featuring mild taste that helps everyone stay highly focused and seize every opportunity to achieve stylish Booyah victories. Because so far, those victors would remain in the competition, and for the remaining 2 matches, those losers would be eliminated from the tournament.
Yeah, and we are getting pretty late into the night as well, so teams really do need to sort of keep themselves energized, because the last thing that you want is to be playing a very late match and to feel tired. If you're at risk of elimination, you can't afford to be tired, sir. So I hope they're all ready. I hope they're good to go. If it's not Red Bull, it's coffee. If it's not coffee, lots of water. Just make sure you're in tip-top shape, because yeah, your tournament life, unfortunately, is going to be on the line for the teams that are playing these last 2 matches. So next matchup, it's Flash versus Kagendra, right?
Yep.
So we kind of spoke about these 2 teams before the day started, and statistically speaking, like, where are they kind of standing in who they have beaten and who they've lost so far?
Well, in the side of Kagendra, they have won against. Hold on, let me just pull it up. They have won against RRQ Kazu.
Yeah.
RQ Kazu, quite surprising. Again, this is one of the surprises that we have seen in this competition, and I want to see more of this. But unfortunately, when they went against WAG as well as Twisted Mind, it just falters against them. But for Team Flash, we've seen them fight against several from their region, which is GOW, and that's where they got a win. The moment they went against Twisted Mind and WAG, the same team that beat Kagendra, then that's where they were placed on a 1-2 bracket. So it's quite balanced between these 2 teams, but in terms of who they won against, I'm seeing Kagendra might be a stronger team.
You think Kagendra is the stronger team? Okay.
Yeah, because they did win against RRQ, and you know how it is, especially when Doots is on Prime. It's rare that we would see him not the MVP, or we would see them not win the game.
Okay, so they lost to Twisted Minds and WAG, right?
Yeah.
Kagendra. Essentially, they lost to teams that have qualified. So, if anything, they're kind of justified in losing to those teams, in my personal opinion. So, yeah, I think I'd have to agree with that sentiment. The fact that, like, they basically got paired up with, like, the strongest teams in the tournament thus far. So,
well.
Okay, maybe there's like one thing I feel like that might hold them back, and it could be how scrappy this team is sometimes. That was a mental note I sort of made when I did broadcast the Kagendra game. So I think I got quite lucky. I was there for the RRQ match. I was there for, was it the WAG match? I think it was WAG match, which was last week. And in their match against WAG, maybe it's not the team, I think it's WAG, they looked very scrappy. Like, very, very scrappy. Like, yes, they can be a very well-oiled engine, but there were definitely moments where the team did look a little uncoordinated. Like, they kind of lost focus on who their primary target was. So, if Kagendra winds up having that same issue today, they might lose a few too many games. So I'm kind of hoping they can kind of rein things in a little bit, get that focus in. If they haven't already, make sure that they've decided on who is going to be making the final calls. Who's the shot caller?
Yeah.
Don't let everyone make the decisions themselves unless you feel your team is going to be thinking the same thing. Which in a lot of cases, no. There is not a team on planet Earth that has everybody making calls for each other. There's always a captain. There's a reason why there's a captain, and it's because someone's got to have the final say.
Yeah, well, let's see though. Let's see if that's something. I'm also looking at the record right now, the track record for the team. When Kagendra won against RRQ, they didn't play Kalahari, and Kalahari would be our first map right now. So this would be an equalizer for Kagendra against Team Flash. If in case that would be their usual strategy, if they really fail miserably in Kalahari, this is what Team Flash can take advantage of. So there's a lot of factors as well, but we'll have to see because it did happen. The fourth, it was last week, or rather, no, the early parts, the first week of a Clash Squad mode. That's when Kagendra beat RRQ, whereas Flash won against GOW just from last week.
Yeah. Okay, I don't think Kalahari would be an issue for Kagendra, right? Because we also need to remember that Kagendra's from Indonesia. And Kalahari is almost mandatory if you're going to compete with Indonesia to be well versed on Kalahari. So maybe Kalahari is a weak map of this. We'll probably find out in this first round, just seeing their movements and whatnot. But I'm of the opinion, like, because they're from Indonesia, they should be able to play Kalahari to a pretty high level. But again, this is really just a prediction, just based on the regional knowledge really, that we have of Indonesia. Because Indonesia, big fan favorites of that map. There's a reason why they constantly win on Kalahari, and it is because if you're going to be a top team in the region, if you are not good at Kalahari, you're not a top team. Everyone is just going to kick your butt on Kalahari, so it's almost necessary.
Yeah, it like once Kalahari is your best map, that's already one box ticked as a winning condition for your team. So yeah, I do agree, because we've seen so many game changers as well where it happened in Kalahari, especially earlier, wherein a great turnaround has been done because of the elevation, because of your proficiency of, and one thing about Kalahari is because of your proficiency as a sniper. And there's a reason as well why some of the teams prioritizing on going for double snipes once Kalahari is involved. So they don't want to go a little bit too close. They want to go for aggression from afar. And, well, it carries over from BR to Clash Squad. The same story goes when it comes to this map.
Yeah. Double sniper, I'm trying to think, did Kagendra run double sniper on any of their compositions? I kind of feel like they haven't, although
they haven't.
I think did they run Homer? I'm trying to think against their RRQ matchup, or was that RRQ that played?
All right, so when they played against RRQ, let me just a little bit. They played Oscar, Zane, Santino, and an A124, and then so that was game number 3 in Bermuda. In Nexterra, they played with a Skylar, Kurono, Tatsuya, and A124. So it seems like A124 is a winning condition, because on their loss in game number 1 against RRQ, so they went in 3 rounds. That's game number 1. They lost that game. They don't have the A124. They have an Iris, Kurono, Cassie, as well as a Coda.
I would love to say A124 is something you bet. No way. I don't see A124 being banned. But I do hope Flash has done their research on the A124, because that is definitely, at the moment, it's an unconventional pick, right? Like, teams are only picking this because they feel it is a necessary win condition against certain compositions.
Right. So
what would I do if I'm Flash against A124? What would I pick?
Well, one thing I would say for Team Flash is they love their Zane. So they love their Zane, and that's part of when they won their matches against GOW as well, in Kalahari and Nexterra. So they can stay on that Zane, but other than that, like, that's only common in their winning matches against GOW. For the rest, like, a different combination overall. I don't see that much of a pattern. Even they tried a Cassie, and it didn't work that well. Against Team Flash against Twisted Mind, against WAG. So that's not the strength of Team Flash at this point. Probably that aggression is not something that they can put in unless they go for a Cassie and Zane combination. Probably that's a best combination for them.
I think the only question though is like, is Zane even going to make it through? Because a lot of teams do ban Zane as well. So I think beginning of Clash Squad, I think this season, we saw, I think Oscar is just a no-brainer. If you don't know what to ban, you just get rid of Oscar. The second ban, we've seen a lot of Zane bans. So I would not be surprised if that's also taken out of the pool. But I don't know. I think like starting to watch some of these bigger teams play, I kind of feel like Zane isn't as scary as some teams make him out to be. Like, yeah, sure, if you play him perfectly, he's a monster. But I can see situations where I think it makes more sense to get rid of something like a Chrono. Situationally, also Cassie, if teams love to play a lot of characters that synergize well with Cassie. And also if you feel like you struggle playing up against that Cassie +1 lineup, because it's a very distinct lineup that plays much differently compared to the standard Clash Squad, right? Because like all of a sudden you have a raid boss at the front of the fight, and you have to get rid of like the master of the dragon. So it's like a wizard and a dragon tethered together. So it's like you think you get rid of the dragon, but the wizard heals them up. So you try and go for the wizard, but then the dragon stands in your way. It's a very scary combo. So unless you sort of understand the dynamic of having Cassie +1, sometimes that duo alone can just really mess with teams and certain characters, character picks as well.
Yeah. So for the side of Team Flash, if they won't be taking the Cassie on their side, I think it's viable that they would ban Cassie, because I'm looking at records. They banned Cassie twice, and they had a 50-50 chance of winning that fight. Oscar has been banned.
Flash?
Yeah, for Team Flash. They banned Oscar twice as well. And you mentioned about banning A124. Kagendra is one of the teams that banned A124 twice as well.
Oh, okay.
So that's more of denial from both sides.
Yeah. Well, in this matchup, it's Kagendra first ban, so they will get first pick. But then the next two picks would be Flash. Okay. Do we let the Cassie through for Kagendra?
I think they can let it through, because historically wise, it doesn't work well for Flash. So it's either they try and make that work this time, or they just avoid it all throughout and find a different viable option. Because if Kagendra did her homework, they might be able to like spot that and then like just let Cassie pass, ban something else, A124 or Zane, and then that's where they can bring the Cassie to the side.
Yeah, I think we play safe. I think we just get rid of Zane, and we can have this first round as sort of that tester round to see, okay, how does everyone play? What characters are gonna be problematic? Who grabs Santino first? Which Kagendra played a lot of Santino, right? When it was available in their matches against RRQ.
Yep.
I kind of feel like we saw Santino from them, and it worked really well.
Yeah,
for Kagendra.
They did win that Bermuda.
Yeah, so it might end up being first pick Santino, now that I think about it, for Kagendra, if it's let through. So if the bans end up being Oscar Zane, it will be first pick Santino.
All right. Well, let's see now. I guess we're ready as well to go in for the bans and picks.
Go.
And well, Team Flash on the left side, Kagendra on the right, and did mention Santino will be banned. So we're just talking about that pick for Kagendra, and they banned it to their side.
No, they haven't. No, okay, Oscar. They were thinking about it, but maybe they just thought Oscar. Oscar makes more sense. Oscar makes a lot more sense. So that's fine. And I guess also Kagendra don't want to play Oscar, because like if they let that through, then yeah. Santino ban, smart. I do think Flash made a really smart decision here, letting Santino be banned. But that's going to be the Zane in Kagendra's pocket. Now, Cassie Chrono is available. Tatsuya's available. And Cassie's there for Flash. Is it Chrono as the partner? Or are they thinking of Tetsuya
Chrono.
instead?
Yeah, Chrono.
There's the Chrono.
I think they watched the previous game.
Who wouldn't watch the previous game, sir?
They saw the viability of that combination, and it didn't work. And you don't have to pull out the time turner. It's just on the perfect timing. If you pull it the perfect timing, that's where you get that advantage. So it's a smart move. Ignis and Coda for the side of Gentra. So they want to go in the front line a little bit closer, and then it's a combination of vision denial as well as vision for themselves. But Tatsuya is and Clue as well. So Team Flash looks like they have a much stronger build this time.
Solid. Really, really solid lineup. I really like what Flash is running. Kagendra wrap up with Iris. Okay, so Iris for our sniper, Coda to provide vision, and Ignis Zane in the front line. Unless Iris gets changed to something else, because I haven't locked it in yet. Okay, there we go. There's the lock. Okay. This one is not very tough. I am leaning towards Flash.
Yeah.
I think they have so many bases covered with their lineup. Chrono Tatsuya in the front. Cassie can link up to any of them. Got Clue, who also fulfills that sniper role, but also from a utility perspective can provide vision for the team. Yeah, I'm leaning to Flash. I really like this lineup.
Looks like it. I mean, Team Flash is a much stronger build. There's also speed involved. So if in case needed to, if it's similar gameplay that we've seen earlier, wherein Tatsuya is not really used much in the front line, it's more of a backup. So imagine Chrono Cassie in the front line, you get in a rut, pull out the time turner, Tatsuya, Rebel rushes in, and you're 3-man strong. And that's what Kagendra needs to deal with.
Oh boy. If Kagendra beat this lineup from Flash, I will be surprised. I will be absolutely surprised, because I don't think in any universe, if it was just based on the lineups, there was no skill difference between the two teams, I think theoretically the lineup Flash is running should normally win. But again, we're also going to have to talk about player skill here, competence and confidence playing on Kalahari, because just a reminder everybody, map number 1 is Kalahari and not everybody is comfortable playing on this map. Kagendra might be, because they are from Indonesia and Indonesian teams normally specialize on Kalahari. For Flash, I'm not 100% sure on their map compatibility. Do you have any data on Flash's map compatibility?
In terms of Flash in Kalahari, they have a 50% win rate. Though in terms of win rate in skills, their Iris is a viable for their win condition. So every time they wear that Iris, in Kalahari, they win 2 games. So, or rather, sorry, they picked it in 2 games that they played Kalahari. They picked Iris twice. They won 1 game. Sorry about that, because they only won 1 series.
Okay, it's kind of a 50-50, but not a reliable 50-50.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess they know how to make it work. On the sniper, where a map is sniper heavy, so that's the potential of Kagendra at that point.
Yeah. No, I could see that. Alrighty, folks. So as we get ready for this game, this is game number 1 between Team Flash going up against Kagendra. For our lineups, in case you all missed out on who is playing what. On the side of Flash, we have Hong M playing Chrono, the Zom on the Cassie, ABCD on the Tatsuya, and Death on the Clue. For our Kagendra fans out there, we have CT7 on the Iris, Raz on the Coda, Easy for Dead on the Ignis, and Easy for Wrath on the Zane. And our 2 bans, in case you are a little extra curious, it's the Santino and the Oscar. So pretty standard bans across the board, standard picks, nothing too crazy yet. I say yet because I like to keep my options open. and hope that maybe we get some crazy stuff. I don't know about Kenta level crazy. I think only Buriram is capable of that level of crazy.
Only
but,
Wasana is capable of that.
yeah, it's just Wasana. It's not even Buriram. It's just Wasana. I mean, you got the confidence to play Kenta in a basically tournament deciding game. Kudos to you. Your confidence is through the roof, and I'm jealous.
Yeah, it's just a confidence though because they lost their match. But
No, they were onto something. You gotta give it a chance. Okay, Wasana is onto something. You don't just pick a Kenta for no reason. You don't pick it for memes. There was a reason for it. It was just in that set. The reason was not there apparently.
Yeah.
So we'll hopefully try again another day. But speaking of another day, pistol round is well underway here, Neptune.
yeah, as we can see right now, you have Kagendra already taking peeks of Team Flash, but there's not so much of distance can be done with weapons that Kagendra is wearing, other than what CT7 has. And one thing that I'm looking forward to is CT7 really making work on the snipes because he has the potential, but is not being given that opening to make those shots. So unless like Kagendra just rush in and wait for the opportunity, then probably CT7 can roll. But how can they do so if Team Flash is spread around and Kagendra can only go one dimension in this approach?
Yeah, they don't really have too many options unless they rush ABCD, but Death and Zom is there.
Yeah.
So they're in position to defend, but here comes the blue. They're going to be running forward, so there's the call. They do manage to make their way in, and ABCD does lose quite a bit of health, and now here's the charge in there from Kagendra. ABCD very low,
Ooh.
CT7's low, easy for Death's been caught and is on the ground. None follows CT7, and that's going to be it. Flash, they get the pistol round.
Yeah, they get a pistol round against Zite as well in their favor. And, well, it seems like Team Flash using those skills really work for them. It's more of the timing, and that stalemate is just playing with Kagendra's patience. Kagendra was on point already to go in for the rush, but they don't have the range capability. So let's see though if this is where they can bring the battle on, because Death is already on that power fall, and that is an exchange of fortifying himself with any armor or helmet. So let's see if he can get a good angle against Kagendra right now, because the Zum and ABCD already in the front line.
Yeah, all offensive for Kagendra. They say we don't need armor. Helmets are for kiddos. We don't need helmets. We can aim. And Hong he tried to go for the side, but CT7's there, and he does get quite a bit of his health bar. But here we go, the rush is there. ABCD going to be hitting the ground first, followed by CT7. One apiece for both teams, but then there goes Death, who also hits the floor. The Zom's been caught too. It's just Hong left on the side of Flash to maybe try to bring this game back. It's still early enough, so if he manages to get some crucial shots in, he might be able to bring the team back.
Yeah.
Like Kagendra, they just got to play it slowly. Don't rush. And they do finish them off. That's going to be our first point for Kagendra.
That's one reason why you need armors and helmets, despite of this being early. Because, yeah, he invested so much in weapons, but there's viable as well in a close range or after the pistol round. From what we've seen, that Mini Uzi, that M1917, like great firepower, despite of not having so much of a fire rate, but, not everyone has great weapon either way, so you can still get a close and personal, and that's what Kagendra took advantage of. Now, on this round number 3, both teams have economy on their side. So you're seeing ABCD as well as Zom on the power fall. You've seen Raz as well, and CT7, despite of having the VST, it's more of ABCD, just putting so much pressure from above.
CT7 still on the ground. Nobody in position to be able to pick him up. So that's going to be it for CT7. It's going to be a tough game here for Kagendra, and easy for Raf. Next player to go down. I mean, they managed to get Hong but with 2 players there, they do manage to pick up 2 easy. It's a 3 versus 3. Raf trying to heal up, but Raz getting caught there by ABCD, losing his entire health bar, because that's why you wear helmets.
And one thing though, I mean, the position of Team Flash, just to block any exit for Kagendra, leaving 4 Raf behind, and does have a health to go in for a jump. And there's not so much of meds that 4 Raf has, and there you have it. Easy 4 Raf will be easily taken down by Team Flash, making the scores 2-1 favoring Team Flash.
Yep. Flash looking very, very solid. Whereas for Kagendra, I thought they would have been the ones to be able to take this game, but the only issue was they put so much emphasis on playing on that low ground. They didn't really have anybody on the high ground positions, and it just left Flash to just do whatever they want. You know, you can't really shoot from down there. The angle was not that great, and then you've got the bones working in favor for Team Flash. So hopefully Kagendra can tie things up here. Just forcing a 2-2 would already be nice. Then from there, they can try and build up another lead. But we do have Easy for Raf and Dead grouped up together. But Hongam and Zom are here. So if they go around the wrong corner, we're going to start a skirmish. And CT7 caught by Death.
I mean, Death has been hanging in there in second floor for a very long time, despite the opening for Easy for Raf as well. And then far back because he do believe that the Zom has that covered. But speaking of cover, the Zom needs a little bit of cover, but, well, not so long because Death as well as the Zom has dealt with Kagendra quite easily. So it brings us to 3-1, and Team Flash seems to be a much stronger team.
Yeah, I mean, so far from what we're seeing, they are seemingly the stronger team. I do want to point out, though, I think it's been two matches in a row where CT7 is the first player to be knocked on Kagendra, and I do feel like that's an issue. Because ideally, you kind of need the Iris to be able to participate in these fights, but if your Iris is the first one to get knocked, you're losing a lot of your firepower. So CT7 needs to be very careful with his positioning. Try if he might to not be in line of sight. And oh boy, Kagendra, Raf and Dead on the ground.
Oh no.
And it's going to be Raz and CT7. I mean, you've lost your front line. You got to work with the range. Raz, next one to fall. CT7, super low. And in just a moment, should be finished off here. But what a rough opening so far for Kagendra.
And one thing I'm seeing is prioritizing. Again, it has been done so many times already that once each team prioritize on an airdrop, that can be used as a bait. And this is what Kagendra is falling for Death. Team Flash has that chrono, so that time turner. So even if they stay next to the airdrop, if there's no contention, especially within that time turner, they can still pick up all those points and those weapons, and they're just reeling Kagendra in. So what I'm thinking of is, well, not in Refinery, but in different parts of map, if you have the airdrop, you can just let that go. Make sure that you have a better position against your opponent once all those skills expire, and then that's when you can steal away all those resources.
Alright, folks. We are on Refinery. And for Kagendra, they need a win somewhere because they are reaching the point of no return. Only having 1 round in 5 rounds. So let's see if round number 6 is going to be it. And so far again, CT7! Team Flash every single time finding the team sniper. And now they've caught Easy for Raf, who's now on the ground. They will finish him off this time. And all of a sudden for Kagendra, it's up to Raz, CT, and Dead to be able to bring this game back and hopefully to put another win in their pocket, but it's not looking too good. Dead is on the ground, and that's going to be it. Dead and gone. Team Flash, match point. Round 7.
Yeah.
If they win round 7, that's it.
Yeah,
Our
that's
first match is done and dusted.
It seems like it's quick, and Team Flash is just moving like a flash.
They're flashing. Yeah, they're showing off. They're flashing their skills. Oh my gosh.
It does work. It does work for Team Flash right now. Apart from the combination, good position as well. And if they can't catch CD7 off guard in those initial picks, that would be detrimental because Easy for Raz always in a little bit too, I would say, ahead of the rest of the team. And that's where they will be faltering as well when they are faced with Wang M and Zom. So I guess they're following what I mentioned earlier, just giving that airdrop away, though they might not have the best weaponry, but they can get their numbers in position wherein they can take advantage of Team Flash rather. So CD7 still far away from the rest of the teams, and no contention in ABCD, but here comes the rest of Kagendra right now. Grenades not making that shot, and ABCD might be going down a bit. Max 7 is not making those hits, and this is what we were asking for. The first initial
blood.
knockdown being done by Kagendra against Team Flash.
Oh boy. Kagendra, if there's a time to come back, this is the round. Don't mess it up, because if you lose this, we're gonna have to go to a game number 2. Gonna have to try and find this game back, but CT7, I don't know how this man just seems to attract people. But Hong Am, he's caught Raz. And Raz, he's losing health pretty quick, and CT7, he's there, he's got to move, the blue is there, does not get picked though, he's still got another chance. Hong Am, he gets a bullet to the face.
Nice shot from BSK from CD7, but there's no recovery being done right now. No time to recover as well. The Zom is putting that much pressure, and let's see if the Zom and Death can deal with them, but the Zom has been dealt with, and Death would be going solo with an AWM, not a weapon that you want to go in against a Mag 7, and well, let's see if the blue would help them as well. There goes the finishing touch onto CD7, and 1v2 is now alive. Only a sliver of health, and Death will be dealt with an M1887. And there you have it. A chance for Kagendra to go and make a comeback.
It's a chance. They need many chances though, so we're not done yet, but it's a step in the right direction here for Kagendra. Hopefully they're feeling the support for any of their fans that are watching the broadcast, because they're gonna need it. It's 5-2. They have to win 4 games back to back if they want to take this set. So we'll see if they're capable of doing it, but at the same time we have to see Team Flash. What's their response, and can they keep themselves together? Because my fear at the moment is that if Kagendra is able to take another game, I fear it might impact Team Flash mentally.
Yeah. I mean, Death's position is okay as a sniper, but the blue will be closing in a bit, and it only leaves 3 players from Team Flash to be dealt with by Kagendra. So this is what Kagendra can take advantage at the moment, and as you can see, Wang M receiving a lot of damage already, trying to get away, but easy for Raph. Almost taken down as well. It's a good thing the glue wall has been put up, and he can recover if he recovers, but I don't think Team Flash would give them that opportunity. But no, it's a little bit too late, and Death dealt with as he steps away from that comfort of the distance, and now it's a 3v4 situation, still favoring Kagendra at this point.
Oh, but CT7's been caught by Hong Am. So now it's going to be 2 versus 3, because Death and Hong Am are out of play. CT7 will get picked off though, so they will not be able to bring back their sniper. And Raz, next one to fall, but ABCD going to be losing his life potentially if he doesn't get picked up. It's up to the Zom. Can he bring this game back? He can't. He can't. Kagendra going to be getting 3 points to their name. And Flash, their lead, it's slowly whittling away.
Oh my god. I mean, I hate to say this, but it might go to what you mentioned earlier. They lost another point. It might be detrimental in their morale. And Kagendra seems like, not only with the weapons, but also in terms of how they time their attack against Team Flash, is much stronger at this point in time. There's all the pressure of match point, but I guess Kagendra is not buying down with the pressure. They know what they have to do right now, and it's more of sticking together and taking advantage of those in the off lane. So Wang M a little bit in too deep, trying to go in, prioritizing the airdrop, but easy for Raph as well as easy for Death already on them.
A bit of a CQC moment here for both of the team rushes. Dead and Raz going up against Zom and Hong Am. We're seeing a couple of grenades being thrown by Raz as well. Zom, first one to go down thanks to Easy for Dead, followed by Hong Am. So Flash, they've lost their frontliners, but Raz and CT have been caught as well. Raph as well.
No.
Raz, there we go. Death has found him. It's Death and ABCD. They're still up. There's no way they can pick up Hong An, but they can maybe take this game. They've got to snipe for their lives. Death and ABCD. The hopes and dreams of Flash on their shoulders. ABCD, though, is going to fall. Oh, no, Death. If this man cannot apply death to his opponents, it's going to be 4 points to Kagendra. He's not getting... He's gotten dead. He got the one tap. He needs another one. He needs 2 more. He needs 2 more. He needs Raph. He needs Raz. Oh, it's close. It's close. Raz is there. Kagendra trying to bait him in. Oh, I want to see where this circle is going because that might make the move. And there we go.
Oh, no.
The circle. It's moving. I feel like Kagendra, are they getting ahead of themselves? No! They get it! 4 points to Kagendra.
Yeah, 4 points. And it's only 1 to equalize at a match point. And I guess the pressure is building as well for Team Flash. They slowly went down. Wang M is the first to go down, and then the Zom. And Kagendra is just playing in the isolation gameplay. They are heading in, trying to bait them in the middle, giving an opening for CT7. And even if CT7 doesn't make those shots, it's making sure as well that Easy for Dad would have an opening for a long-range engagement as well. So double snipe setup coming from Kagendra is working. CT7 and Easy for 7 will try to make their best effort to make sure to get those initial frags and then win this game to equalize in the match point.
Interesting play here. Really big wraparound to try to catch the duo on the side. But they will slip away for now. So Raz and Dead set on this hunting mission as CT7 and Hong An, 2 players taking lots of damage, but CT7 first one to go down, caught by the Zom. And that's going to be Raz as well.
Oh,
Is this where Team Flash finally break through? They have to deal with Raph and Death though. And they do manage to jump down Hong An. He is looking for that opening. It's so difficult though, all in the corner. Raz, he managed to get picked up. It's back up to 3 players. CT7 though, still on the ground and bleeding. And I think they're going to have to sacrifice CT7. So it's Raph, Raz, and Dead hanging on so far for Kagendra. But that was the best time for Flash to finish them off. So shocking that they couldn't quite get in there.
Yeah, I mean, the tight space as well as a glue wall into the doorway doesn't give a chance for Team Flash right there to go in for a takedown. But Easy for Ref
Watch your head.
might be able to go in for a shot. M18A7X in his hand. And in spite of the double shot, he might be able to go in for a 1-tap, but Death has been taken out as well. So 3v3 situation unless a pickup will be done. But I think Death can be picked up that easily, but no. He fell down onto ABCD, and they're still a 4-man squad.
Oh, look at the circle. Look at that circle. Both teams moving. Dead is going to hang in there.
No.
So, this circle. Oh, man. We're up to a bottleneck here. Flash having to break through the glue wall. And just on the other side, it's Kagendra. It's only Raz and Raph, though. It's just 2 players. Hong An first one to hit the ground. But they do get Raph in the process. Raz is still hanging around. Death last man standing. They get Raz. Oh, no.
Oh!
And it's 5 points. Match point for both teams.
All right, this
That's
is...
it. I'm deceased. I'm deceased. We're going to a round 11.
This is getting ridiculous, but I love the gameplay that Kagendra did. I mean, they only have a small opening, and they played with the zone, try to block off any approach, any quick approach that a Team Flash has, and they had to use all those weapons as well to make those shots, while Kagendra is getting in position. Though it was scrappy in the final moment, bringing it to a 1v1, but Kagendra has already dealt a lot of damage onto Death before that happened. So it's either Death prioritize on the pickup or just go for the 1v1, which, well, I guess we see how that ended, and it's now match point for both teams.
It's match point, and somehow, someway, Kagendra has been able to dig out of this hole. The score was 5-2. 5-2, Neptune. And they've managed to bring it to 5-5. If they take this, I feel like you've just mentally crushed Flash, who thought they were going to be able to take the set much earlier.
Yeah,
Look at this. Like it's desperation mode because the blue zone, it's coming in and nobody's making a move. So much respect from both sides.
Yeah, so much respect, so much pressure as well because of the scores and ABCD. Say great shots and easy for Raf. The pickup can be done, but there goes Aurora Vision just to make sure that they know where ABCD will be coming in. There goes the throwables. No Steffi would stop that. And, well, the Flame Mirage right now will try to take ABC down, but crossing in and out, I'm not quite sure what the plan is, but not so much of damage has been dealt on him. So, still, a 4v4 situation into the edge, and Team Flash flip the script or flip their spawns at this point, and they might be able to go in for the takedown. But CT7 is already out for the count, and no pickup can be done.
That's going to be it. No Iris on the side of Kikendra, so that's going to be the sniper. Raf is down. Raz is down as well. It's over. It's over. Flash, after what could have been a heartbreaking round, they pull it through in round 11. I don't think my heart can take it, and it's almost 1 in the morning, Neptune.
Well, it seems like, I mean, from the looks of it, not quite sure if Team Flash is tired already because of the time of day, but I think they're confident that they can win that final match, despite of the comeback that has been done by Kikendra. But it was surprising, and I think they followed the winning condition. If CD7 falls down, that's where Team Flash is winning. And most of the time, when they're scored, CD7 is the first one to go down. So I guess that's how Team Flash played that.
Yeah. Oh, Flash fans, big breath, big sigh of relief. Flash managed to pull it through, but I think Kikendra fans, lots of hope. Very hopeful that Kikendra should be able to bring it back in game number 2. The unfortunate reality, though, is not Kalahari.
Yep.
So we've just finished up the Kalahari round, so no more Kalahari for today for this particular matchup. But, I mean, Kikendra, they have proven that they are a team to look out for. They've beaten RRQ. They almost beat Flash in game number 1. They can still beat them in this set. They just have to show that they have what it takes to take match number 2. Lineups. I think we're going to talk lineups from that last round, okay? I know we kind of both agreed that Flash technically had the better composition, but
yeah.
I mean, the Kikendra, that almost reverse sweep. Okay, what do you feel like were the major reason as to why Kikendra was able to come back? Because I think in a lot of the fights where Kikendra was coming back, CT7 almost always was the first person to get sniped.
Right.
Somehow, some way, always. But Raz, easy for Dead, easy for Raf. I kind of feel like the three of them, like the moment CT7 hits the ground, it's like they just decide to pick up his backpack and they carry him.
Well, it looks like it. But one thing I've seen that made work is once someone is giving pressure for Kikendra, like Raz just pulls out that Aurora Vision. It not only disrupts your push because your position is already exposed, as well as if you want not to be spotted, then you either have to prone or you have to crouch. So it stops you on your heels, and then that's where Easy for Dead can just use that Flame Mirage, that Ignis, for an opening for Raf, or easy for Raf to be able to get close. That's one of the tactics that I've seen, but it's only one dimension. It's very difficult to go through away that, because from what we've seen in Team Flash, once that Wang M and Zom combination goes in, there's still plenty of options from ABCD, even Death from afar, and we've seen how Death was deadly. And that's one reason as well why CT7 always goes down first.
Yeah. The vision for Clue, just so valuable, especially against certain targets. So match summary, it's just game 1. It's a best of 3. We're going to Nexterra next. No changes to rosters, no player substitutions. We're just going right into the draft. I don't know about you, Neptune, but just looking at the last draft, I don't think we're going to be seeing any changes to bans. I kind of feel like Santino and Oscar are still kind of the perfect bans. The pick order. We are changing the pick order slightly. So, one second. I just gotta go all the way back here. So Flash is getting first ban and first pick on Nexterra. So they get first dibs on whatever character that they want. If you are Flash, what are you poaching for your first pick?
So this is Nexterra. Nexterra, they are going in Santino Tatsuya most of the time. Like that's a pick that they have. That Santino Tatsuya is 100% pick rate. But in terms of bans, they take away that Cassie, they take away Zane as well for Kagendra. So won't be surprised if
Oscar's in the pool? You're gonna
Santino.
let Oscar through? Oh, but Santino gets picked instead.
No, I mean Flash
Okay.
rarely use Oscar. So I
Yeah,
think
I
Oscar
guess.
would be going for the side of Kagendra if they choose to.
Alright. Are they gonna take the Oscar? Sorry, it's only the Ignis if I can get. If they don't take Oscar, I will be scratching my head. I'm not joking, Kikendra. Take the Oscar now. Take it.
No.
They take the Coda. What? What?
Twice they played, once they lost. And there you go, the Oscar on the other side. So
They've given it away.
it's a much
They've given
stronger
it away.
build once again for Team Flash.
If they lock in Oscar and Chrono, okay, what do you pick if you're Kikendra? What do you pick? Okay, wait. Flash is. They're thinking they might not want the Chrono. I say make the Chrono.
Yeah,
Just lock it in.
a Chrono would be much okay. Clue. Well, at least Death has a pick already, because it might be denied
Okay.
later on by Kagendra.
Homer Chrono for Kage? For Kikendra?
They need a sniper, unless
They have
Homer
Ho-
is
they
for the
got
sniper.
Homer.
All right.
I think it's Homer Sniper. I mean, they can even use the Coda as the sniper if they wanted to. A few teams have pivoted Codas as the sniper to pick. So it could be either, but Homer gets picked up, so it's up to Kagendra what they want to do with the Homer pick. But I do like the Chrono. I kind of feel like if you left the Chrono in the pool, it would have been very awkward, and Flash would consider picking that up too. Okay. Okay. What do Flash want? They flashed the Iris.
Yeah.
Tatsuya?
All right.
Really?
All right. I mean, it's viable.
So Clue's the
because
sniper.
Clue
Yeah,
is a
Clue
sniper.
or Santino. Yeah.
So dual
Clue and
dual
Santino.
snipe can be used by which one? Death, as
For
well
Flash?
as for Flash. Death and
Death and ABCD. Because
ABCD.
Hong Arm should be Tatsuya, I think. But then what would Zom play as the support? I kind of feel like he'd be playing the Clue, actually.
ABCD and Zom might be going for that Oscar Tatsuya. They would still be in the
Yeah.
front line. So they would still be in the front line, and all they need is a backup from Death. And Death has been
Yeah.
very crucial in the previous match, so I think this is viable. But there's not so much of tankiness for Team Flash.
No.
I'm
Their health bar is literally a Flash. You just look at them and they're gone.
So in terms of
like a moth to a
damage,
flame.
like it's Kagendra. There you go, ABCD and the Zom. Front line, Long
Okay, there
M
we
with
go,
Santino, Death with Blue. All right, all right.
Sure. I don't think I have any comments at all. I think they've picked the best possible outcome for their lineups. Alrighty, so to anyone that's just tuned into the broadcast and you don't know who is playing what and where, on the left side we have Team Flash. We've got Hong Am playing on the Santino, ABCD on the Oscar, Death on the Clue, and the Zom playing the Tatsuya. On the side of Kagendra, who is down a single point. They need to win the next 2 rounds if they want to win this best of 3 set. Raz is going to be on the Chrono, CT7 on the Homer, Easy for Det on Ignis, and Easy for Raph on the Coda. The win condition here really for Flash is just win this best of 3. So yeah, to win this round, 6 points, you're good. And Kagendra is out, which just seeing both of these teams play, I don't want anyone out. I don't want Flash out. I don't want Kagendra out. They are So fun to watch. The game, like their first game was just so close as well. And it was a matchup where it's like, it's 5-2 and you still bring it to game 11 by bringing it to 5 apiece. You know, that's really impressive. Because at the same time, it also means that even though it looked like a beatdown, you've been able to keep your composure, you didn't lose yourself, you didn't mentally boom. Because some players mentally boom if things just go too wrong too quickly.
Yeah.
And they brought it to game 5. Whereas I kind of feel like for Flash, I don't know if you kind of noticed. Do you kind of feel like Flash did feel like they had a bit of a mental boom? I kind of feel like they did after they lost like 2-3 games while sitting at match point.
I don't know, because it doesn't look like they're pressured. I think they can risk all that. It's just Kagendra that is all hyped up all throughout that catch-up game. And then on the final moment, they just know the winning condition. CD7 first, and then everything just like House of Cards. It just it just went against Kagendra. So yeah. Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see though on how they're going to make it work. But I love how they showed up earlier. Kagendra, fighting spirit, despite of how late it is in the game, despite of how late it is in the match, they still managed to go for a comeback. And if only they were giving that opportunity, not like with Team Flash not on match point, they might be able to win that game.
I think so too. They just, unfortunately, too much of a disadvantage. Like they got too far behind a little bit too quickly. They just needed a little bit more gas. I think we need more gas as well, because we are almost at the 1 in the morning point here for the broadcast.
Oh yeah.
And crazy stuff here, folks. We've still got another best of 3 after this match. So if this goes to a full 3 games, we've got 2 more games to go, then potentially 2 or 3 rounds for what's the final round? Todak and RRQ?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So honestly, crazy stuff. I'm surprised I managed to go so late, but if you guys have stuck around with us from the very beginning up until now, hope you guys are enjoying the matches, because we've had some really, really cool matchups in today's games.
Oh yeah.
Neptune, I'm gonna call you out here in a good way. Okay, I'm not gonna fight. Favorite best of 3.
And that would be
what matchup would you tell people to watch?
Well, I couldn't go best of 3 yet, but this first round, the previous one between Team Flash and Kagendra, that would be my favorite.
That round.
That
okay.
round, that one round, because like
Sure.
the comeback, the turnaround, the cliffhanger towards the end, that was absolute cinema at this point. Well, let's see if they can continue this on, or if Kagendra can deny them. But easy for Raph, didn't make it that easy to survive, and seems like 3v4 as early as this.
Yeah, so already 3 versus 4. Not the start you're looking for if you're Kagendra, but comebacks are definitely possible as Hong Am. He almost ran to a room of 2 players, but CT7 getting caught. Raz as well. Now ABCD, he will be losing his health bar too, but does it really matter? No. Team Flash, they blitz through that first round.
Definitely. I mean, it might not be that quick, but you've seen how well Team Flash survive as well as recover every time they are receiving damage. And I love the reposition as well that is being done by Team Flash. So Kagendra, they might not have economy, but they can like invest in weapons, and Kingfisher right now being brought in by Raz and CD7. But there's a risk in this. You need a little bit of range, where Team Flash is aiming to get up close in front of the faces of Kagendra. So the Zom and the Zom is already on his way, and let's see if they'll be able to make it through, covering smoke right now as they wait for their opportunity.
Oh, CT7. I swear, I don't know how. Flash, they always manage to find CT7. Oh, but Hong Am gets caught by Dad and finished off as well. So Flash already down a player. Now, this is the opening that Kigendra's looking for to just take over the round. Raf is very low. He tried to play on the low ground.
Oh,
Death
no.
does show himself, but maybe a little bit too soon. Gets shot at. Not picked off yet, but Zom, next player to lose his health bar. Raf will be going down thanks to Zom, but Raf, yeah, he's going to have to sit on the sidelines as Zom finishes him off. Death in the meantime, they're trying to go for Dead. Support is there, but no! Death gets taken out. Death and Dead, both players with similar names. Oh, but ABCD, he's going to be knocked by a skill. Leaving Zom all on his own against CT7 and Raz. And unfortunately, that's going to be it. 1 point apiece after round 2.
Yeah, I mean, it did look like a pistol round at that point for the side of Team Flash because they didn't invest in that much. It's more of Kigendra investing on those double Kingfisher as well as a mini Uzi. Thus, they will be taking advantage of this. But as we look at the economy, though, it looks as if Team Flash is still much richer before that investment, because despite of that, they have plenty on the bank still, even after losing that round number 2. So I guess at this point, it's even in terms of economy as well as weaponry, and Team Flash can grab another one to their side.
Okay, smoke screen on that high ground. ABCD dropping very low. Does go for a bit of a dash. Raz has fallen down, though, so he's going to have to find a way back up. Dead and Raf both been caught on Kigendra. And CT7 next one to fall. And we know where Raz went. Raz went down. All on his own against a full roster of Flash. This map, this particular map, I swear so many teams struggle to balance playing on this map because one wrong move and you just fall off. And in so many, I don't know about you, Neptune, if you've noticed, but Husky and I, we noticed so many teams, if you lose any players because they just stepped a little bit too close off the edge, whoever fell off, their team loses. Because it takes so long to get back onto that rooftop.
Right.
Ah,
So
so unfortunate that it happens.
There's a little bit of shortcut on one side. There's a tire that you can jump into, but the animation would bring you to I would say like a sitting duck. So it's quicker to get up, but it's difficult to survive longer. So I guess it's more of the timing.
Dead.
Speaking of the timing, there goes the ice grenade that brought Dead down. Dead and
First blood.
Scruffy in this fight, but Team Flash is winning it, and a chance for them to go in for a 3-1 as quickly as this. I don't think they will be waiting. They aim for a quick match because of their lineup, and they're showing up this time around.
Yeah, Flash, they're playing quick, and I kind of feel like this is revenge for that last round where it looked like it was going to be a quick 6 points, and then Kigendra dragged it out to the full 11 rounds. So I think for Flash, this is a statement round. Get the 6 points, leave Kigendra at 1, maybe 2 points, but just lock their place in, you know?
Yep.
No more shenanigans. Sorry, Kigendra, only one of us is going to make it through, and it's going to be Team Flash.
Yep.
But there's still an opportunity here for Kigendra to make a comeback happen. They just need to figure out how to sort of break through this initial push that constantly happens from Flash. And they got to protect CT7. CT7's had a really rough game today.
He's always first receiving damage, and in most cases, he's the first one going down. So if he survived and give coverage onto the opening, and then there might be a chance for Kigendra to take the win. And ABCD, the Zom already out of this game. 4v2 situation. Death right now dealing with those shots. And Raz would receiving on the takedown. Even easy for Raf. He was not expecting the backstab happening onto the airdrop. So as quickly as that, Team Flash brought it from a 4v2 to a 2v2, and they're going in up front. But Death has an AWM. Not quite sure on how he is going to work with that, especially as the opponent has a Firefall and an MP5.
Yeah, this might be the time that we see CT7 finally shine, because he's just had a really, really rough time in this matchup in particular.
Oh,
he's gonna be onto the
almost.
He's gonna make it onto the low ground, so we might see this man shine. He's just gotta find that opportunity. Death and Hong trying to find out where they are going, and oh, that circle. Flash gunning for it. They're gonna try and gatekeep this, and I think this is the right play. Try to gatekeep it from Kagendra.
Yeah, Wang M has the weaponry to go for gatekeep up close and personal, and then Death has a good angle if in case he can catch CD7 off guard. And there you go, 1v2 situation, easy for Dead. Will be dying because of Blue as well, and another point goes to Team Flash. It's more of the timing and position, and you did mention gatekeeping that Team Flash prioritized in that shift up the circle. So Team Flash had that in the bag.
Gotta keep it in the bag. The cat's in the bag, the Kagendra's in the bag. Keep them in the bag because we saw what happened in that first round. Make it nice and quick here for all of our Team Flash fans. But Kagendra fans, you got it if you need to. Energy, email, kind messages. You only have now to send it because you might not have any other time to send your support over to Kagendra because they're gonna need it with only 1 point in this round and being down 1 game already. Lots of work to do, but not impossible, especially after what we just saw in that previous round on Kalahari. It's just a matter of Kagendra finding the perfect initiation.
But hopefully it happens now and not later, when Team Flash is already in match point, because it was a little too close, but too close that even Kagendra couldn't turn things around. But Raz and Easy for Raph will be taken down as quickly as that. And Team Flash, talk about quick. The moment they go for that initiation, they made quick run against Kagendra. And it's not looking good for our Garudas at this point.
No, unfortunately the birds, they're crashing, they're falling. They need 5 games back to back. That's a lot. I mean, we said they needed 4 games back to back.
Yeah.
They managed to pull 3 in that previous round back to back, but you know, this is a new challenge. But if Kagendra can do it, they will solidify themselves as the most promising upcoming blood in the world of Flash Squad. But Flash, they're not making their life any easier. Dead, taking quite a bit of damage, and you can see Flash trying to group up as a team because Raph is on the low ground, tried to go for the backstab, but he just didn't quite get that lethal shot in. And now it's going to be Raz and Death to try and hold down the fort for this frontal push coming in from Team Flash, and they're going to go in, Neptune!
Oh, let's see. It's a 3-man push right now. Zom has been taken out, but Raz and Easy for Dead will be taken down. And it's just because of the airdrop. Those prioritizing in it is a 3 versus 2 on the high ground. CD7 will be knocked down as well. Only 1 remains. And there you have it. Team Flash brings it on the 2-0. There's no more waiting for the scene. They want to end it, and they ended it well.
I really feel like it was just them not happy with how round number 1 going and saying, alright guys, we're going to show everybody who's boss. Round 2, that's ours. No extra 4 games to be given away to Kagendra. This round is ours. So, well done to Flash. I mean, they really proved themselves that they were honestly just the better team, I think, in the overall set. The better team. Their drafts were very great as well. I kind of feel like just for both games, I kind of feel like they got away too much with the drafts. But then again, we can also say it was Kagendra that were the ones to sort of give away some of the character choices too. So it's a bit hard to say if it's a Kagendra problem or if it was Flash being the ones to draft the best to line up for both games. But yeah, Flash, we're going to see more of them soon. But unfortunately, to anyone that is trying to keep up with Kagendra in the tournament, they are now officially knocked out of Flash Squad. So we're not going to be seeing any more of them, unfortunately. But if you do want to support Kagendra, I actually have no idea if they have any social media platforms. I do suggest you check them out, and if they do, give them a follow and let them know that you're going to be supporting them as well. Because I hope we get to see more Kagendra in the future.
Definitely. I mean, more Kagendra in the future for Clash Squad as well as Battle Royale, because they're still part of that contention. They're still part of that battle, and they've shown so much of promise in that as well. But we'll have to see on how much they can bring in. But speaking of bringing it in, the guy that raked in a lot of points as well as damage would be Wang M. 10 elimination, 3,240 on the damage, and he doesn't even need to get up close. He just needs to be on standby for what the Zom as well as ABCD has to offer. And I love his use of that Santino, because he's part of that 3-man or 2-man push, or make that 3-man push, but he had an exit strategy with that Santino to help out with death as well in case needed.
Yeah, so moral of the story, consider banning Santino. There's a reason why so many teams banned Santino, and I think he just sort of proved why we very rarely see this character be let through, because every time it's let through, it's first pick. First pick is such a good character. The mobility is too valuable. Can play the sniper role extremely well. I mean, I think Santino is like the only mobile sniper we actually have for Clash Squad. So the fact that he's so unique and he features two roles that, if you think about it, kind of go against one another. Like, you don't want to have a sniper that's mobile because it sounds a little bit too OP. Yeah, Santino doesn't follow the rules. He says, no, I like mobility, but your sniper can play me as well. So Santino, if he's available, it's going to be sniped up. But very quick match summary here. So we unfortunately did not make it to a game number 3 because Team Flash secured a clean 2-0 up against Kagendra. Almost not clean, especially with what happened to Kalahari for that first map. 6-5 in favor of Flash, but it could have been a little bit earlier, but Kagendra just decided, okay, we're gonna have a little bit more energy. You know, we want to play some more Kalahari before we give the game to you guys. So we did bring it to a final round, but that second round, clearly Team Flash winners. 6-1. I think it's just pretty straightforward.
Kagendra is trying their best to make it similar to what they have in there on the first match. But I guess it's over for the 5th series, because we're also setting up for the final series of the day. Before we go there, we're going to go for a highlight as well as a quick break. When we return, we go for Todak RQ Cast. So don't go away. We'll be right back.
there, survivors. Welcome back to our final game of the evening for day 6 of Clash Squad. It's Todak versus RRQ, and we're going to wrap things up with a super fun matchup between these two teams, but also not fun because someone's going home. So, I mean, everyone's definition of fun is different. So if you're like me, and sometimes we like to see some competition, and you also like to see who gets eliminated, join the gang. We have a very interesting sense of humor over here, but at the end of the day, it's still a competition, right? Only one team will be the winner, so we'll find out who will be the winner of this series very, very soon. Although, I don't think it's going to be a bold statement to say a lot of people coming in with expectations into this matchup. Neptune, would you agree or disagree with the statement that RRQ favorites to win this set?
It is RRQ a favorite to win this. It's also part where in Kalahari is I believe the second match, so that's already an advantage for RRQ. We know how it is in the snipers, Maal on the snipe, and then there's a potential that dudes can also bring in that pressure from a long range. And we've seen that unless that Steffi would be banned, then dudes would have that opportunity to lob a lot of grenades that can be definitely detrimental, but onto Todak. So we'll have to see though if Todak would be smart enough to use that to their side and avoid being hit by those nades.
Yeah, because I don't see Steffi being banned. Picked, situationally decent pick. Vance? No, there's a lot of other characters that probably do deserve a little bit of a ban hammer, but yeah, it's pretty late in the evening here for all of our teams, so I am very glad that they are sticking around as they are getting ready for the matchup. So, as you said, Neptune, Kalahari is game number 2, but we are starting things off with Nexterra first. So, Nexterra, Kalahari, and if we get to game 3, Bermuda. But I hate to be the bad guy, but I do think it needs to be said. The odds of even making it to a game 3, quite low. This is not to say that Todak are a bad team. I think a better way to sort of describe the situation is RRQ are in a different class compared to Todak. I think that's probably the better way of sort of explaining in terms of like the skill level of these teams, the experience, and how long these players have been playing with one another. So if Todak are able to take one game off of RRQ, that's a big statement already. If they beat RRQ, RRQ are probably gonna have to reevaluate how they approach Clash Squad.
Yeah. Well,
that's all I'm gonna say.
Let's see though. There's no more waiting right now in terms of bans and picks. RRQ will be banning Tatsuya. So this is the first ban, I believe, that RRQ. This is the first time that RRQ has banned Tatsuya. For the side of Todak, they love banning Cassie as well as Oscar, but I think they would try to go for Oscar first, and then denying that pick for RRQ because it's possible Oscar will be banned, and then there's no more rusher for the side from either side. So let's see, Cassie what might be valuable, but I think RRQ would be going for the Coda.
I mean, Coda's a pretty good opening pick too, because you're not really showing too much of what you sort of want to run the Coda as yet until the next 2 picks. So Todak is sort of in the dark as to where this Coda is going to be and who's playing it. So if they lock it in, that's also going to be the main source of vision for RRQ unless they want to go for double vision. I know some teams do like to run double vision. They'll maybe run like Coda and Clue. Homa for the Indonesian teams, they do love to run that alongside Clue. Not so much Coda, I feel. We've seen more Clue, Homa. But we'll see what Todak want to go for as their 2 picks. Are they going to go for the Wonder pair? That's not the Wonder pair, but they are popular picks, Zane and Santino. I was kind of talking about Cassie +1, but you know what? Zane and Santino first 2. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
this pick or this combo or active combo is, I would say, their winning factor against Onyx Olympus. So it's a good reference as well because they won it against Onyx Olympus and Nexterra, and that was the third game of the match. So, and the score line was 6-1. So if we're going for different factors like region, so I guess that is what they are taking advantage at this point. But RQ right now, Kazi as well as A124. Not a usual combination that we often see, but well, Tatsuya and Oscar is out, so why not?
Yeah, sure, why not? Okay, so it does get locked in. So RRQ, Coda, Cassie, A124. That's their first 3 picks. I kind of wonder how they want to round things out for that final pick, because they don't have a classic Rasha. Like the only one that's coming to mind is Chrono, but Todak is already highlighting the Chrono.
Yeah.
So if that gets locked in, then what's left? Tatsuya's not available, Oscar's not available. Zane Chrono, basically the next 2. Ignis, I guess. I don't know. I kind of feel like with Ignis, I feel like it's not as reliable, unfortunately.
Well, we
Unless
know.
Todak steal Chrono Ignis now.
Oh, they don't have a sniper yet, so an Iris would be for RQ later on.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah. So Clue would be for the sniper or Santino, and then Iris. Maal would be choosing that Iris, I believe.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Find out in a second. Is it Iris? How about Skylar instead? Because look, there's basically 3 or Homer. Okay. Homer
All right.
With Coda and A12.
Rasia gameplay. Disabler.
Okay. You know, Free Fire at 1 in the morning is pretty interesting, I heard. Actually, for the Indonesian teams, is it midnight? I know for us in Malaysia, it's 1:20, so it's,
I believe
it's a bit
so.
later for Todak.
I believe so, yeah. 1 hour later. All right.
Yeah.
So I guess this is it. They're locking it in. Now, for those of you wondering who our choices would be for Todak, Faiz definitely would be on Santino. Unless they change it, similar to what we've seen in Team Flash earlier. And then Clue would be for that sniper. But for RQ, it's evident A124 would be Dutz. Homer would be Maal. Koda and Cassie. I can't put my finger on which player would be choosing that.
I think we just leave it to the players at this point. They might throw us off, considering it's so late at night. Maybe they have a different plan. Because we also have to remember too, we are in the elimination phase of the tournament.
Yeah.
So even though you have a great draft, I do feel like some teams need to spice up a little bit. Like, don't always go for the standard picks. Be ready to be flexible and sort of change things around. So you were right with Maal and Dutz, I believe. So it was just Abe and Ikal that you weren't quite familiar with what they would pick. So Abe, Cassie, Ikal, Koda. Do you have any qualms with the choice of character for these players, or are we kind of Gucci with what everyone's picked?
Yeah, I guess we're good. I mean, it does go with their playstyle. Noki would be the I would say the game changer at this point, because we've seen how aggressive Noki is, and he can bring it on with that Zane. It's more of the support that I'm looking for. Who would be supporting Noki, and I guess that would be Zen on that Chrono. So it's still good. It's still viable even for both sides. So I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I just want to show, or want them to go show us right now in the next match, because that's what really determines it.
Alright, Todak. 2-0. That's the scoreline goal we're working for today. It's 1 in the morning. Anything is possible when you're a little delulu. And yeah, I'm pretty sure this late into the night, you start the delulu levels kind of start going up a little bit. So hopefully we see some fun matches tonight anyway, to sort of round out the day, because it's been an incredibly long day here for the Free Fire broadcast, which again, if any of you have stuck around from start to finish with us, I hope you've had some wonderful games that you've been enjoying. Hope you've been enjoying the broadcast as well. Neptune and I try to keep things very light, very fun, very airy. We could be serious, but we also don't want you guys to think this is school, okay? So we're trying to keep it fun and casual here. But if you like school, we can add a little bit more of a schooly twist. Pop quiz. Okay, I'm joking.
That's what I hate the most, pop quiz, because I don't really review. I learn more of listening and watching, so that's why
Oh, so you're a listener. Okay.
So I fail miserably when it comes to pop quizzes because I don't, and that's one thing though. I mean, before we go for match, that's one thing. When I jump into esports, that's the only time that I experience homework, like homework being done thoroughly.
Oh, we could kind of say this applies to life. You know, if you want to get good at something, you need to know how to study.
Yeah.
But pretty interesting to hear that you're a listener. Like you're a listener, you're a reader. Unfortunately, I'm one of the unlucky ones. I'm a doer, so for me to learn, I kind of gotta do stuff, and I gotta suck at it. So yeah, that's fun. So yeah. We will be starting the match soon though, folks. So to anyone that is sticking around with us and chatting with us in the comments, let us know who you think is going to win game number 1. Do you think it's going to be Todak, or do you think it is going to be RRQ? And I would love to see people mention Todak, because I do feel like, yeah, unfortunately Todak, it's not a team that can consistently perform at the top of the leaderboard for Battle Royale. But I also kind of feel like Todak, they have potential if they really wanted to shine in Clash Squad.
Yeah. I mean,
if they really wanted to, because it's like a completely different battlefield.
Right.
I mean, in some regards it's similar, but there's a lot of elements that are different, and you know, sometimes you need a different environment to really shine. And maybe this is where Todak shines. You know, you step 1, you beat RRQ. Step 2, you win the entire tournament. But Step 2's got like 10 steps in between, so it's like
it's a long road
to 2.10. Yeah. Let's get to step 1 first, which is beating RRQ, because that's already going to be a challenge in itself.
It's a long road for both of his teams, because like they did end up on a 1-2 bracket, so it's tough. I know there's a lot of factors. It's not just like their performance, especially for those on like transitioning from Indonesia, transitioning from playing in a home and then switching over onto studio. So that's one factor to change it off. And the latter part is what might be a winning factor for them, because they've done it so many times in tournaments just like this in Southeast Asia. But Grab Labs right now, as Todak would be exposed because of that Aurora vision, and Zen was just trying to get away and going for the flank with Traps backs away, and I guess that was a homer being put on them, slows them down a little bit, and no engagement happening just yet.
Kind of crazy that Grab Labs ends up being the pistol round for this map too. So Abe already getting his first knock there onto Fies, who does get finished off there thanks to Abe. And the next one, it's going to be Noki. 2 jumps was all it took, and Ikal was the one to finish that up. And Zen, next player to fall on the side of Todak. It's all up to Traps, but against a full roster, there's only so much you're going to be able to do. So, yeah, all according to plan here for RQ to take out the pistol round.
Yeah, Ikal and Abe combination. I mean, the rush is good. Similar to what we've seen earlier. If you combine that Cassie +1, so it's either a Chrono or a Coda, you don't have to use that active skill for the for the partner of Cassie. As long as you are being healed, that's good. And then it's just a plus. It's just a bonus of whatever skill has to offer, especially that Aurora vision. But let's see though. We're done with the pistol round. Noki's already in front line. Going against 2. And Dutz with a god nade. And this is what expect from Captain Dutz. That nade perfect and on point. And that's the first blood for RQ.
First blood, and we've got our potential second blood there as Zen just gets picked up there by Abe, and the tag team continues with, actually, Fies trying to run away, but he gets taken down pretty quick as well. I mean, they got Ma'al, which was nice, but if it's just Traps left, he gets the drop onto Dutz. Okay, traps. Okay, you still got Ekal and Arbe to try and take out, and if the two of them rush in together, I just don't see traps being able to finish both, and a little bit slow on the reaction there. But RRQ taking round number 2.
Yeah, I mean, Traps managed to spot Dukes with that clue, that tracing steps, and there's not so much that you can do though on a combination, on a Cassie combination. So on a solo or 1v2, if you are going against a Cassie +1, then it will be a tough battle unless you have a better weapon at that point. And we're still early into the game that you don't have that much in terms of weaponry, but well, for both sides, they have economy already because despite of losing, you are getting round points as around round cash as well as the lose streak cash. That is good enough as well, even if you're on the beer end.
Right. So, what's the plan here for RRQ? Just kind of hanging around in that central area, and they straight away find Zen, but Ekal's actually the first one to go down. Zen and Noki though are quite low. Noki hiding behind 2 glue walls and will be able to regroup with Zen. So all of a sudden RRQ down 1 man, although they do have more health combined than Todak. So there we go. Take out there for Noki. He's gone. Traps. Oh, Zen's there. Trying to fight into do it switch. I don't know if this is a fight you want to try and fight, but Zen does go down. Ma'al in the back lines though has been caught by traps. It's a 2 versus 2. Zen fires on the ground again. It's traps.
Again, I mean, if Bay's still alive, there's still huge potential that you would be taken down that easily. Now, here's a pinch. With Traps in the middle, really literally trapped right now, and only a sight that can be brought in by Bay, but Dutes managed to beat him to it. So, it's 2-0 already, favoring RRQ Kazu, and Todak seems to have, or don't have any response on what RQ is bringing on. Despite of their skills, Noki is not that tough, and there's no support coming from them. I was expecting Noki and Zen sticking together, being the front line, and making sure that they can either take down, or best ways to take down a Bay, so that there's no healing that will be done for the rest of the team. But how can you do that if you have an A1T4 in front of you that can disable that tactics overall?
All right, round number 4. This could be the golden round for Todak to come back if they can find their footing. And that's been the problem so far for Todak, unfortunately. They can't quite find their footing against RRQ. Gonna advance there onto Noki and Zen. The group up is there. Ekal almost getting in, but Noki does go down thanks to Ma'al with the support fire. And Zen also going down too. Although Ma'al was caught in the backlines thanks to Fire. So great sniping there for Todak. And they will be able to at least finish off Fires. So a little bit of extra pocket money going in the way of Todak. Dutz has been caught too thanks to Fires. Okay, Fires. Okay. Well looking.
Nice.
And okay, unfortunately, he will lose that matchup as Ekal comes in at just the right moment.
Yeah, Faiz has been a threat against 2 players of RQ, so Ekal just says, I'm going to take you down and then deal with Traps. And from what we've seen earlier, Traps is not so much of a threat, especially with VSK in hand, but will he be able to land one shot? A good headshot is what needed by Traps, or probably just bring just pick up Faiz, but that's just a bait though. Don't fall for the Traps. It's a trap, definitely. It's a trap against you.
Yeah. Oh, there's the circle mover. And Ekal, he just decided he's going to get right in there. So, no chance. No chance to respond at all. And I think that was a really cool play as well. Sometimes you just kind of have to strike when the opponent least expects it. And like just as the circle moved, he just made the call, okay, I'm just going to finish it off here.
Yeah.
Great stuff there coming out from Ekal.
And that's one thing though, for Traps, he has an opportunity to make shots from a distance with that VSK. But he went in up close, knowing that the opponent has that Mag 7. I'm pretty sure they can hear that shot or those shots, so it make it difficult really to go in up close and personal. And that's one thing they need to fix. Like, identify what needs to be done based on the weapon of the opponent and just make work on that. But Noki, well, there's no extreme encounter being pulled in, and RRQ is already have 1 point into the name of Noki. Now, Faiz damage and not healing
no,
up, and will be
Faiz.
taken out by Maal. And now it's a 2v4 situation where RRQ is just warming onto Zen and Traps once again, the only one remaining.
Oh, what a disaster round here for Todak. It looks like it's going to be a clean round here for RRQ. And taking this game, that's 5 points. Match point now for RRQ Kazu. They just need one more win. And this first round of the best of 3 is already going to be theirs. This is not the start you're looking for Todak.
Yeah, we're not seeing the coordination that we expect from the active skill department of Todak. So, not for sure if this is something that's throwing them off or it's just RQ just isolating them one at a time and like Loki falling down, denying them of that extreme encounter with that Zane is the turning point where RQ becomes more aggressive. So let's see though if this is something that might change.
Oh, Abe.
And a scan, Abe will be taken down. Clue has been triggered as well to get in position, but getting close would be the problem. And Ekal was just waiting in there with a Trogon, but he wasn't able to go in for a knockdown. He was protected a little bit with that time turner, and with Dudes loving that nade into the time turner, making Noki fall down. Only Faiz remain, and another clean round, and also a 6-0 potential because Faiz is the only one remaining.
I don't think it's a potential. It looks like it is going to be locked in as soon as they get Faiz. They just got to find him. They got to land the nail in the coffin. And RRQ 6-0 for round number 1.
Yeah, I mean, we called it to be quick, but not this quick. Just so happens that
I didn't think it would be 6-0. I mean, we saw a couple of moments where I kind of feel like Todak, they had a good chance of taking 2 of those rounds. So there was a really good opportunity for 2.
Yeah.
It was just during those final moments in those rounds, I kind of feel like they fell a little bit short. But I also feel like it was an experience and skill difference between the 2 teams, which is why they didn't quite get those rounds. So, I mean, Todak, they're learning a lot in those rounds. So they have a chance to sort of turn things around. Unfortunately, round 2, it's on Kalahari. And you know who likes Kalahari? The name starts with R and it ends in Q. I'm pretty sure you know who I'm talking about here. So it's this next round is difficult as is already. So lots of things to work on for Todak. I think a lot of people are thinking, after seeing round number 1, oh yeah, this is just going to be a 6-0, like who cares? I don't think Todak is going to end this round just lying on their back. They're not going to give it away for free. They will fight for the round. But the obvious goal, if you can beat RRQ and Kalahari, those are fighting words. Okay? So let's hope that we still have some fighting words left in there for Todak, because this is going to be a Goliath of a task for the team if they do want to try and force that game number 3. But let's focus on RRQ. Our match MVP, it's Abe. 8 eliminations, 2,000 damage. And you're probably wondering, wait a minute, 2,000 damage? Why is this the MVP? We played 6 games, my dears. 6. We played half of the game mode.
So
it was
imagine
that quick. So to get 2,000 damage in 6 games, yeah, double it, double it, and that would have been the full round.
Yeah, I mean, Abe being the rusher of the team, wearing that Cassie, still rushing, and I mean, just link up with anyone, whether it's Ekal or Dudes, doesn't matter. He would provide that aggression overall. And I mean, Maal did prove a lot in terms of initiating those fights or preventing Faiz and making those shots, because Faiz did a huge number of eliminations compared to the rest of Todak. But it is what it is right now, 6-0. RQ leading by 1 in the series, and as you did mention, as we called it, Kalahari would be one of the worst map that Todak would be in against RRQ, unless, well, I can't think of anything but unless they turn things around.
Unless I'm trying to think, is there really an unless? I mean, okay, I think if Fires is allowed to play Santino again, I think they do have a good chance. But if he played the Santino, as well as the team could have had him play on the Santino. I mean, do I expect any changes from the rest of the team? Not really. I think the lineup is actually okay. It's just really a skill difference between the two teams. Like, it's RRQ. RRQ just doesn't lose to anybody. Okay, maybe sometimes they do. But obviously that was a bad day. Normally, this team plays really well, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sodak, I know they have potential in Clash Squad. If I'm not mistaken, they are champions of their regionals in Malaysia in terms of Clash Squad. So they have great potential, and the dynamics might not be that broad compared to Battle Royale, but we're seeing great great strides being done. And I'm looking at the record right now. It was Todak who pulled that Orion. Noki who pulled that Orion against Bigatron last night. So I was just surprised. I just saw it right now. And well, I don't know why they pulled that off, but if they can pull something, if they're confident to do something like that, in spite of losing the game, and it was a close fight. It was 6-5. So they can bring an Orion, and earlier they're also flashing a Wukong. So if Noki would be a selfish guy who's not really thinking of his active skill to help the team, but it's more of going in for an ace or like multiple elimination, then he can all pull that off. It might not be tournament meta, but it's a ranked meta. So
meta. A124 banned by Todak. I mean, they know RRQ play it, I guess. So, kind of justifies the ban, but Santino's through, Zane's through, Chrono's through, Cassie's through. There's so many characters that are through. But priority, Tatsuya?
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of teams that actually pick Tatsuya first. Unless there's a reason why you want Tatsuya over something like Zane.
Well, if you're a proficient...
Like even Santino, they actually could have first picked Santino for Fires if they really wanted to.
But it didn't work that well, though. I assume that's one reason why they're not prioritizing on it. So it didn't quite work that well, and so yeah, they still have a chance. Santino, Zane, so a much stronger front line. Let's see though, what would be response coming from RQ. So they have a clue would still be there. A Homer can still be brought back in, and what else? An Iris.
I was thinking, yeah, do they want an Iris here? I mean,
yeah, this
if I'm not
Kalahari.
mistaken, did RRQ play Skylar? Was it RRQ that played Skylar? I feel like it was either them or Kigendra in their first match. I remember seeing quite a lot of Skylar in that first game.
Skylar, I think it was Kigendra, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So, I'm just looking at that match as well.
Wait, technically, if RRQ want to kind of run it back, they could just go Homer, and they're stealing the clue away. Oh, they've gotten like all of the Vision characters. They got Homer, they got Coda, they're just like, all right, you're playing blind. What? If you're Todak, what options do you have left? Steffi was not my first priority for Vision, but like, you want to fight, okay? Be a guest.
If you're going against RQ, Steffi should be there. Because you've seen, like, what, a couple of nade elimination coming from dudes?
Yeah.
They need that. But it won't work if you're spread around. Like, spread too thin, similar to what we've seen Todak do. So, it's either you go in the front line, join Sane, join Tatsuya, and then just leave Santino behind, who can join you in the event if it is activated perfectly. So we'll have to see. I mean, I'm seeing viability, I'm seeing potential in what Todak is picked right now.
The only potential I'm not really seeing for this lineup is aside from Santino, who else is sniping? It's just Santino, isn't it? Which, I mean, okay, you got Steffi for defensive capabilities, you got Tatsuya to open, create space. Zane also kind of functions similar to Tatsuya.
Yeah.
I don't know, I kind of feel like RRQ with all this vision, they're just gonna be like, it's okay, we're gonna see you before you see us, so we're gonna get rid of you before you even reach us.
That's one thing. I mean, Clue,
kind of the vibe I'm getting.
if I'm not mistaken, Dutz use Clue so that he can spot on where he can lob those nades. And that Steffi was just a counter for that. And then just get close to Zane. Because since they don't have information, at least they can just play with where those nades are coming through or coming from. And then that's where they can rush on Dutz. And then Cassie's always in front line, so it's expected that they would meet up with Cassie and Koda, or with Abe and Ikal. So it's tough though, because from how I'm seeing it, it's a 3-man front line that is much stronger for RQ.
Yeah. No, I think for a lot of these opinions we're gonna have, we're gonna be quite similar in how we think. Well, to be fair, I think a lot of us are sort of thinking the same thing, but you know, it's up to Todak. Can they prove us wrong? Can they make things exciting? Can they bring it to a game 3? Because yeah, if they bring it to a game 3, that's exciting. You know, forcing RRQ to like bring out all the stops and kind of telling them off and being like, hey, you can't take all the vision. Share. That's really what's happened here, right? That they took everything, and Todak was probably thinking, oh yeah, we can get the clue for the last bit. No. No.
This makes RQ Vision 1010.
Was it 2020 vision? So, yeah,
it's 1010 now. It's much clearer. They can go micro.
It's too clear. Too many pixels.
They can zoom in.
Blind, I can't see. Oh my gosh, you can zoom in.
I mean, information, that's what's needed. Definitely by Dutz. I think that's one thing that is deadly for Dutz. If you have that Clue or a Coda, because that's where he's playing around in terms of where he loves those nades. And like gunshots as well, Dutz is one of the guy that we can say matches Jonah in so many different ways. He can take different roles. Whether as a bomber, whether it's a rusher, a sniper, he can take that. So Dutz is one of the guys that you need to deal with at front. And then here comes the rest of the teams from RQ, like Abe and Ikal, that we've seen earlier, was so deadly as well.
Oh, Todak. I'm sending them my energy. I think they're gonna need it for this round because so many things are going up against them. But we'll have to find out, is the energy that we're sending them going to be enough to bring us to a game number 3? And look at this, Todak, they're playing hyper aggressive. They're saying, hey, I think the best thing we can do now, since we have everything to lose, is we just run at you.
Yeah, they're going defensive.
They have the
Yeah, they're going defensive, and their best defense would be a better offense. So they're just going head straight. And Fai is the first one to go down, though. Surprisingly, mostly hiding out, but he hid out in the bottom of this temple. And Dutz trying to deal with one player with that M500. This is what I'm talking about. Dutz needs to be dealt with first, and then Abe follows. And if that can be done by Todak, then it's a winning condition for them. But Zen would be in trouble as well with a sliver of health. But it's still a 2v2. Traps, only a few HP as well, goes down.
Hang on.
And, well, Maal is still alive. That can deal the final bullet. So, almost. It was very close.
So close, yet so far, unfortunately for Todak. Just really needed to get some of those docks a little bit quicker so that they would have been able to take that round, but you know, you still got a few more rounds to go after this for Todak to make that catch up happen. But letting RRQ Kazu snowball, I think obviously that's another mistake. But
Yeah.
at the same time, it's probably an inevitable reality for some of these rounds because it's a map that they're so well versed on.
Mhm.
So they know every angle, every hiding spot, every window that they should be looking through. And this is a map they're experienced on. And Fai's first one to go on the side of Todak. And that's a bad sign because Fai's is the one that's been doing a lot of the damage, dealing a lot of the damage for the team. So with him gone, it's a lot more pressure on Trap, Zen, and Noki to bring those numbers up.
And we know as well that Todak needs information. The sniper is the ones bringing the information without those active skill. And now, with Faiz out, that's another denial for Todak. So what they're doing right now, sticking together, but they're just waiting for that nade to be lobbed. And there goes Toots being taken out by Zen and cleared out. So 3v3 situation, Abe for a takedown from above against Noki, and Zen might follow through. And there you go. Only traps remain once again. No pickup can be done. Not even Diva can help them with that millisecond, and RRQ grabs another point.
Not even giving them a chance to recover. RQ. Just all business in the front and the back. With game number 2 being on a map that they just... This is where they live. I think if there's a map and you had to say like, okay, Kalahari. Who's the first team you think of when you say Kalahari? For me, it's RRQ.
Yeah.
This is the team I think of whenever I envision Kalahari. So, yeah, they're defending their honor here. Hoping to try and get another clean round up against Todak. And so far, all is going according to plan with a score of 0-2. But we'll see if Todak can somehow be able to take at least one game for themselves.
Well, quite surprised though. Both teams put in the smoke screen, but RRQ was given a chance to go for the airdrop. So Todak didn't even push through and trying to find an opportunity, but unfortunately for them, the airdrop has been done. The site is already on their side of RRQ, and even if close and personal, they might be taken down that easily. 2v3 situation right now. Faiz managed to take down Ekal as well from afar, and not so much of a challenge up close and personal. So Noki and Faiz on both ends of this map. So it's a good spot for them to take if they want to go for shots against Doots and Abe right now. But if in case Maal has an opening on either side, that will be another knockdown against Todak.
Noki's about to be flushed out by the blue. He will leave, and he's just going to get shot down by Abe. Just block him by a couple of bullets, and for Faiz, yep, next one to fall. So round 3 going in favor of RRQ, helping them lock in 3 eliminations. Just another round, another day in the office here for RRQ. Kazu. Todak, though, still trying to find their footing in this best of 3 matchup.
It's getting tough. It's getting tough right now for Todak to really get back. I don't know. I mean, in most cases, the isolation that RQ is doing it's working quite well against Todak's game style, because all they need to do is Faiz, or what they're doing is Faiz would be far away from this team, and it's Noki in the front line. If not, it would be Traps who would be left in the mid line, but you know how quick he can get away. So Noki received a lot of damage. Ekal as well as Abe still in front line, and you can see the recovery given that Cassie. So that could have been something that they prioritized for Todak earlier, banning that Cassie to give themselves a little bit of advantage.
Yeah. Well, Todak's still sticking around. They are about to lose Faiz and RRQ. They are still 4-man strong, as they've also managed to find Zen. Noki and Traps.
Whoop.
I mean, there's only so much you can do. And yeah, I mean, they managed to get the knock there onto Abe. Ekal's on the ground, but the damage has still been done. 0-4 after this round. 2 more wins for RRQ, and they're going to be able to continue their run in the tournament. But for Todak, they're going to have to at least permanently retire themselves from the current tournament, as this is a elimination match. In case anyone did miss out on that information. Loser of this match, they are out of Clash Squad, and we will not be seeing them again.
Well, probably next season.
Well, yes. Okay, well, I was trying to be a little dramatic, but thank you, Neptune. Thank you.
You
Maybe
can't
it's
go
a little
dramatic.
bit too
This is the
late
last
to be
game.
dramatic.
This is the last game, and we're a little bit late today as well. So let's.
Alright, you just
Sorry.
wait. So next
Just
time
me.
we do the broadcast together, I will make sound effects. I'll bring sound effects to prove my point.
Anyways. All right, let's see now who's hearing the sound, and it seems like the bell is ringing as well against Zodak, but the Bay has been taken down. Noki needs a recovery, but Toots right now, MP5, quick fire rate, but Zen will be taken down by Maal, and Faiz is now targeted, isolated from everyone else. All they have to do is wait, and they will be taking them down. But a little bit of a shot onto Maal, but Doots knows that all I have to do is step in and might be able to take down Faiz, and he did that, and it's now match point for RQ.
Match point. One more win to go, and RRQ securing the, I guess, the smoothest win today, because we haven't had any teams get 2 6-0s for their round. So this one would be the, I think we're going to have to give this an award, a smooth as butter award. For being able to take their matches so cleanly.
It's just unfortunate for Todak. They have to go
Wrong
in
opponent.
for Kalahari. Well,
Wrong opponent,
apart
dude.
from
If
wrong
you-
opponent.
If you could choose, I would not play RRQ.
Well, if only they could choose. But let's see, Zen will be taken out by Maal. It's not even the ones in front line, so they're just a distraction to give an opening for Maal right now. Noki would be the next in line, but not so much of an opening, especially as high up this wall. And here you go. Trying to break through all those glue walls. They don't have that Oscar to play with to break it down a lot easier. And Abe right now receiving a lot of damage, but Ekal will be taken down. Abe will be taken down. There's a chance for Todak to go for a comeback right now. At least still away 1 point, but the pickup might be done. Nope, Doots is not let into that compound. Little spread though for Doots and Maal, and Faiz joining the group as well in the CQC.
Yeah, if you get rid of Maal, that's already a step in the right direction.
Ooh.
We do get Todak rushing in. They do catch Maal, and he does not get the one tap on anybody. So now it's up to Doots. If Doots manages to 1 versus 3, and he won't, so Todak, they get their first game over RRQ.
Yeah, not that smooth.
Is this the turnaround
anymore.
we've all been asking for, folks? Is the turnaround happening? Do I need another cup of coffee? It almost feels like it.
I would love to see that. I would love to see a turnaround, despite of how late it is, because I'm seeing great potential in Todak right now, similar to what we've seen, somewhat similar to what we have earlier. But Todak was on point in positioning. They stuck together. They still have traps, as well as Zen to pull off that Steffi. So they're still safe from those nades. But RQ says we are going to go for isolation, and they're isolating Noki right now, pushing him away from the rest of the team, and this might be the first guy who will be going down, and Noki will be out. But Abe also has been taken out from the hands of Faiz, but no recovery, no pickup, so it's a 3v3.
Yeah, so a bit of an equal trade there. Noki for Abe. Both teams going to be healing up and resetting as the blue continues to hone in on that central circle. So what is the play? You've just got to find that opening. And several ways to do these openings. If they try to rush at you, they don't get the one tap. You can absolutely turn that around. Ekal scouting around for the team. Actually breaking away from his team, I guess, to scout vision. Oh, but Ekal caught by Faiz. That's a mistake.
Yeah, definitely a mistake. I mean, Aurora Vision has been triggered, but all I have to do is crouch, and he will not be spotted, baiting him in. And with that Santina as well, as I guess the bait for Todak. So Dude's the only one remaining, as well as Maal with only a few HP remaining, Blue closing in, and there you have it. Only Dudes remain, and another point will be captured by Todak. And this is looking like a great comeback. If they can continue this on a few more rounds, they might get another point, or 1 point against RRQ in the series.
Okay, Todak. Okay, I see what's going on here. You have my attention. Are you going to bring us to a game 3, Todak? Now, to be fair, it's just 2 games against RRQ, okay? So it could end at any moment. But we've already seen today as well, very possible for some of these teams to do reverse comebacks, because one of the disadvantages of a reverse comeback is that you have gone for the maximum possible length for a set. And this late in the night, I do feel like some of the players are probably feeling a little bit of that fatigue, even though they had like coffee or energy drinks. When it gets a little bit too late, you know, you can really feel it, regardless of what you've done to try to keep yourself going. Ekal running right into Zen. He really wants to finish him off with those blue walls.
Whoop!
Wasting his time, and he gets on top of him. He gets Zen. Oh, and he gets Noki as well. He just ran into him.
Oh yeah, I mean Ekal is making work out of them, and well, Faiz and Traps remains, and Maal is already in position to isolate Traps. Faiz, I thought he's going to fall down. He did fall down. That was Traps, and Ekal just getting too close. So from both sides, he is being shot at, and Ekal might go for his 3rd. And only Traps remain right now. Let's see if this will be an ace for Ekal, or would it be stolen by Dutes? I know that is bound to happen as well, but he's stuck in the corner, and there's no way to go out. Dutes already up close, play Mirage, and he goes with it. But can he fight back against Ekal, or would it be an ace for the guy? Ekal goes down. But Maal has a good opening as well. Take down Traps. And what?
Traps!
Maal! Damage as well.
If the one tap happens,
Few
if the one
HP.
tap happens, Traps
No
wants to
nades.
play Traps. Oh no. Traps. What's the play?
Kill.
Oh no.
All right.
Maal's so low. He's
Clutch.
so low.
Come on, clutch this Traps. Maal was recovered.
Okay.
AWM.
He's thinking.
M590!
He
But
went
no!
in-
Maal! AWM up close and personal beating that M590. Timing was precise. Timing was perfect. Dutes was not even bothered because he trusts Maal that well that he can make that shot.
I mean, I'm looking at Maal, like I love how his teammates reacted to that way more positively than he is. Like, he's in a little bit of disbelief. He's like, oh guys, oh, that was a little bit too close, and everyone's celebrating. So RQ, smooth entry, smooth 2-0. Not a clean one, unfortunately. Not a 6-0, 6-0, but look, a win's a win. A win's a win. They get to play for another week, or at least another day. But for Todak, unfortunately, for anyone that is rooting for them, they are out of Clash Squad. But they put on a pretty good fight, especially for those last couple of rounds when they showed RQ like, hey, okay, you might have gotten a 6-0, but we're still going to put up a fight. And some of those fights were really, really cool to watch. Especially the last one.
Yeah.
Could have gone for another round, but I was like, nah. Elbow to the face.
I mean, that was quite surprising. I mean, Maal was only surviving a sliver of health, recovered, flanked, and slowly get close to Traps at that point. And the angle that Maal took, I didn't even see this. I didn't even saw the swing. I just saw him just move, sidestep, and then make that shot. And that's how quick Maal can go for the quick scope. I don't even know if he did even scope in.
Yeah, that's actually a really cool. I think we got to ask him at some point. If any of us ever run into Maal, we kind of have to ask him, like, hey, for CQC, do you scope in or do you just kind of shoot? I mean, we kind of saw his perspective. I kind of feel like he didn't scope. He just shot his shot. So,
well,
yeah, good job, Maal. Good job. 4,500 damage. He worked for that last round. Man just shows why he is such a fearsome player on the team.
And like we were counting as well in terms of damage earlier for Abe, but now I think it's more of Maal really doing the work. Ikal was also doing so much in the front line because Abe has already taken the spotlight earlier, but Maal just just broke the record at this point in terms of damage. 4,579 against not even close to 3,000 for the rest of the team. So, well, it's just Maal doing Maal things in Kalahari, and this is where he is proficient. This is why RRQ is best in this map.
Yep, this is... If they could pick a hometown, I think it's Kalahari. They're that familiar with the map. Although it's probably a little bit hot, actually. Maybe they'll pick Purgatory instead, because I don't think it would be that hot on Purgatory. Little warm, little cold, nice little breeze. But it's, yeah, I think if you ever end up in a Clash Squad match against RRQ and you see Kalahari in your map pool, if that Kalahari is not game number 3, you're in trouble. You are in a lot of trouble, because if you don't win on that Kalahari map, that is not an auto win, but it is going to be a very hard matchup for you if you are not proficient on Kalahari. A very quick summary here for our match. We have Todak going up against RRQ, and our last matchup of the day, it's an elimination matchup, and unfortunately for Todak, they are out of the tournament after RRQ cleaned them up in a very clean 2-0 fashion, with RRQ securing Nexterra 6-0 for game number 1, and then for Kalahari securing that matchup 6-2. So really rough matchups for Todak, but it's RRQ. I don't think anyone blames Todak for struggling against RRQ, as they are one of the premier teams in the entire Free Fire scene.
Yeah, and there you have it. We have 3 teams advancing already. It's Evos, Virtus.pro, as well as Twisted Mind, and 3 teams being eliminated. Esports, Kakendra, as well as Todak, as the 2-2 bracket is now set as well. So Bigatron and Heavy going against each other, Team Flash going against Brim United, and RRQ against Team Falcons. That last match feels like a finals already, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I think I 100% agree. That is a matchup I think everybody is going to want to tune into. So make sure you come back for our matches. Technically it's tomorrow, but you can also say it's today, because past it's already the next day. But you definitely need to tune into these matches. I kind of feel like the results for matches today, I have a feeling we're going to see some more surprises, because we already have a lot of people in the chat surprised that Falcons and Buriram still have not qualified, that they are still playing their matches, and we already saw who is playing in these games, right? Like you've got Falcons still playing, you got Buriram still playing, you have RRQ, and Falcons and RRQ are in the same bracket, so someone's not making it.
Well, let's see though. Right now, we're going to go and say goodbye to everyone. Again, this is Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia, joined with Natalie. Thank you very much for hanging with us, but we'll see you again next time.
See you tomorrow!